Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everyone, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier. You are all in for such a treat. Over the course of the next 2 days, we've got 16 top teams from around the globe ready to battle it out and put everything on the line for these 4 golden tickets. Sadly, for 12 teams, this will be their final dance in their 2023 journey, but 4 others will stamp gold and dive headfirst into the World Finals, held later next month at DreamHack Winter. And I could not be more excited. That said, the players are ready, the casting desk is set. So without further ado, let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome to the show.
Let's sweep the competition and claim our prize. The finals away.
It's time to get qualified.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship Last Chance Qualifier. 16 teams will enter, but only 4 will succeed. I am Trav, one of your casters for the duration of this weekend. And to start things off, I'm joined with Teddy. How are you feeling about the weekend?
I am thrilled to be here. It's going to be such an exciting event. 4 teams are going to make it through already. Today we're going to say goodbye to 8. It's brutal, but that's part of why we love BSC so much.
Yeah, it's sad to see 8 of these teams already being axed after the first day, but we will be going into some group stages to decide that, and then the seeding will determine who they will be playing in that second day. So we've got a very, very exciting weekend ahead of us, and I could not be more pleased to start getting this underway. Teddy, we've got some absolutely phenomenal teams. Who are your kind of favorites heading into this one?
It's really a tough call. We got teams from all around the world. My eyes are going to be particularly on STMN, I feel, just because they have so much experience behind them. I think SK Gaming is a very strong team too, and Reject, of course, one of my favorites.
Yeah, you've got to be scared of those East Asian teams, but let's take a little bit of a closer look at the format, what we're going to be playing throughout the duration of this weekend. To start things off on day 1, we have 4 GSL groups with 16 teams, and they will consist of 20 matches. Then we go on to day 2, where 8 teams will proceed to fight out for those 4 golden tickets throughout 4 matches. 4 of the qualified teams will then claim their tickets and head to the World Finals in Jönköping in Sweden at the end of November. So it's going to be absolutely incredible throughout this weekend, and I could not be more pleased to start things getting underway. Obviously, it's a little bit sad that we have to say goodbye to 8 teams, but I think we'll see some great players advance. Let's take a little bit of a look at those groups to see who will be playing who throughout this first day. Starting things off in Group A then, SK Gaming, Team Flash, Reconic Esports and Chasmac EA will be the first group we take a browse at today. Group B will consist of VN Esporting, STMN, Chasmac NA and Clash.
For Group C, we'll have Team Humble, Revenant Esports, Rising Sun and Dados FA. Group D, last but not least, it's going to be Navi, Reject, SK Calalas and Marcos Gaming.
I think it's fair to say, Teddy, there's a bit of a strong group there. And I'm not going to say who it is. I can imagine what you're going to say, but what do you think I'm looking at?
Yeah, I'll say who it is. Group B, the group of death. Every single group stage, there is always one that is just a little bit spicier, and this one, particularly spicy. I mean, we've got all the NA teams in the same group already. That spells for disaster, but then they're joined by some Titans as well from Latham and East Asia. That one is going to be one you definitely don't want to miss.
Yeah, big shout out to Kenny for throwing all those NA teams in one group to give us a bit of a bang. But let's take a little bit of a look at the schedule and see what we've got going on throughout this first day. Starting things off with an absolute banger. Some of EMEA's best in SK Gaming versus some Titans over in East Asia with Chasmac Gaming, Teddy.
Yeah, so basically we will be streaming actually half of the opening matches. So in this case, SK versus Chasmac for Group A. For Group B, Chasmac Gaming NA versus VN Esporting. Then we'll be watching the winners match and the tiebreakers. So the second opening match is going to be off stream as well as the elimination match. But for Group C, we'll have Revenant Esports versus Rising Sun as an opening match. For Group D, Navi versus SKC.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit scary for a few of these teams. There's some fierce competition, but I don't think we really could have started things off in a better way. That SK Gaming versus Chasmac Gaming EA is it's a dangerous game for both of those teams because obviously it's double elimination, right? So you've got another chance, but you don't want to lose a life that early on. Let's take a little bit of a look at the Group A bracket then to see how things will be playing out, who the other teams are going to be playing whilst we watch this first match between SK and Chasmac EA. Reconic Esports versus Team Flash will be the other team, and as Teddy mentioned, we'll then proceed to watch the winners match and the losers and tiebreaker match, I believe, as well. So it's going to be a very exciting group to kick things off. I think it's fair to say there's a couple of favorites and they've been paired against each other quite early. But let's not count out Reconic Esports and Team Flash yet because they've been showing quite a lot of oomph in some scrims.
Yeah, the scrims have been crazy. For some of those teams, it's the first time scrimming against European teams, against North American teams. It's always going to be a little bit of a mess early days, but at this point, they've learned everything there is to learn, and I'm sure they'll come with their A game.
Yeah, well, I think it's about time we start talking about this first game then, SK Gaming versus Chasmac Gaming EA, because they are two very, very scary teams. You know, it's actually kind of weird to see players like Kuru, like IC and Kenji coming through this EA region and not going straight to Worlds, because it's a world champion. Kuru has won the World Finals. Never mind got there, and it's a little bit difficult. But let's take a little bit of a closer look at SK Gaming then. Yoshi, OP, and iChaos. Very, very strong team. First bit of the year did not go to plan, didn't even qualify through February and March, but from there they picked it up a bit throughout the rest, Eddie.
Yeah, it was a bit of a roster change nightmare on their side. Never really too happy with what they got, but at last they have something that seems to stick with Ope joining later on during the year. I have to say, despite a terrible start of the year, they did manage to save it with a beautiful ending of the year, and also SPS that got them some extra points to lock in that point for LCQ.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, let's take a little bit of a closer look at Chasmac Gaming EA now, and it's more of the same. The start of the year, they've been doing decent, right? But definitely towards the end, they've picked up, and I think it's thanks to that roster change once more. We see IC coming in, and he really did pick things up. The confidence that guy was exuding on Twitter, on some of the social medias about coming in and trying to take down the Titans of Crazy Raccoon in that region. I mean, he had me convinced, but sadly couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, they had a bit of a more consistent year still, I would say, compared to SK. They qualified for every single monthly final, 4 top 4s, a top 2 as well in the last month. So they're coming in quite hot at the moment, in a good shape. And let's remember as well, they qualified only by 1 point over VN Esports. So a shout out to them not making it due to that 1 point. But hey, that is going to be enough to bring Chasmac here into this match. We'll be watching some Shooting Star for Bounty for our opening set, joined right after by Dueling, Beatles, and Double Swoosh, so Hot Zone and Gem Grab as well. It is going to be best of 3 here for the group stage. It is definitely going to be very, very scary. You don't want to lose that first set too quickly, because a best of 3, if you don't have momentum, it can just go by in literally a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's the issue here. You know, if you don't get this first set, you're in a really tough position. You've got to win 2 before they only get 1 more, and it's going to be really difficult for whoever loses this first set to really claw back. But this match is going to be the 4th seed in EMEA versus the 3rd seed in East Asia, and as you said, only by 1 point. To see players the likes of these guys only qualifying by 1 point just shows how scary that East Asia region is, and honestly, I'm kind of scared for SK.
Absolutely. So, I mean, on both ends, there's definitely room for some big damage. Those are some big Titans from their region. I would actually say maybe previous Titans, right? That were the best in the previous years. We have some world champions, 2nd place for Kenji last year as well. But let's be honest, on the side of SK Gaming, it's very similar if you look at achievements. Maybe not quite last year, but iChaos qualified for 3 world finals in a row. He's one of the only players to have achieved that, and one of the only at LCQ for sure. So if he wants to make it 4 in a row, he's gonna have to get through this match.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing as well. Yoshi has qualified for 2 world finals, but I believe he's actually yet to play in one. So that's the question we need to think about. These, you know, in the LAN environments, when you've got a world champion on the other side, you need to bring your best. He's obviously obviously going to be composed at a live event like this. If he can go all the way in 2022, I'm sure he can play well in the LCQ. But for SK Gaming, I feel like a little bit of inexperience is going to shine through when it comes to playing at LAN, playing with these nerves, because we did see them at Gamescom just about a month ago, and they seem to be a little bit shaky at points.
Yeah, I mean, SK and consistency is a bit of a love story, really. It's been all over the place this year, but let's be honest, it's been consistently on the rise towards the end of the year. It's looking better and better, and from talking to a lot of the teams that are here and that have been scrimming them, they said that SK were one of their favorites to make it through this group and maybe even go to Worlds. So I'm going to respect that, and I feel like if I had to personally go for a prediction, I would side with SK Gaming just a little bit more because of that. But let's be honest, I mean, dude, Chasmac, they're incredibly strong, and it could absolutely go their way.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you. I went over to event.brawlstars.com, locked in my prediction, and I did press on SK Gaming. It kind of pained me to do so as well, considering the roster that these guys are bringing to the table over on the side of Chasmac Gaming EA. Seeing myself press SK Gaming felt a little bit weird, but at the moment, they're just so far in form, and as you said, players, teams, they've been telling us that they are scared of this roster and how on form they are at the moment. In terms of public, they're going to agree with us. 68% of them going with SK Gaming, 32 is what side with Chasmac Gaming EA, and I think that's about right.
Yeah, I think so too. It's going to be Shooting Star though. Do you think Nani is going to be banned once or twice here?
Honestly, I think twice is probably the right answer. Piper might be sliding in there as well, because obviously we did see with these new gears 4 gadgets coming in, and how strong the homemade recipe was with 3. It's a bit worrying that there's going to be 4 of them on the map. I feel like we might see her banned out as well, and honestly, sharpshooters so strong on this map, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's more along the way as well.
All right, Fang also very good ban. Mortis is a little bit of an interesting one. That feels very targeted. I wouldn't say that's a default ban here for Shooting Star. Carl is going to be very helpful at getting that blue star, so I like it being out of the way as well. Maisie ban is going to be quite interesting, to be honest. Not necessarily one of my go-tos, but we will also see the Nani and the Piper we discussed previously.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not really sure about this Meg first pick. I see it coming through so much, and I just don't like it. I really don't like the Brawler, and I feel like it's being overplayed a little bit at the moment. I like that Mandy Band, though. The long range that she can bring to the table's kind of solid, and obviously that's kind of what Chasmac wanted to get out of the way, whereas we know East Asia is such an aggressive region, so I can't blame SK Gaming for the bans of Mortis, Fang, and Carl. It just makes sense. Chasmac Gaming should be making their pick shortly, and it should be coming through onto the draft screen for you here. But what do you answer to Meg with? That's the question. You can play those long-range brawls, and it's going to do pretty well against it, just because she doesn't really have that range. And if you can hit her a few times, bring her out of that mech, then it's going to be really difficult for her to do anything.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you get her out of the mech, well, I mean, the nice thing is that at least she doesn't go down, right? It's not a takeout down, so you don't get a couple extra stars. But at the same time, suddenly you are going to be able to pressure your opponent so much, build up so much control, because there's basically going to be like a lane that's like, I wouldn't even say half a brawler playing on it, like maybe 30% of a brawler. And yeah, you want to make sure you keep her healthy, you keep her well. We do see the drafts on the screen real quick. We see the RT, we see the 8-bit, we see also the Tick, which are definitely interesting picks here. I mean, 8-bit is in a pretty decent place. RT has been, you know, solid in the meta for a while. Tick here, I would say, is the most traditional pick out of those.
I will say as well that 8-bit, I've heard good things about him coming in Bounty, coming in Heist recently, and I think it might be a solid pick along with the RT as well. Connect a few shots, get those marks on, and the amplification from 8-bit Super. It's going to be a lot of damage coming down, and I don't see Meg really being able to push into that when she has to get that close range unless we see a bit of max speed coming through.
All right, a phase shifter early on from OP to seize that blue star, and that's going to be a bit of an artificial lead for SK Gaming early on, but a single kill would turn things around. Already a nest egg is going to be triggered, but the RT manages to live, so far so good. Chasmac going to be trying to get some early supers to turn things around, as Akios is already placing down another nest egg the middle of the map this time around, and Ope is a little bit low HP. They're not able to reset his healing just yet, so he's going to be able to heal up quite nicely. Akios is going to be tanking that ticket, and that's not ideal, but he does have enough space to heal back up. Ope is low, but he lives for now.
Yeah, I mean, this is great pressure from Chasmac to start things off. OP's been low a few times. Chaos obviously got hit by that head and got brought low as well. Yoshi, he seems to be the only one who's really standing his ground at the moment. I understand that, right? Tick really pressuring down through this mid. Unbreakable walls there as well. So even if they did have something to break it, it'd be tough. And now that SK Gaming don't have a thrower, this amplification is going to do so much for Kenji here. He is slightly coming out of it. Would have liked to see it placed maybe a bit higher, but it obviously could have been taken down if that was the case.
Yeah, I do like having that Meg on the left side because I feel like it is going to mitigate the strength of that RT gadget just a little bit, because I mean at worst she's going to be out of the Meg rather than going down, and with so much HP that's not even really the most likely scenario anyways. And Yoshi has been doing a really good job on the left hand side at keeping some ground for SK Gaming, but with 17 seconds left, Chasmac Gaming are going to have to push up. The Tick had to use up some of that SK Gaming ammunition. 10 seconds left. The slow is going to be brutal. A TP back, but will he really be getting back into that fight at that point? 3 seconds left. They need a kill desperately, but it's not coming through, and it's going to be a kill-less bounty game to open up LCQ.
I mean, what looked like a dominant Chasmac game just didn't turn out that way. It was a little bit worrying for them. They didn't manage to get any kills, but I think that just goes to show how well that SK Gaming was surviving more than anything else. Chasmac didn't want to put themselves out of line and risk losing that lead even further. And in the end, it seemed like they should have done exactly that, because you need to try something. You don't want to see a killless bounty game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chasmac Gaming might have to play it a little bit more risky now. They know that the blue star is not something they can really contest early on, so they are going to have to build up some utility to get to a point where they can get a kill. Ope is going to be low. That's going to be burning, I believe, already a second gadget. Now he's probably going to be having 4 anyway, so he still has some spare. Yoshi taking quite a bit of damage, is out of the mech now, and that is what we were talking about in the pre-game. Once he's not in mech, it's not going to be the same level of pressure that SK Gaming can apply.
Yeah, that's a big issue for SK Gaming now. Shouldn't be able to really keep up with it that much, but that might provide him a little bit of that supercharge back with him being slowed down thanks to that nest egg. He gets a few connections. Kenji slides over to come and help out, wants to get behind this wall and place some pressure around the right-hand side. A bit of ammo wasted on that Tick head as well, and I see walking over yet another nest egg, but OP does a nice phase shifter through all his Tick mines. And
there is going to be the first kill. Kuru finds Yoshi. Probably the best target for SK to go down because he's going to be back in mech. But a takedown is a takedown. Chasmac Gaming are going to be taking over the lead now. And for the first time, SK Gaming are going to be behind. And they will need to find a kill to turn things around. At last, the damage booster is going to be out of the way, but there's a spare one for the 8, but he is marked up. So he'll be taking some extra damage. Let's see if they can create some space, and certainly that max super is going to help.
Yeah, the max speed pushing them forwards, and Yoshi back in mech obviously is quite dangerous. The TP towards the turret. Beautiful from Icy to pick him out there, get it just in time, but he's one shot, he's low. Yoshi pushing aggressive though. Kuru down to 1 shot as well, and these are kills have got to come through if SK Gaming want to take this set right now. Kuru managing to heal up and the mark being missed as well, but yet again Icy in a tough spot. Bounties coming through, Tickhead coming down, but there's the trade. Gadgets can't go off for Chasmac either. They don't have the time. Yoshi back in mech, 2 seconds and 1. SK takes set number 1.
That positioning was checkmate when you have a bell, and it's iChaos on it as well. Hitting so many connections towards the end, those bounces were brutal. Just canceling the heals, making sure to keep them low, and even getting the takedown that they needed. That was beautifully done, and up until that point, I was kind of doubting why the bell was here and how much utility it was really giving them. That final play, I mean, that's what won them the game.
Yeah, I mean, that is really worrying now for Chasmac Gaming, because I felt like they were in control of both games and still yet to get any results from it whatsoever. In the end here, they just weren't able to get that damage done. Yoshi fell low, but even if he did come out of that mech, the shield from the star power would have kept him up, I'm sure. That was a really nice play there from Icy. He knew the turret was going down. He knew that his teammate was in jeopardy, so he TP'd forwards, got the kill. But from there, it was all downhill from Chasmac, and they didn't manage to pull it off.
Yeah, Yoshi played really solidly as well. Doesn't have the most LAN experience, and so far is delivering in what is definitely not an easy match against a tough opponent here. Let's see if they are able to maintain themselves. Let's see if Chasmac Gaming can keep some morale after that tough first set. A killless game to open things up, and the second one where they had some chances here and there, but were just not able to close it out. They are going to have to be careful, because as we mentioned earlier, it's a best of 3, so 1 more set for SK, that's all they need.
Yeah, definitely worrying now for Chasmac Gaming EA. Coming into this as one of the favorites, and especially this group is coming into one of the favorites as well. It's a bit worrying, but looking at these statistics, I mean, I think it's fair to say who got SK the win. IKOS with 3 kills, 213 DPS as well. Big stuff from him. Kuro on the other side of things was the main man over on Chasmac Gaming East Asia with the 2 kills, 154 DPS. So not the most out of his team, but it's the kills that matter in Bounty.
Yeah, they got some good damage from the tick as well, but the problem is just it's really hard to close out those kills, especially when there's not really any super squishy brawlers on the side of SK. You'll get damage, and that's nice, but you need to close out those kills. That's the name of the game for Bounty. But we are switching over to Hot Zone. It's going to be dueling Beetles and quite a different map now, because we go from one of the most open maps of the game to one that is much more close range, much more focused about that center battle. Now, there are some options to open up some walls and create a little bit of space, whether it's on your side or your opponents. It's going to depend a little bit of the comp and where you want to create that space. Regardless, it's going to call for some very different brawlers, I assume.
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe that Rosa coming through. We've seen it quite a lot recently as well. Growing some bushes up in that mid, possibly be banned as it's something that maybe Chasmac would want to lean towards with their aggressive tendencies, but actually it's not. Bans coming through. SK Gaming going to ban out the Grey, the Fang, and the Mortis. More aggressive bans from them. And Chasmac Gaming EA maybe taking a bit of a leaf out of SK's book, banning out the Stu, the Crow, and the Cordelius. Some more aggressive stuff. The Barley coming through. And obviously with one side of these walls being unbreakable, it kind of threw Barley a bit further into the meta.
Yeah, definitely so. It helps having a little bit of that extra safe measure. I just want to make sure that everyone remembers as well that the hypercharged brawlers are banned throughout the event. So that's going to be Shelly, Bull, Cold, Spike, Pearl, and Jackie. Just so, you know, if you're wondering, why are we not seeing, I don't know, a Shelly here to counter a Rosa? Well, that is going to be the reasoning. As we do have the first pick from Chasmac, and it is going to be a bunny, a bit of a more old-school staple pick here for dueling Beetle. Still does absolutely great. I love the Maisie as well. It's really strong. I think it is one of the more challenging brawlers to play in the current meta, but if you play it right, it can shut down some longer-range brawlers, some mid-range brawlers. It will shut down tanks like nobody else. So I like the confidence from Chasmac to bring it in here when, you know, it is a bit of a scary moment. They're set behind. I like it. I like the confidence.
Yeah, the issue for me is we've been seeing it in a lot of scrims, and I don't think I've really seen it on the victorious side very much, to be honest with you. So I'm a bit worried for Chasmac at the moment. And at this point, you know, SK don't have to take tanks. They can definitely pivot off that, go for something else. We're seeing the Pam come in on the podium over there, and we do see a bit of a blank spot, so I'm sure we'll get that fixed for you in just a moment. The Pam on the podium is the pick from SK Gaming over there, and I like that. I think Pam's very solid at the moment. The healing it provides, the turret being placed aggressive, defensive, however you want to play it, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, it's going to bring some team utility. It's great for those 1v1s as well with her gadget, making sure to just steal away that ammunition, and then your opponents up close, they're not going to be doing anything. I think we see a Primo being brought in as well as a Byron. Byron is an interesting one, potentially triple healer here with the party as well. Might be playing the slow against the Primo. That would seem like a pretty decent option, but nevertheless, lots of heals, and on the other side, it's going to be much more aggressive. You can jump in with the Primo, you can jump in with the Maisie, you can jump in with the Bunny. So lots more mobility, lots more aggressiveness, and they're going to need it to dislodge Barley from those tricky positions.
Yeah, definitely bold from the East Asian boys here. They're bringing in quite an unusual composition, at least by my European standards, and I'm sure SK's European standards as well. Haven't really seen this too much, but we are getting underway. One set required for SK Gaming to close this one out. Chasmac Gaming need 2 in a row if they want to win it. Meteor coming down, Bush is going to be gone, but those unbreakable walls will remain.
Yeah, IC did not live, but for a couple seconds into that game, it is a couple percentage lead for Chasmac Gaming, but they don't have the slightest bit of control now, and that is going to be trickier. SK Gaming in a great position. Akio's also not missing a shot against that Primo. Will take him down. Ope taking a little bit of damage, but that's what the Byron is there for. Heal him back up. And SK Gaming so far in a dominant position, Chasmac need to open things up, and that jump is not going to be it. The follow-up from IC should be enough to get the kill onto the Barley. It's a 2-on-2, and they'll get a couple more percentages, but SK Gaming still very much present in that zone, and so far already past the 50% threshold.
Yeah, I mean, the super cycle was there from Maisie, but a completely missed jump there, went straight towards the turret by IC, and now Maisie just all alone. SK Gaming on a strong hold on this hot zone, and now it's going to be very difficult for them to come back from this. Gadget used by Chaos there to make sure he doesn't miss IC, and he should be falling once again. Jump goes onto him, but the Pam turret's going to finish him off. Jump comes in from Kenji as well, but the slow down is there from the Barley, and that should allow Chaos to finish him off. 13% needed now for SK Gaming to take it to match point. Splash is there. OP is surely going to be able to sit on this zone long enough, and that he does. Match point up next for SK.
Match point, a game away here from at least making it to the tiebreaker. I mean, they'll make it to the winner's match, but they will have that extra life where they can afford to lose that winner's match, whereas on the side of Chasmac, it would not be as great in the elimination round. Let's see though, as we jump in, and again the Primo down in the mid pushing up, but he takes a lot of damage before he gets up close. It's gonna help him recharge his super, but I don't know if that is really value after all. Kenji was a jump, but not the greatest one either. It's a 1-for-1 trade. You don't really want to use a super for a trade.
Yeah, much better from Chasmac off the start, though. IC seemed to do a bit more off that start, and now Kuru able to try and help out here, gets his super along the way as well. Going to try dash forwards and use that, but doesn't get a lot done with it. Last call comes down from Yoshi there. Super covering the zone and pushing Chasmac back into their spawn once more. Primo super here available as well. Does have 10k HP left. Going to go in, but straight into the Pam turret, the slow, and into everything. It's just not going to work. You got the cycle. Jump comes in from Bonnie as well, but that's not going to do much either. Might get the kill. Might even not do that. He does survive it out. Chasmac's still in the lead, but SK dominating.
I love the Byron pick. It's so spicy, it is so off meta, and yet it is working here for SK Gaming. IC pushing forward, chaining supers, getting some value. Can he get another super? He will. He's definitely creating a ton of space here, and right now Chasmac, they are still in the lead. Ope taking a hefty bit of damage. They do have that healing station to work with. Kenji is going to fall down to iChaos's poison. IC and Kuru pushing up. Kuru with a super gets a kill. A follow-up jump from IC. Not quite going to be connecting, but Chasmac Gaming might be running away with the game.
Yeah, Body going to try and get on that zone. Kuru ticking it up as well. Dash forward and super again. Gets the cycle, but actually might have wasted it, I believe, there. Jump comes in from Kenji to try take down Yoshi, and allow IC to finish this zone. Just needs to juke out OP a little bit for his teammate to come back and finish this one off. He does get his jump, so this should be done and jumped on anyway if Kuru does go down, but not even needed. Chasmac take their first game of this series, and it could not have come at a better time.
Yeah, they needed that desperately, but they made it happen. Brilliant game from Chasmac, brilliant answer to what so far had been a very much SK Gaming-sided match. They are striking back, and now they are playing to try to make it to a third set in this series, even things out, and that would be a really impressive performance if they can make it happen. But the start here is going to be better for SK Gaming this time around. The jump from Kenji, but again, a bit optimistic jumping with such low HP is going to get one-tapped on landing. And SK Gaming was a little bit of a lead early on, but I mean, it's not quite as tough as that first game.
Gadget used there as well. Kenji going to place one down, and Splash used by Chaos, but not actually finding anybody on the side of Chasmac. Now Maze is going to try push up. Uses that dash as well to try get closer towards them. Jump comes in, but that's actually not even going to hit Yoshi anyway. Does manage to get the kill regardless, but that slowing is not going to be good for IC. Does get taken down there as well. Kuru trying to push up, but not finding any luck whatsoever. SK Gaming dominating their match point game, 70% and still ticking.
This is looking tough here for Chasmac. They are in such a bad position right now because they need those team wipes, and it's just not coming through. SK Gaming will take this one home. They are going to be going 1-0 in their group, whereas Chasmac Gaming will be heading towards the elimination round.
I mean, this is a great spot for SK Gaming now, on top of the world. One more game to qualify to day 2. But Chasmac Gaming EA coming into this one looking strong. Don't think they've proven a point there.
Definitely not an underwhelming performance on their end. It was a bit of a chaotic series for them. I don't think the drafts were necessarily it either. I think SK were kind of just one step ahead to that extent, and their way to adapt as well was beautiful in that second set. Even though they did lose that second game, and it was a pretty dominant win for Chasmac Gaming, SK were able to make the right adjustments, just fix whatever was not working out for them. And suddenly, I mean, they had a dominant final game, a statement here, sending Chasmac Gaming to the elimination round.
I mean, undeniable dominance from SK Gaming coming out of that first game there. But if there's one thing we know about Chasmac Gaming EA and the East Asian region in general, is that the heads don't go down. They're going to be coming back even stronger than that in the elimination bracket. But for SK Gaming, on top of the world, one more game to qualify. However, Chasmac going to need 2 in a row now. And even if SK do lose, they've got another chance in the bag.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, again, Chasmac Gaming, they're a team that did qualify by 1 point here to make it to LCQ. So it does seem like they like to qualify the hard way. And so far, they are consistent with their story.
I mean, I think that paints the perfect picture, doesn't it, really? 14, 12, and 5 for the side of SK Gaming with 380, 457, and 429 DPS, whereas the side of Chasmac Gaming EA only managed to get a combined... I mean, that is absolutely pitiful. Combined 10 kills in comparison to Chaos, who got 4 more than that alone. So definitely not the performance we expected coming out of Chasmac Gaming EA today, but SK Gaming, I think they've gone beyond expectations.
Yeah, it was definitely a slow start here for Chasmac, and they were just never really able to find those adaptations. I think they kind of started the series too late, you know? It was the 4th game where they really joined the server, and I think that if they started a little bit earlier on, they could definitely have much more of a fighting chance. But yeah, a little too late, and when it's a best of 3, you just can't afford to make those mistakes.
And the thing is, even when they got started, instantly afterwards, they kind of they were done again. You know, it wasn't something we expected from them whatsoever, and I feel quite disappointed for Chasmac Gaming EA because they've been looking good in scrims, but pairing off against SK Gaming, who have been looking phenomenal since they made that roster change with OP, is not the first game they wanted, but they've still got chances. SK Gaming in a wonderful, wonderful position though, and I don't doubt that they'll be able to make it today too.
Yeah, it's looking really good for SK Gaming, and in all honesty, I think that Ope performed phenomenally as well. He really has some of the least LAN experience out of all of the players here. There are plenty others that are newer to the LAN environment, but he's delivering so far. Same with Yoshi, you know, as you mentioned earlier, does kind of get benched usually around big events, but he is playing on the stage. He is delivering as well in that final series. He had less skill, but he still had like over 400 damage. I mean, so far, SK Gaming looking very convincing.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 players looked very convincing at that as well. And, you know, sometimes we see some hiccups from that team at Gamescom. It was a little bit hit or miss for a few of them, but today they just look better. They look very, very good, confident, comfortable, and I think we should be going down to an MVP now to see who is, according to the community, playing the best for SK Gaming in that game. Let's see who it's going to be. It ends up being, we should see it rise, Chaos. And I mean, the one with the most LAN experience, I think it's fair to say that possibly it was expected.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, he qualified for 3 World Finals in a row. This is the first time he doesn't qualify for the World Finals, but luckily for him, there is LCQ this year as a saving grace, and he definitely is showing that he very much deserves to be here because he wants to get that 4 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to be to World Finals. That's why they're here. Obviously, there is some consolation cash anyway. If you don't make it, you still get some money for playing at this event anyway, but everybody wants those 4 golden tickets. Who wouldn't want those? Let's be real. But we are going to have a little bit of a look at, I believe, the off-stream game in a second, but SK Gaming versus TBD. Obviously, we're still waiting for the team to decide what's going on, and we're actually into the game now. We'll slide straight over, get into the action. It's Reconic versus Team Flashdead.
Yeah, Jacer on the right-hand side. He's going to survive that encounter. Surely I thought he was going to be going down, but a nice kill from R on the left-hand side, and Christian is in a great position. He has TP as well, which as a gem carrier just puts you so far ahead right now. Positioning-wise, Reconic are dominant, getting kills left and right. It is going to be Hyohei that gets a kill on the left-hand side. But right now, looking at the gems, it's all Reconic Esports.
Yeah, that Sandstorm definitely helped them get out of spawn, and now they're pushing towards these couple of gems, but it's not Buster who wants them. He wants to be in Christian's face, trying to retrieve those 8. This might be the 9th, though, for Reconic. Gadget's still in hand, and that's a bit worrying. The drag forwards and the shots should follow up as well. Does get that done. 10 in the count, and it's now starting the 15 seconds to try and take them to match point, but he's slowed down. Has a TP in hand, though, so should be able to heal, but Rootsan says no to that.
Yeah, that is going to be a really good timing for that super. Christian is still low HP. 3 seconds left. Goes for a TP. 1 second. Shizuku is 1 connection, but no follow-up. Unfortunately, just short. That's going to be a match point coming through for Reconic.
I mean, it was great build-up play there coming out of Team Flash. You know, the root sands, all of the, you know, trying to stop them. Crow shots, Crow slow, stopped him from healing for
they had everything.
the whole duration. He was at 2k HP when it started, and he was at 300 when it finished, only taking the tiniest amount of damage throughout that, and he was being stopped all the way through for healing. Now starting that match point game for Reconic Esports to see if they can take it all the way to face SK.
A great start already for Reconic, getting the first 3 gems. A bit of a risky pull there from Christian, but Ryohei not able to really get more damage than that. Will pick up his first gem and gets pulled through the wall as well. Still a nice early gem lead for Reconic, building up slowly but surely, and a TP available as well. Some low HP players, but Christian is playing patient. Does TP on Memeshi whilst he's carrying the gems. It's a little bit risky. Memeshi not enough HP to do anything about those gems, and he will eventually go down, but it did create some space and make things a little bit more scary than they had to be.
Yeah, 7 is the count now, and JXCR just looking to try and go down there to Zuku to provide those gems back to Christian, but the pull comes back. Now shots coming through, but the Buster says no to that, stops that in its tracks. TP falls from Christian again, and that's where he wants to die to this Crow over and over, because he keeps on going so aggressive. Buster coming around the left, gets both, should be able to get out as well, but Ree's trying to stop it in there, but it doesn't happen. Double match point should be upon us if Team Flash can hold on.
My goodness. The Buster plays are real, and Memeshi has been getting so much value on that Crow as well this game. That was, I don't want to call it a throw, but it definitely felt like Reconic could have played that better.
I'm just not really understanding these TPs directly onto the Crow, to be honest with you. It just feels weird.
As a gem carrier
like,
too, you know?
I understand if he's got a few shots off him, if he's low, if anything's happened to him, but no effects whatsoever directly into a bush. It seems a bit weird. I won't lie. But at the end of the day, double match point, they still have a chance. 1 game for each of these teams. 1 will be heading to elimination, and 1 will be heading towards that upper bracket.
All right, let's find out. Double match point. And Shizuku is going to be first block. He goes down. Jacer trying to get some damage. Oh, beautiful pull there, but luckily Christian did unlock his TP and gets back to safety. And this time around, he didn't use it to TP onto the Crow.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's an improvement in itself. Christian now just trying to get things started. Slow down there from JXCR, and he does get the shots through. Another super going to be popped there. Nice stuff from him. Should be able to claim Sandy, but Ryohei in behind, looking for the kills on both R and Christian. 7 gems now. The TP straight onto him from R. I love that from him. Great stuff to use the stuff that's already on the map to make plays.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. They needed that kill quickly so they don't get pinched from the teammates respawning. Gems-wise, still very comfortable here for Reconic. Christian was low HP, so he had to fall back a little bit to heal up. The Rosa gadget gonna find some value there on Ryohei. The kill comes through. Memeshi does have supers. Shizuku with a wide flank on the left-hand side. He's gonna catch Christian off guard. Gets 1, gets 2. Riz is low HP, goes down as well. Team Flash was a ridiculous clutch.
I mean, he just robbed them blind. Straight TP back into the Sandy shots, and the gem carrier fell. 10 seconds on the clock for Team Flash to do it. Ryohei straight towards Christian, shuts that down. JXCR, we say goodbye to him as well. Ree is the only one left, and it's not gonna happen. Daylight robbery by Team Flash, and Reconic are in the elimination bracket.
My goodness, that was one of the most ridiculous Sandy plays I have seen in a hot minute. I think we can hear them from here, all the way in the off-stream room. I mean, what an unbelievable clutch that was. And it's smart to go for those wide flanks, because right now, you know, teams are nervous. They're focused on their fights. They're not necessarily going to be thinking about a lane where nothing has been happening for a bit. Suddenly, you have the Sandy right behind you, puts you to sleep, gets a double kill. The Crow jumps in, gets the 3rd. I mean, beautiful stuff. Absolutely beautiful.
I mean, those grey TPs were actually the demise of them. Not usually what they do is help, not really get your team killed, but he TP'd from that gem spawn back straight into the sandy shots and gave so much value. 3 shots on all of them. Super went down to stop the healing. Crow comes in, and what a play that was from Team Flash to recover those gems, because it was in a position where they looked like they were going to be going to that elimination bracket, but they managed to clutch it up and did look decent doing it, I will say as well.
Honestly, that could be a potential play of the day already in our off-stream match number 1. We still have plenty more to come. And here we are going to have a quick look at our results. As a reminder, it is a 2-1 scoreline that brings Team Flash into the winners match against Reconic. They won 2-1. SK Gaming 2-0 against Chasmac Gaming EA. Bit of an underwhelming performance from Chasmac, but as a consolation, they do have a loser match to play out against Reconic. So it's not over just yet, but they are only a best of 3 from going home, and we know for sure that one of those 2 teams is going to be going home after that match.
Yeah, sad to see. They only just got here. It would be disappointing to say goodbye to either one of those teams because both of them looked pretty good. I mean, Chasmac EA took a bit of a disappointing loss against SK Gaming, but that Reconic team, I feel like they should have taken that one home there over Team Flash. And obviously, you got to give Team Flash a big round of applause for that play to recover them at the end, because that was a big moment. But they are going to be facing off against SK Gaming here, and that is something to be scared of.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, regardless, getting towards that first seed is going to be absolutely massive for whichever of those teammates going to be. They will be playing against Group C when it comes to tomorrow's matches. So you really do want to have that first seed. It's going to put you in a better position. You'll be facing the second seed of Group C. So in theory, the lesser team. Now in practice, you know, Brawl Stars is a very day-by-day game. Everything can happen, but you want to put all the odds in your favor. And I feel like right now, I mean, just looking at this match, I feel like SK Gaming, they're not going to be too unhappy with whatever is coming their way.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be the heavy favorites coming into this one in reality, you know. It feels like one of the, well, the 2 of the more dominant regions played each other in those first games, and now they're kind of playing off against Team Flash, and, you know, I just can't see SK Gaming losing this. If they bring the same energy, the same mentality, the same gameplay as they did against Chasmac Gaming EA, I don't really like Flash's chances. At the end of the day, though, they are a full Japanese roster playing in that SEA slot. So sometimes you've got to have a bit of faith, and I'm not counting them out, but I think SK are the favorites. Yeah,
absolutely so. I'm completely with you. I think that right now, SK Gaming, we're just more consistent in the last couple of months. And it's something to say about SK Gaming. I told about their inconsistency earlier. In all honesty, Team Flash, they had a solid first 5 months of the year. Just the last month, they didn't even qualify for the monthly finals, and with a lot of roster changes as well. It's been all quite chaotic. I think like they kind of, you know, knew what was going on, but just a little bit odd to me, at least from a spectator perspective. And not qualifying for August is just a little bit worrying, especially considering that, like, traditionally as an org at least, Team Flash mostly didn't go too far in their bracket at LAN events.
Yeah, well, let's take a little bit of a look at the matchup then. SK are going to be returning to the stage. Yoshi, OP, and iKaos, as you have just seen, but joined against a different team, Ryohei, Mameshi, and Suzuku.
We'll kick things off with SK Gaming, of course, as they are going to be getting ready to jump onto that stage, or rather walk. That is going to be a bit more of a civilized way to do it. They are the number 4 placing team in the EMEA season. It's iKaos, it's Yoshi, it's OP. We just watched them in their opening match. They have lots of achievements behind them, of course. A top 8 finish at the World Finals last year. In 2021, iKaos and Yoshi played together under AQM's banners and managed to get top 8 as well. Let's greet their opposition, however, as they are getting ready to join SK on stage. It is, of course, Team Flash with their full-on Japanese roster nowadays.
Team Flash, of course, the number 1 seed out of Southeast Asia. And this is going to be a very, very important match for them. They've got to get this one right. Statistically, though, I've got to say, they've got some very impressive stats. 5 grand final wins, 5 grand final appearances. I mean, that is placing them realistically into the top 3 of the entire competition in terms of the set win percentage as well. I mean, that's 83%, 45 sets won out of 54 total. I mean, that's very impressive stuff by comparison. SK didn't really have the best statistic run, but they did end the August monthly finals for bang.
I think this is where the format of LCQ is going to shine at its best, because you have teams, as you mentioned, like Team Flash, that are the #1 seed of their region, an incredibly dominant team over in SEA, but then on the other hand, you have SK Gaming that has had, like, they struggled, you know, and at some point we didn't even know if they would make it to LCQ either, and they're going to be facing each other, the best of the region against one of the teams that, like, struggled to be here in the first place. And that's just going to be a beautiful thing to watch. But of course, different regions, so it's very hard to compare always. I mean, we watched earlier, it looked like Reconic was very dominant in their matchup, and yet Team Flash managed to turn it around.
It was an amazing play as well, wasn't it, really, on that Stanley? Suzuki really came in clutch for his team right when it mattered most, because I felt Reconic had the draft, by the way. Ems and Rosa on double swoosh, that to me is automatically almost a W, but such a clutch ending, and it's placed them to where they are now. And this is where it really does count. Ultimately, for me, Team Flash, of course, you know, in the SEA region, it's kind of like one of those teams I had a bit of a question mark on, simply because, you know, you're stuck within your region. You haven't necessarily had too much of an opportunity to branch out. Of course, you know, SK Gaming, like you rightly say, almost making the World Finals, just coming short in the Season 3 Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals to Foot Esports. It could have been them. They've got to make up for lost time, but they are looking so good for me today. I've really enjoyed watching the SK Gaming match, and they looked very confident, and they didn't go in too crazy too soon. They paced themselves, as SK like to do, and just build up their confidence along the way against a very strong contender in this competition.
I think you're spot on, and I think that it's crazy as well that they did go for some interesting comps. I mean, the Byron is not necessarily like a go-to on dueling Beatles. I mean, unless I missed a chapter here of the new meta, it's definitely something a bit unique here. Paired with a Pam as well, so heavy healing-based comp there. I don't know if that might be a trend. They were known back in the days. I think it's probably a Pedro thing.
Yeah.
In all honesty, to go like triple healer in Gem Grab, bring in like Pam, Byron, Jean, and things like that, and no one else there to play. I believe actually in 2020, it's secured their match against PSG to move forward. Code Magic, not PSG. But regardless, like, those healing comps do seem to be a little bit of like a sort of safe haven for them to go back to, no matter which players on the roster, because back then, none of them were with SK Gaming. So it is interesting to see some of those ideas come back and become a little bit more of a staple for SK.
And of course, you know, iChaos is such a LAN demon. You know, he's appeared in every BSC LAN since 2020. I mean, you know, this is how much it means to him to make sure that they get the results here today. On the other side of the coin, you know, Team Flash have got a former world champion Mameshi, so there is a great deal of confidence which comes alongside that, and a great amount of leadership also. You know, when the cards are down and you're looking like you're out, that's the kind of player that can really pick up the pace and turn things around, as we saw previously already happening today.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, if we call iChaos a LAN demon, I think we can call Mameshi a LAN demon too, because he won his LAN in 2021 with Zeta Division to become a world champion. So they do have that extra little edge there, where more experience, I would say, in competitive for the side of SK, but just not at like that high of a level. So it's very different stories here, very different teams facing each other. I'm sure we'll be hopping into our draft shortly, but I'm just so curious to see what they're going to be bringing in. I see Smiles on the side of SK, more typically focused on the side of Team Flash.
I mean, statistically, SK Gaming did not have a very good set win percentage, I'll be honest. At 35%, 19 sets won out of a total of 54. That ranks them at 13 in this competition out of 16 teams, right down the bottom. But nonetheless, the way that they have approached things today has really impressed me so far. They're not worrying about the past. They very much are in the present. They've got their head in the game, and being at this stage, being so close now to victory, they can smell it. And again, you know, with Arceus' birthday, right? I mean, what better final birthday wish than getting it right?
Absolutely. So I did ask him this morning as well, like what he wanted for his birthday. Not that I was going to give him anything, but just like generally what he wanted. And he said, I want to qualify for day 2. So I was there like, I can't give you that, but I can like, you know, cheer you on.
Not win the World Finals. Cutting himself short.
That is like, you know, one step at a time. Baby steps. Yeah. Baby steps.
Well, you know, I mean, we've got the Shooting Star giveaway happening right now. You know, Supercell are granting wishes. I wonder, who knows? Maybe there's a twist in the tail when it comes to the PSC here as well.
I saw people asking for that 2019 World Champion pin. Spen obviously not going to be happy about that one. But yeah, let's see. I don't think those will be granted, though. I hope not, because the OG stuff needs to stay like a little bit OG. World Champion pin, Arc.
It's got to stay, isn't it? It's got to stay. I mean, Bameshi might be flaunting that very thing here today. Of course, as we know, you know, SK are so focused. And I think I got to say, OPE performed fantastically earlier today as well.
He did.
You know, considering that in terms of LAN experience, a little bit behind the others. I mean, Yoshi as well. You know, qualified 2 World Finals, but didn't actually play, which is like, you know, heartbreaking for me. And of course, I want to see him on that world stage. I want to see him really showing his worth. And this is now the barrier that stands between them and proceeding into those World Finals.
Yeah, I really wonder how the conversation went with SK just before Worlds. You know, if Yoshi asked like where his bench was going to be, or like, you know, if they were going to get a 4th. And no, he's playing. He's actually playing here, and he is aiming towards those World Finals. They're a match away to qualify for day 2, and that of course applies to both teams here. Just a reminder, it is GSL groups, meaning those are the winners of their opening matches facing each other. Let's look at our maps here. Our safe zone for highs to kick things off, out in the open for knockout, and then last but not least, it's going to be Brawl Super Beach to close things out.
I've got to say, I really do hope we make it to a 3rd set. I mean, that is going to be so spicy. Of course, SK, you know, in Brawl Ball, notorious a little bit for playing things passive, but again, it's a winning strategy. It worked already today, and I would thoroughly expect them to be going in with that same kind of approach in this matchup. But again, the drafts have been really impressive, and I'm kind of feeling that they've got a bit of an edge in that respect. It's great to look at stats, but I think what it comes down to is your performance on the day and kind of how you handle yourself. For Team Flash, of course, you know, in looking back at their performances, it's hard to really spot what their worst month was. I mean, it was obviously August where they didn't qualify, but nonetheless, you know, a grand final appearance in every monthly final. In terms of their best performance, that's what makes it kind of hard to spot realistically, but I guess the sweep in March against Rising Sun on a 3-0 scoreline would probably be that. Nonetheless, again, SK Gaming have been in a region which has been notorious for being, you know, one of the most competitive regions in Brawl Esports. We get so many people attend those qualifying stages, which makes it incredibly hard to even make the monthly finals. And as we know, SK did not have a very good start to the year at all. February, March, you know, was not their time, not qualifying at all. But again, there's some grand final appearances in April and in August, and that is what should do them justice here. And 86% of those watching at event.brawlstars.com seem to agree.
Yeah, it seems like you guys spectated just like us. SK Gaming sending a Japanese team down to the elimination round, and I mean, considering they're facing against 3 Japanese players now, I mean, history may just repeat itself, or Memeshi, Ryohei, and Shizuku will be able to avenge their fallen brothers.
We're shortly getting into the draft, and again, it really can be the difference maker to a win or a loss. And in a, you know, round situation of only 3 sets, it's incredibly unforgiving. We've already seen it earlier today, and just how much so it can be. And we'll get the GFX up in just a short while in terms of that draft to see what the players are thinking in their minds. SK looking quite relaxed now, actually, having some discussion, some smiles around as well, so could be liking what they're seeing on the other side. Team Flash looking incredibly composed at the moment. A little bit of discussion here and there, but nonetheless, eyes down and just discussing through the strategy.
Yeah, I might still have to like digest that victory over Reconic that like obviously was very much deserved because those plays were beautiful, but I think themselves were probably surprised that they ended up taking that one home after a double match point and stealing every single gem that actually was a countdown for Reconic. But our first pick here is going to be the Nani. It seems like a Nani is an absolute threat at the moment. One of the top brawlers. It deals well with tanks. It does fantastic against sharpshooters. Anything that deals heavy damage, the gadget is going to counter it so hard. And overall, it's just a brawler that benefited massively from having a little bit more damage because nowadays it just destroys everything.
And the Colette to follow up as well against Team Flash's Meg and the Bonnie. I really feel like that Colette could get a lot of value. And Meg, not a bad brawler at all. We've kind of seen a little bit of a drop-off with her, but nonetheless championed a lot in the EMEA region by VN Esporting, and comes straight to my mind. It can really, keep control and be a thorn in their side. Ruffs will be the follow-up for Team Flash, and Eve for SK Gaming. Very versatile brawler, of course, with the quadruplets gear, can really cause a big pushback potential, and I think that is quite key with that particular brawler. Great maneuverability, of course, as well, to come along with it.
Yeah, definitely. So I like where this is going. I'd say that comp-wise, I would lean a bit more towards SK Gaming's side. It just feels like maybe a little bit more meta-relevant, but hey, there's only one way to really find out how those comps work, and that's going to be by jumping in-game any second now and seeing how things are going to work out.
Straight away, it's X9J into the mid against the Nani, which is going to be a very tough matchup indeed. Chaos, of course, will be utilizing that space that he's got to maneuver around with the lake. As Mameshi pops there, the gadget pushing himself forward, going on the aggressive. OP on the left, taking a lot of damage, and has got to heal up now.
Suzuku is going to pop a gadget, but that's not going to be nearly enough to save him. Jay not in the mech anymore and not going to be as threatening. Could even let him deal some damage on safe. That would not be worrying whatsoever here for SK Gaming. They need to make sure of is getting back some control on the right-hand side, and at last, the Meg is back in mech.
Yeah, OP pops the gotcha gadget there and gets some great healing off the back of things, staying alive, but goes down in the end to Suzuki. Now Peep coming in, a chance to TP onto the safe for Yoshi. If he lands it, he cannot miss this, and he does hit it. Is the damage going to be raining in? It's on both sides now as well. Very even, 81% left on the SK Gaming safe to the 84% on Team Flash. And now the battle for the mid commences once again.
Yeah, Ope has his super, but he needs to heal up and gets the double connection. But I think that the mech jumping out did not get tagged again there. But Ope still is able to get his follow-up super. He is low HP, goes down whilst in his gotcha gadget as well. And control-wise, this is fantastic for Team Flash. They even have a Bonnie super. If they're starting to lose control, you can jump in and create some more space. Again, get some extra damage on safe, and then SK Gaming will have to fall back to defend. Ope goes for the super, not the most value, but still a kill comes through. Problem for SK is their safe is really getting low.
Nice shielding there for OP. Another gadget pop, staying alive and in the mix with Chaos as well, with a quick little jump away there. They're about to push forwards, but Suzuki is still there on that bottom left. He's got to be taken care of. Now Team Flash coming back off the respawn. There's only 12% left on the SK Gaming safe, however. They haven't dealt with the rust. They do finally now, but it's too little too late for me. I mean, one big push from Team Flash, and they will secure it, but SK Gaming now take control of the mid, and they have one final ditched attempt. They cannot falter. They cannot move now. With only 20 seconds left on the clock.
This would be an incredible comeback if SK Gaming can make it happen, but it might be a little bit too much to ask for. 10 seconds left, the Colette super goes down. It is 40% that makes up the difference between both teams, and Team Flash hit hard here in game one as they pick that game up.
The aggression really did pay off, and of course, staying firm and just in the mix was what really did lead to that deficit just being too difficult for SK Gaming to bring back. Left it just a little bit too late. But again, I kind of wonder with this Eve versus Meg matchup, whether over time those hatchlings could be more of a problem for Team Flash. Let's see how they fare this time around, and SK Gaming can give themselves the advantage again. Again, it was such a fantastic matchup earlier today. They looked so strong, but they just didn't quite land the mark. I want to see a couple more TPs from Yoshi, a bit more of an aggressive position as well on that safe, and this is looking already quite a lot better. Jay in the mid, very low hit out of mech as well, but Meshi there popping the Sugar Rush and trying his best to get some value for it, but he's too low. He can't really contest the situation.
Yeah, in all honesty, earlier as well, early on the mech was out of mech, but the problem was that they didn't really manage to get that kill or really build up much control from that position. Now they have a little bit of a damage lead now, which is going to be very nice. OP and Gadget as well, getting some good value and gonna try to get a super on safe. The swipe is gonna miss there. A little bit of a blunder because OP will get to survive now and just help out keeping that mid control.
Meshi very quickly taken care of, allowing Yoshi all the time in the world to go back in, gets a couple of taps for his time. 50% damage now dealt and climbing with OP going in, and Team Flash have not scratched the safe yet. Now, with the mid control yet again, they've got to start to assert themselves better and pick up the pace, because SK could be running away with this if they're not careful.
39% is not a healthy save. SK Gaming 100%, that's looking much better for sure. Memeshi, low HP, goes for a jump in, gets the kill actually, and that's gonna be some damage on safe coming through at last, but not a whole lot either, because in the meantime, OP got some connections on safe as well, will eventually fall. A Gadget there to tank that Nani shot, but Jay eventually goes down, and it is still nearly a 60% lead in favor of SK.
I wasn't sure on that jump from Memeshi, but he made it count, so I'll take it back. Nonetheless, Team Flash are on the ropes, and SK continue to scrutinize this. It's looking like a night and day difference so far. 30 seconds left now. A chance for Team Flash to try to do something here, but Chaos is continuing these taps over to Jay and Suzuki in the mid. Team Flash can't get themselves together enough to get the damage which they need.
Clock is running incredibly low, and they need to defend on the left side, and they need to attack all over the place as well. OP gonna get Jay outside of his mech, and that is gonna be more than a comfortable win from SK Gaming to even things out and bring us to a double set point.
Now we've got ourselves a set, haven't we? Fantastic stuff. A great retaliation there from SK Gaming under pressure. And they handled themselves very, very well, but will they do so again to lock this set down? It's such an important one. The first set can really be a difference maker here. That valuable momentum that it brings in what is a best of three. So crucial to land this, but I loved what Yoshi was doing, more so on the peep side this time round, keeping that pressure on the back lines. Team Flash, they're going in very aggressive, and Jay already out of mech. Again, Memeshi very low on that left-hand side as well, and Chaos finds the shots continuously so. This peep, though, could be the perfect thing. Oh, the sandbags placed to perfection from Suzuki.
Yeah, very well done by Suzuki on the roughs. Nice enough, SK Gaming only taking 2% damage, so not in the worst position yet. Team Flash gonna be trying to hold on to that mid control, not give it away too freely, because against the Colette, that is gonna be a dangerous game. You are playing Jay very low HP. One of the hatchlings will connect onto Memeshi. Might take some more damage, but actually he's gonna go for a jump towards that safe, and Jay gonna let him live for now. So that's a bit of a problem. Chaos jumped away, but not really in the right direction to defend, and in the meantime, there's some damage coming through onto that blue safe. Let's see how this is gonna be working out, as we have just a little bit of a base raise. Yoshi getting some extra tanks onto that red safe as well. It is SK that is in the lead for now, but not by a whole lot.
Memeshi just cleared up OP there as well. A bit of a mistake for me from SK. They should really have dealt with the threats, and now buying some lost time as best they can. Gotcha Gadget again from OPE, because he's got to defend this, but the pressure is mounting. SK have got to stay more composed here as look at the safe. It's been continuing to shred down. 52% now, but Team Flash can just recollect themselves in this mid and go back for another push and get Jay back in the mech, and this is very dangerous for SK now.
Yeah, there's definitely enough time for things to go either way. With a 9% lead, Team Flash, I would even argue being in a better position right now, because sure, they don't quite have the health on the safe advantage, but they have the positioning advantage. And that is going to be so key, because right now they're playing it safe on purpose, not because they're struggling to push through, but because they want their push to be the final push of the game, so that if they take the lead, SK can't strike back.
They are timing the strike, but Yoshi is on the safe as well. OP does get a takedown as well. It's going to be so close. At the moment, it is still SK in the lead. 24% left on this safe, and a perfect defense there as well. SK Gaming will be able to secure this one just in the nick of time. What a commendable comeback, because I was worried, so worried for them. Team Flash looked in such a commanding position, and the turnaround was so methodical from SK.
Reverse sweeping this opening set. Just as a reminder, it was Team Flash that opened the set with a victory, but it is going to be turned around, and SK Gaming end up taking it in the long run. Very well done on their end, and I think that is the bigger challenge in a LAN environment when you have the nerves and all that, and also one of the reasons why having a coach can be incredibly valuable, because sure, the draft, super important, always is, but I wouldn't argue it's necessarily more important in a LAN setting, because like your draft is prepared, right? You kind of know what you want to play, what your opposition wants to play, and you have to make some adaptations on the spot sometime, but it is theory. In practice though, making the right adjustments so you turn around a set that you are losing, that, I think, is what can make the biggest of difference at this level. And Team Flash, they showed us earlier in our previous match that they are absolutely capable of doing that, because they were not in a good position in their match against Reconic, and yet they won it. Let's see if they can bring out that sort of comeback now against SK.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree. Definitely the morale for SK to have Coach Pedro behind the scenes there. Going to be feeding a lot into that mentality, but I think SK have just grown really nicely this year with the competition, learning from their mistakes along the way and rectifying them, most importantly, on the stage where the pressure is on. This is an environment that many players are not really used to. When the lights are on and pressure really hits home, mistakes can be easily made, and they're looking very, very fierce so far as the stats roll in. A great game for Chaos for SK, great game as well for Jay. 241 DPS for him to the 253 of Chaos, and a great amount of takedowns, 11 for Jay, 10 for Chaos, and whistling down from there. Not the best of games for Suzuki, but nonetheless a chance to redeem themselves going into this second set.
Yeah, a little bit of a quieter game, I would say, for Suzuki here, but in all honesty, did not have the easiest matchups. I think a fresh draft is going to be an opportunity here for a fresh start, and they need to embrace that for Team Flash, because if they don't, they will be going into the tiebreaker match, and you much rather want to just qualify straight up for tomorrow, not risk going out, and at best being second seed. First seed is on the line here, and that is massive.
Well, knockouts and out in the open then. And of course, the name of the game really is staying on your feet and not giving your team that disadvantage by going down and making it that 2 versus 3. In those situations, on the world stage, you just cannot afford to do so. It can go incredibly south very, very quickly if you do. Bans are in Meg, Fang, and Eve for SK in a first early draft of Brock. Really love that Fang ban, by the way, to the Piper, the Nanny. First pick of Gene, of course. The healing puff's going to be quite instrumental here. An 8-bit ban as well. Quite an interesting brawler to ban, actually, on Knockout. But I have heard a great deal about that particular brawler, especially from North America. It's very, very rife in the meta. And Max, very aggressive ideas being displayed here from Team Flash.
Yeah, definitely so. Also very OG ideas. I mean, Max Gene, that's like 2020 stuff, Like, I love it. I love it. I think Gene is in a bit of a tough spot at the moment. Max, still good, but definitely not as good as it once was. So it is an off-meta team that Team Flash are bringing in, but it might also just be their comfort zone. Bringing back brawlers they know they shine on, even though they might not be the most shiny meta picks. They've worked here traditionally in the past. The synergy between Max and Gene is just as good as it was before. Just the brawlers aren't as strong in the current meta. But if they're more comfortable on that, rather than anything else, or if that's their decision to just, stick to something they know they can make work, it might be the best moment to do something like that.
Well, SK draft RT as their final pick to the Bonnie of Team Flash. And I've got to say, you know, against this Max, it's going to be very difficult to land those shots with the Bell, with the Brock. And that could be a potential advantage then if they get this right. Bonnie, of course, fantastic at securing those final kills right when it matters most and giving yourself back the round or potentially the game as well. Maybe even a set, who knows. But for Team Flash, they had to have something like that in their arsenal here. The long-range affair is not necessarily going to be there with a Max, with a Gene, but the survivability absolutely will be. That speed and those heals could be very, very important. An early break there from OPE with the rocket fuel, as we thoroughly expected. It just provides such a great channel to get straight into this. And look at that! My word, Chaos with a takedown of Mameshi immediately off the bat.
Yeah, placement mistake there. I think they could have tanked that shot into the wall, but the bounce was lethal for the Gene. Shizuku just looking to make it a quick one. I mean, at that stage of the round, you don't have a whole lot to play for, but you're already giving away a round to SK Gaming, and Team Flash, they need to be more careful. I mean, it's not even really the Gene's fault because it was a bounce from the Bell shot that was onto the Max that took him down. It is complicated, it is going to be tough, but how do you recover from there?
I mean, this has got to be one of the fastest rounds of knockout I've ever seen, and Team Flash now are slowing the pace down, but sure to pick it up soon if Suzuki can just obtain super. SK a little bit on the back lines here. OP's got to heal up, but Yoshi's got a tanky amount to be able to push his way through if he feels the time is right for it. Again, OP conceding these shots. He's got to be cautious here. Chaos, though, full HP. If he can get a mark and just obtain it off the back of a couple of shots, that's a good one there. That will then ricochet between the team, and now the chance for SK to fight back.
Yeah, that damage is brutal, but the magic buffs help compensate a little bit. A kill onto Chaos, and it is looking quite a bit better now, and the gas it is here for SK Gaming, trying to not feed any more supers to their opposition. And it's a round each for this opening game. Let's see if they can close it out on the SK side, or if Team Flash will reverse sweep this game.
What a beautiful reverse polarity there from Chaos, making it 3 versus 2 now. And let's see whether we might see a champion moment for Team Flash here. Phase shift onto Chaos, good taps as well, but it does place there. Suzuki in a perilous position, leaving just Ryohi, who has subbed in there for X9J all alone here. And it should be an easy clear up here for SK. A jump in, a swift takedown, and that game goes the way of SK.
Definitely some fighting chances, but over-aggressive. At least that would be my analysis here on the side of Team Flash. Losing players early on into those rounds, taking a lot of damage early on. You need to prevent that from happening. I think the Max, as you mentioned, is going to be great at dodging those shots, but you kind of want to make it to a Max Super. If you go down way before that, every time I look again at the HP situation, that's going to be straight back towards spawn because you're too low HP to stay in position. And that, I think that Bell trick shot actually connected, but he did manage to heal up in time to not make that lethal.
Yeah, honestly, these reverse polarities are insane from Chaos. A big tap, a follow-up mark as well, and SK are really keeping the pressure on as they have to. They are one game away from taking the #1 seed, making it to day 2 if they can get this right. And so far, Team Flash haven't really displayed much of awareness, and there's a huge takedown in the mid. Suzuki goes down. Ryoki tries to reposition himself onto the right-hand side, but it is that 3 versus 1 yet again. That familiar situation the Team Flash have just not found themselves out of. That round goes the way of SK. This is almost all over.
It could just be because SK Gaming are so close to the finish line, so close to qualifying for day 2. Let's see if they can make it happen now. Oh, nice phase shifter there. Going to be saving that Max's life. Ryohei jumps in, does manage to find one, but will be traded out right after. 2-on-2 here, and going to be an important one for Team Flash. If they want to even have a chance at a comeback, they need to win this one.
We haven't seen a Gene pull yet from Mameshi. Now is the time to see one. And Suzuki's got to be there for the clear up as well. He is now marked, and that is going to not be ideal. But the speed available as well. If Team Flash time this right, they can survive on. Now it comes in. The aggressiveness might show itself. Chaos under a lot of scrutiny here, but he's tapping hard. The pull is there. So, oh my word! Chaos is the last man standing. And SK Gaming will see day 2 and secure that
Ice cold gameplay from iChaos. Unbothered in that clutch position, still closes it out for his team. And that is going to be a strong victory, another statement here, as today SK Gaming take down 2 Japanese teams. They are going to be your first seed for Group A.
What a fitting end there for Chaos, the birthday boy. I mean, what an amazing final moment. We've had plays of the day, left, right, and center already, and we're still in Group A. Phenomenal stuff from SK. They just looked so calm and collected, they really did. And just taking their time with things. These reverse polarities from Chaos, I cannot wait to go back and watch through the VOD. Getting so much early value, it placed Team Flash right on those backlines early on, and they just were not able to collect themselves. They seemed a bit flustered from things, and you know, SK just struck while the iron was hot. Look at this.
Brutal 1v2, yeah, wow. Impressive stuff, and a little hug from Pedro there as well. Just showing his appreciation. Happy to not have to make another draft here, as they can close it out in 2. Stats-wise, I mean, not much to say here. You know, the lowest skills for SK is higher than the highest skills for Team Flash. Usually that kind of says the story, especially when it comes down to a game mode like Knockout, where, I mean, kills are going to be all that matters.
I mean, if Chaos is not MVP off the back of that, I mean, I've lost all faith in humanity. Wonderful stuff coming in, and, you know, SK really are making good on the year as far as I'm concerned. They've never looked better. That is really exciting for me as a prospect going into day 2 now, and they are looking like the team to beat in this group. And, I mean, they are the team to beat in this group. They are the #1 seed for good reason. But, again, you just don't know how teams are going to react when it comes to being back on the world stage. Now, do they flaunt themselves and really carry their own, or do they crumble?
That is always a very good question. I think we have an interview on the way. Trav, let's hear it.
So after a very, very dominating display in Group A, I am joined by the SK Gaming coach, Pedro Guajaro. I'll start with the most common question off the bat. How do you feel about the complete dominance you've just shown?
We worked really hard these last months. We know that this weekend is when we fixed the whole year, that we didn't do what we had to do. And yeah, we gained confidence, we worked hard, we know that we had to do what we had to do, and yeah, each of them did insane.
Yeah, I mean, it must be a bit weird for you not going directly to World Finals after year in, year out of just domination from you and the different SK squads that you've been with over the years. You know, was there any certain preparation, or was there more nerves coming into this than there would be? You know, at the risk of not making Worlds yet another time.
Yeah, we know that this weekend is everything for us. We were a bit nervous. We know what we can lose, right? But we worked so hard that I think we are confident enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think final question now as well. With the amount of roster changes you've done over the year, it's been quite difficult for you, and the start that you had wasn't obviously the one that was desired for SK Gaming and you guys as well. I think OP has kind of given you what you needed to be able to push through towards the end of the year. What was the reasoning behind bringing him in over other players, and what does he bring to the team?
Yeah, one of our biggest problems at the start of the year is that we missed this kind of fast brain that help on the draft, help on changing strategy and adapting to it. Actually, we had to do it today, and Ope was insane, and Ope was the guy.
Yeah, he played really well. I'll give you one last chance. Give any shout-outs on this first day.
I always say we struggled too much in the start of the year. I know our fans are a bit disappointed. We are too, and we are going to fix it. We are fixing it. Thank you for the support anyway.
Big words there from Pedro, and making it to day 2 is a big, big thing for them. Back over to the casters to resume the games.
Great stuff there from Pedro. Great to get inside the mind of a team, which again, you know, going into this one, we had some reservations on. I think for good reason, but have they proved everyone wrong here today? I think so.
Yeah, definitely so. Not only taking that first seed, they took it in 4 sets. you don't do it much cleaner than that. I think they lost like a game or two, but I mean, just not much to worry about at that point. A breeze for them here in Group A.
Yeah, and on the world stage, that's no easy feat, I can assure you. Well, we've got our MVP as well lining up for you guys as voted for over at event.brawlstars.com. I'm looking at you, Chaos. It's got to be you, Chaos. Surely it's Chaos. And it is. Thank the Lord.
Yeah, very much deserved. What else can I say? Just played really, really solid. It's, you know, the reason he is so valuable to that team is going to be in that LAN experience. He's just incredibly consistent. I can't recall a single match where IKOS underperformed at the LAN event. Like, didn't win all of them, definitely not, but always at least solid. And it's really nice to have those sort of rocks in your team, especially when you have two players that are a little bit less consistent. I mean, Yoshi definitely has had some history with consistency being an issue. And then, of course, Ope being a bit more new and not entirely, you know, amongst the best players in the world just yet. But he has that potential. So having that rock in IKOS, I think is just so phenomenal for them.
Yeah, and you know, OP is only going to grow with more and more experience on stage, and that is such an exciting prospect for me because of his playstyle. He's so aggressive, but you kind of have to be a bit more refined in your approach when you are under such scrutiny. I mean, one wrong slip here and there, and it can be the difference between making those world finals or exiting at this stage in the tournament, and no one wants to go home without making those world finals. And even then, is, you know, defeat can be approached by different teams in different ways, you know, and coming back the following year stronger can be one thing, but it can also be the demise of some people in the pro scene, and just being able to stand the heat, for me, that's a great sign.
Absolutely, I could not agree more. And in all honesty, when it comes to OP specifically, I remember a couple of years ago, you know, running into Lena in some small community leagues and thinking he's going to be huge. Joker, he's going to be the next Lena. Ope, he might be the next Lena. He might be the next Joker here for EMEA.
Yeah, I remember distinctly back when he was playing with Mood, and you know, he always had that potential as well. And of course, we've had a match played off stream as well. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights of that in just a moment. But you know, I'm very keen to see what our next matchup is going to be in that respect, because ultimately, you know, it's going to be, sadly, one team exiting the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. It's brutal every time here in the BSC. LCQ makes it a little bit less brutal, but nevertheless, it's a year worth of work for those teams. And by the looks of it, CMG here taking the first set. Oh, a nice little trick shot pass as well to lock that one in. We'll have the scores up for you guys in just a second.
Spoiler alert.
Spoil me. I want to be spoiled.
And this is a big one. I've got to say, I'm hearing the Reconic Esports took the win.
No way.
2-1. Yeah.
That is shocking. I mean, CMG, they definitely came in as a favorite to make it out of this group. Not necessarily first seed, but definitely, like, you know, with SK as favorites of this group. And then potentially favorites to qualify for the World Finals. I mean, they have a world champion and a second place world champion. And I'm not talking about 3 years ago. I'm talking about last year. So that's recent stuff where they were the best players in the world, and that has got to hurt for them.
I've got to be honest, I have underestimated Reconic Esports in this competition. Looking through my predictions and looking at the possibilities and everything that could possibly be, they were not really on my radar. I'll be honest, I put down Chasmac and SK Gaming to make it through to day 2. And this is a fantastic turnaround in the competition. It just goes to show that you cannot take anything for granted. I remember seeing a tweet just the other day from Roll saying South America are going to surprise some people in this tournament. And how right was he? What a result for Reconic Esports. That is fantastic for them.
I'm gonna make you a bit sad or upset, not sure yet, but do you know whose radar this team was? It is not mine. It is on the Prediction Masters. Trav that had it on his radar in the monthly finals. We were there like, who is Reconic? You know, it was like, oh, they're so good, they're gonna win, and they win a monthly final seemingly out of nowhere. But it seems like they were able to just keep up with that potential, keep raising the standards, and right now I mean, they're going to be in a very, very good spot here for this group.
Yeah, I have a reservation simply because over the course of the year, going up against Datos Fate time and time again, and realistically only getting that grand finals win against them once, they just were not able to really break through. And as the number 2 seed, I had some reservations regarding that a little bit to see how they would fare, but my word, are they excelling. But the question is, on the stage now, how are they going to fare when the pressure and the heat really is on? They've got a saving grace, they've got a chance to rekindle things, but at the same time, Team Flash, they have got to make do and make better on their results, and it's going to be a real testament to whichever team is able to break through and make day 2 now, because this is where the heat cannot be greater.
And it's going to be a repeat, because that was the off-stream opening match, Reconic versus Team Flash. It was Reconic that ended up, Flash that ended up winning that one, but so incredibly narrowly. It came down to a double match point, also a reverse sweep in that final set. So incredibly tight and a huge clutch from Team Flash. But if that hadn't been like half-handed out to them by Reconic, I mean, they were looking better to my books. And right now, considering that Reconic, they're off a win, they're going to have, a bit more of a positive attitude that Team Flash that just got absolutely slammed by SK. I would say that Reconic, they're my favorites getting into this one.
I've got to agree. If Suzuki hadn't have come in when he did on double swoosh and just land those shots the way he did, it was a beautiful, beautiful turnaround. I mean, that could have just changed the entire course of everything. Had that not gone through, I mean, it was that daylight robbery moment, wasn't it, in the competition so far? But now the question is, they can't depend on moments like that anymore. This is make or break now for Team Flash, and they've got to be more, more formed as a squad. And I want to see some more confidence with them as well. Let's focus first on Team Flash, Ryohi, Mameshi, of course, and Suzuki, bringing in a World Finals champion to the LCQ is definitely going to be something of a helping hand, nonetheless, to say for Team Flash. But this could be their last match of their 2023 season. No more time for error, no more time for mistakes. They've got to get this match in the pocket, in the bag, and secured.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a world champion in Mameshi, but he didn't have the greatest year in 2022, so hoping to see a bit of a comeback here today.
Well, let's have a look then over the other side at Reconic Esports, the former Juan de Nelos team. JXCR, Reese, Toxic, and Christian. Funnily enough, we were chatting as well backstage, and apparently JXCR's name is just Jape, and Reese is just R. So quite an interesting thing to realize. But they are the number 2 seed coming out of South America West. 6 monthly final appearances, placing them in the top 11. 1 grand final win in July against Datos FA was their best performance to date, and they did battle heavily against that very team 4 times in the grand finals, but only coming out once with that win. In terms of their set percentage, a pretty commendable rank, I've got to say, ranked in 8th in the competition, 37 sets out of 54 won. Just the 1 quarterfinals exit. That was probably their worst performance in August. And that does leave me a little bit of a reservation trap, because, ending the season on a bit of a low, that is something that clearly today they are starting to turn around, and that gives me hope.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have been playing absolutely amazingly throughout the year in reality. Team Flash especially, let's bear in mind, but that last month obviously was a bit of an issue. I heard Teddy saying, calling me the predictions master. I had to jump back on the desk because just had to give my point across. I was with Reconic all year. They played amazingly that game, right? We saw the highlights. They managed to make something magical happen. But I'm going with Team Flash.
Really?
I'm going with Team Flash. And that's from a Reconic fan all year round.
Very rarely on the desk am I ever speechless, but that was not what I was expecting to hear from you. Batting for both sides, eh? It sounds like you're undecided, but I mean, hey, Team Flash might have what it takes. First matchup will be in set 1, Hard Rock Mine for Gem Grab, going forwards into set 2 for Split. And if we get to a third and final set. It will be decided on Bounty Dry Season. So much hangs in the balance on this matchup. I think I'm gonna split. I think that despite Reconic Esports not being on my horizons, realistically and honestly speaking, on event.brawlstars.com, I'm liking what I'm seeing today. I mean, I'm liking the drafts as well. Like I said, I was very surprised that Team Flash were able to turn things around in double switch with that Ems and Rosa comp, which is just so strong in the current meta. But I feel like this could be incredibly close, especially if Team Flash really dig deep. We haven't really seen, except for that first match, those big pop-off moments. So coming off the back of that SK Gaming defeat, they've got to really reset their mental here and remind themselves of who they are, because in terms of their accomplishments, I mean, they don't get much better.
No, they really don't. That's the thing. And they're a team who are always,
that is a close one.
I mean, this is the closest we've seen all day so far, right? By a couple of percent, bear in mind anyway. But Reconic out in front, 60%. And honestly, they must be in a really good mental state at the moment. I couldn't even watch the game. I couldn't even watch the game they were playing off stage. But I knew the LATAM team won because I heard like the biggest Vamos! Like, just from like all the way in the backstage, we heard a massive Vamos. And I was like, okay, well, a massive upset's just happened then, because I don't think the Japanese players would be screaming Vamos.
This is the thing about South America. They are such a rowdy bunch, aren't they, really? As the bands come in for our first map, Hard Rock Mine, Stu, Ruffs, and Piper banned by Team Flash. For Reconic, Crow, Stu, and Cordelius, the first pick for Team Flash is the 8-bit, and I really do love that pick. Very much a ban-worthy brawler as far as I'm concerned. And the ideal gem carrier to have, especially now with the fourth gadget coming into play as a result of those new gears. I really feel like there's much more of an escape mechanism to be had, get those gems back into safety as Reconic respond. Otis being their first and always a great brawler, especially with the rise up that we've seen in terms of the tank meta that is upon us now. And just a bit of an insurance policy for what may be to come from Team Flash. No Rosa yet, and I would suggest that they kind of consider heavily whether they try and match it with it. Gonna go with the Bell, play something more of that kind of mid-control brawler, but this could be dangerous.
Yeah, I like what Reconic have gone for so far. I think Bell's one of the only real answers to the 8-bit in that mid there. You know, if you get the hit and CP's back, it's still going to bounce onto that turret. And if he's just stood around it, or his teammates, which usually is because of that damage booster, I think Bell's a good shout. And as he said, Otis, for future prevention, you know, against tanks, but with how strong they are at the moment, I still don't doubt that they'll be able to do something against that Otis, even if they did go a tank. They're going to go with the Penny, which it's definitely been a bit of a while since I've seen anything like that. And they're going to bring in the Maisie as well. And I mean, I said it in the first match, not convinced by Maisie at the moment. It's been played a lot in scrims. I've been watching all these teams with their iPads out in the hotel. And it always seems to be saying defeat above Maisie.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Squeak gonna round off Reconic Esports' comp here, but I'm surprised, no tanks. And Macy, of course, will be a good deterrent of it. I imagine that's where the thought process is, but I'm kind of with you. I'm not too sold on Macy just yet. I'm kind of warming around to her and accepting that she is being picked across various regions. Primarily, we're seeing in terms of the scrims, at least, South America and East Asia generally kind of going and gravitating towards that a bit more within the APAC region as a whole. But, again, it can have those great moments, but sometimes those shots just don't land, and that's a bit of a wasted time and some valuable chance to heal on your opposition's side. As we go in, let's see who has the high ground.
Yeah, it was a good start with Mameshi with some beams, but then that was quickly turned around as he should be falling now. Actually doesn't manage to get that ending connection. Eventually, Christian finds it and gets Mameshi down in the mid. Only dropped a couple of gems, so it's not the end of the world. He's going to be able to come back and reclaim those. But Suzuku playing it well over the right-hand side, requiring so much help from this mid to be able to get it done. But they were able to because of that control that they gained.
Big taps there from Mameshi. Making up for some lost time. Slowed now as well as a result of that sticky residue gadget on the Squeak. As Reese on the left-hand side going head-to-head with Ryohi, who is marked up here very, very low. Now Christian trying to find the pinch, trying to find the angle, can't quite manage it. Suzuki on the left as well, being kept at bay as Toxic is doing a fantastic job of just separating out Team Flash, but it's not resulting in gems, and that's where, for the moment, Team Flash have got the lead, but Christian can be in trouble. The Mason comes in, Ryo gets the kill, muted out though. It should be defended, but Suzuki is much higher in health. Now low, he should be finished off. What a great defense there from Toxic.
I mean, that was amazing. I mean, the play from Ryohei to start things off should have meant Flash won the game, but they managed to keep a hold of it. 3 gems on the head of Toxic, though, and he hasn't really been doing the best on this penny lane. And I find that a bit disappointing at the moment. Another super comes through, slows there, but no one's there to find the kill and blow again. Toxic trying to keep the gems on their side, but the barrel splash through gets it done for Flash, and countdown starts.
What a fantastic play there from Ryohei, who's still scrutinizing Reese on the left-hand side. He goes down. Toxic soon to follow. It's going to be game 1 going the way of Team Flash. They're starting to come back to life.
They really are. I mean, that is a performance from Flash right there. It was very 50-50 in the mid, but it just seemed like Memeshi was the one getting all the gems. And I feel like at a certain point, Bale decided, okay, I've got to go. Got to start taking risks and put himself in a tough spot down that lane with the Maisie, where he could get, double supered with his teammate. And then there's only like 1 shot off cycling again. So it's difficult, but this 8-bit mid is so controlling.
Well, it's resets, and it's got to be just that for Reconic in terms of how they approach this. Christian taking a lot of shots. He's got the shield now as a result of that tap, but 336 HP. Toxic on the right-hand side as well. Incredibly low. Ryohei clears up Reese, but meanwhile, Christian just trying to find the angle. Ryohei, he's got super. He can't really push into this. He's marked up. He will win the trade-off there. And Team Flash are looking much, much better now.
Yeah, Memeshi just trying to keep Ryohei in the mix as well. They want him in this position. Gets hit 3 times in a row. Beautiful shots from Christian. And then the mark finds its target as well. TP couldn't have come any sooner for him. Soup comes down on the right side. That's going to absolutely destroy Suzuki there. Gets him down. Ryohei's going to go in dash for the super, but doesn't find it. That's a gadget wasted and a super wasted, and Reconic in control.
On a map like Hard Rock Mine, losing control can be so costly and very challenging to retake. A mark there just escaped Suzuki, and it does land. Toxic will clear up the scraps. Consecutive taps onto Memeshi, and the cheat cartridge is not timed to perfection. Ryohei goes down. I don't know whether Reconic can get to the gems. Reese might be thinking about it, tempted by it, but cautiously played by Reconic. They can get some lost time from the mid for themselves. Now 8 gems, but split between Christian and Reese.
Muted as well. Now he starts this countdown. Toxic's going to follow, and that makes it a 2v2 in the mid to fight for these gems. But Reconic just running back, staying in control of these gems here. 9 seconds on the clock, and a nest egg's going to pop. Maybe even another one on Memeshi here. You're not moving anywhere. Ryohei gets hit by that as well, and Reconic even things out in game 2.
This is what we wanted. We wanted to see a close first set, and we are getting our wish granted. Some good learnings there from Reconic. Just taking back that mid control, not giving up anything at all, not giving an inch over to Team Flash. And this could be a bit of a turnaround, a redemption arc in this first set. Flash looked very convincing, I've got to say, in that first game, but not as much this time round. Early consecutive hits from Christian, but now missing 2. 2 gems, though, lie in the mid. Memeshi's going to be the first to make his way forwards for them, but obviously slow and sluggish. Christian low here. He's got to be very careful. Memeshi 120, Christian 500. I'm loving this battle for the mid.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Ryohei's position. He's dominated the squeak so early on, and Memeshi should be able to get some control because of it. Has that super, actually places it very defensive. I'd have possibly preferred it on the right there, but actually Squeak will come down and probably get rid of that quite quick if he does. So playing it slow, playing it passive, but goes for that 4th gem and claims it off the other side. Oh, the mark does miss this time, but a bounce on the turret and back onto Memeshi resets that heal.
A very clutch cheat cartridge there from Memeshi. These shots continuing to land. I'm really appreciating Christian's accuracy here, right when it matters most. Connecting shots well, but Ryohei finds the moment, does get the connection, and Toxic has got to find, now he can clear up the lane, but actually Ryohei survives that. He's just such a menace. He's so slimy on that right-hand side.
He's surviving even longer as well. Super comes through. It goes down. 2 gems might go into the hands of Ryohei here, but actually they're dropping both. Memeshi's going to go and claim them. Cheat cartridge is still in hand. I think another 2 on top of this as well, and Team Flash in a strong position.
Very strong, but still time. Toxic low though, Christian as well. He's not moving, however, and he will go down. Might have to check down as well with the backstage where Memeshi low. He might survive. 296 HP. And Team Flash survive on regardless.
I mean, who needs 3 players? Who needs 3 players when you've got 2 who are as good as these guys are? They managed to win the game anyway, and that's the set along with it. That means so much in a best of 3. And they managed to win it with 2.
Well, I can see the referee going over towards Team Flash, but I don't think they're going to grumble with the result, but clearly a bit of a connection issue towards the end. I mean, how often do you ever see that happen? You know, where the team have to come together in the moment of crisis and still prevail. I mean, such a clutch moment realistically there for Team Flash, but for me, Ryohei just came in clutch. I mean, you pointed out at the very beginning, his positioning on that top right-hand side provided so much space, and to do so against a Squeak, that is no easy feat whatsoever. And he was just able to keep that pressure on for pretty much the entirety of the match, dodging and weaving everything that Reconic Esports had to throw at him. I mean, I might not be sold necessarily on the Macy just yet, but I am absolutely sold when it's played by Ryohei.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, these replays were kind of just a Ryohei highlight reel because he's just... his supers were so good. The dash is perfectly timed as well. And over that right-hand side, when he was so low, see there, he gets the gems down as well. He was so low here. The super was thrown at him, and he healed up in the split second between it going off and him staying alive. So it was absolutely beautiful from him. And then there you go in there, closing seconds. So close to that bouncing across as well. I mean, the genuine reaction at that point because of how close it was.
Oh, look at the stats. Disgusting.
Still not convinced by Maisie?
This is the thing, isn't it? It's hard not to be a bit more convinced when you see it play that well.
My mind might have changed after seeing that one, but I still feel like I need to see a bit more.
I think Toxic as well, considering the lane matchup. I mean, it is a Squeak, but nonetheless, keeping up with Ryohei, not an easy feat at all to achieve. And the body blocking at the end as well, got to point out there, Suzuki did a fantastic job of just ensuring that those gems did not hit the ground and that the set was going to be over there and then. And now Team Flash ahead, but as we know, Reconic are a team that do fight back. They can find it within themselves to bring that energy back where it needs to be. And sometimes teams can crumble when things are going against them. I think they're going to reset their mental going into this next one and bring it back to that third set because it's South America. How can you not expect them to do so?
I don't. So,
wow.
That's that. I mean, cut your idea short here because personally, I think Flash are taking this.
You think?
Yeah. I mean, I love the map split. I know it's a lot of people dislike it. I love the map, and I think Flash are going to do it.
It's an unforgiving map, though.
It is.
Kind of not. I mean, if you have that control and you're able to obtain it and keep it just for a prolonged period of time, it becomes harder and harder to push into a sticky situation. And I think it's a map which, as well, in terms of the draft, incredibly unforgiving there also. So, I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to be quite convincing either way. I'm open for it. Personally, I would love to see it go to a third and final set. I mean, that's kind of where I want to see this one settled.
I mean, there's nothing I'd love more than a third and final set between these two teams.
It seems so convinced.
I'd like it. I'd like the set. Okay. I'd like it to be there. Do I think it's going to happen? No.
Tell me why.
I just feel like Flash, I was stood over there waiting to do my interview. I was speaking with the manager of Flash, and I was like, mate, should have won that game. Should have won that game. Like, it just felt like they had...
From a caster, just what you want to hear.
No, it felt like Flash should have been in that SK game more. The heist was so close. Some of the knockout games, they should have won. Even the ending, where Chaos Clutch shot that 2v1. Flash should have won it. Like, there's no two ways about it. Flash should have got at least a set off SK and played it from there. It should have been third and final, and I feel they're just playing so well. Yes, Reconic have just taken down Chasmac EA, but Chasmac EA weren't looking good today.
I agree. I think they've had better days for sure, but certainly a favourite coming in. And it's just great to hear, isn't it? Like backstage, the cast are just going around to teams saying, should have won that. Should have won that, mate. Just win. Just win. Definitely easy for us to say on the casting desk for sure. But, you know, I think that for me, Reconic have already impressed me because I wasn't expecting too much from them against the heat of others in their group. And the fact that they've proven me wrong, I am still backing the underdog in this sense. And I think it's fair to call them that in terms of this matchup, in terms of their accomplishments by comparison of that of Team Flash. But, I mean, it's just hard not to cheer them on. At least that's how I feel about it.
I've been doing it all year long. Don't act like a big Reconic fan now because you were like, no chance, absolutely no chance. They clutched up the, was it July monthly final? I had them all the way.
One grand final win out of 4 appearances. You know, that's not great, you know, but that's just were the thorn in their side. And it's great to see now in this environment that we get to spread their wings, isn't it? And see how they fare. And, you know, it does say a great deal about what we can maybe come to expect from Datos FA later on today in that regard as well. And I'll bring it back around to that tweet from Roll on Twitter. You know, I think South America are really going to surprise. Personally, again, not getting ahead of myself, but I'm really looking forward later to seeing how India fare as well. Revenant Esports are very much on my radar, has some great results despite, you know, losing overall against Tribe Gaming NA and, you know, others at those Snapdragon Pro Series Masters. But I think they've got some real accomplishments, some real talent there to explore. But this is what I love so much about the LCQ. We just get to see what is really happening across regions, who has really got their head and their mind within the depths of the draft, which I feel like in those scrims really speaks volumes. And it's great to be backstage too. You hear players discussing who has got the advantage when it comes to those drafts. And many have been saying that South America, you know, they are in tune with it. But East Asia sometimes, you know, their picks and drafts, you know, can work for them very much in terms of their play style. Sometimes not though.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, obviously, a couple of the South American teams have got those, you know, EU coaches as well. So I don't know if that's kind of given them a bit of a help in hand. Obviously, Dance here with Reconic couldn't make him a Team Queso, so decided to hop on another team. And why not at this point? Why not? It seems like he's helping them out quite well because their drafts never seem to be bad. Like I feel like their draft in that last one was good. You know, we kind of looked at each other at the penny and were like,
yeah, I was unsure about that.
Yeah, a little bit unsure about it, but it worked. And I feel like I didn't hate Reconic's draft. Like, it wasn't they got completely outdrafted and that's why they lost. It was just Ryohei played well.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad matchup with the Otis in terms of a range affair, and you know, but I did kind of question mark it for sure. I didn't kind of elaborate too much at the time as we went straight into the action, but you know, primarily there was so much happening on the right. That was so exciting with that Macy plays that we saw from Ryohei. But you know, again, you know, sometimes those moments make me worried, actually, for Team Flash, just a little bit. And, you know, Reconic Esports are a very aggressive team as well. We haven't really seen them really dive deep into their full form yet when it comes to that aggression. I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more when it comes to the later sets.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing more from these guys as well. I really do hope it goes to that third set because these two teams seem so evenly matched. Like, it's always back and forward, back and forward. That first set, you know, 2-1. It wasn't dominating 2-0, and it wasn't even a dominating 2-1. It was close between all games. It could have gone either way, back and forward. But, you know, I just think Flash, they're an SEA team with Japanese players, you know, and the Japanese players have been so strong throughout Brawl Stars history. You know, they're second in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. They're there all of the time. There's never not an East Asian team at the top. And Japanese players, they're the main East
They're built in.
they're the main East Asians, you know?
Absolutely. So we've been speaking a lot about Team Flash. Whilst we're just getting the stage prepared for our next set, let's take a little look at some content with that very team.
多分 J です J ちゃうさすがに J ちゃうりょうへいさんそんな食べへんやろ
俺としずがその食べへん、
飛行機でも全然食べんかったしな
J かまめさん、
全員サボり気味なところあるけどな。
いやブロスト好きなやったら俺
りょうへいさん
俺や
りょうへいかさすがに自分ちゃう
俺やな
りょうへいさんちゃうな
夜更かしすんな
りょうへいやんな、夜遅くまで起きてんの
俺はできへん気
多分 J
J
多分 J
そう
や J 動物に優しいし、なんか猫飼ってるって言ってたしな。
あ、そう
知らん
俺かしず
りょうへいさんちゃう
俺かしずくちゃう
りょうへいさんやろ。
俺か
うん多分絶対りょうへいさんずっとトークン回収とか全部やってるよ毎日
でもしずくもパーリーめっちゃやってるから
いやさすがにりょうへいさんよ。
一緒が
うん
ほぼ俺や
俺ちゃう
これはマーメス
絶対俺はいもう100
マーメスおらんかったらいけへん
はいなんか他の人使い物にならへんもんな。
道案内とか
何もせえへんし英語も読めない自分で何も調べない地図読めないはいお疲れです。
頼もしいこれもマーメスさんじゃん
お菓子めっちゃ好き。チョコレートが一番好きな食べ物やから。
スイパラとか行ってる
うん
俺行ったことない
The players are already on the stage. We've fixed that little technical issue we saw at the end of Hard Rock Mine, right? For Team Flash standing still at the end. So we're just fixing that in the background, but we'll shortly be getting into the draft. The map, of course, being split for Hot Zone. As we're discussing, Trav, it's a tough map. Definitely got to consider the prospect of wall breaking. As we've seen, Buster is such a great brawler, in my opinion, to consider in these kinds of environments. You've got to have something to kind of power through, but certainly throwers as well can have their moments to shine. Big tankier brawlers, I think this is where we might start to see some of that meta really show its full form. We haven't really seen as much personally as I was expecting to see in that regard so far today.
No, I do agree as well, and I think at the same time, maybe a bit of Gale slotting, jump down to the zone, and I mean, it's so good at the moment against tanks. It's kind of been thrown back into the meta regardless of not really having many changes. Just because tanks are strong, Gale's strong. That's just how it works, and obviously launchpad straight into the zone with a tank, it does a lot of percentage at a time. You might, keep on dying and just going back over and over, but if it works, it works.
Absolutely so. Rosa as well, I think, could have a great place here. And it's not banned out. We'll see. And speak of the devil, I mean, yeah.
I just know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is why we're here. I mean, the bans being Cordelius, Lou, and Otis, they're all 10 counters, by the way. Cordelius, Macy, as well as Ruffs for Reconic. And that is a great starting hand. You've got to consider as well with Hypercharge out of the mix. No Shelly, no Spike, no heavy 10 counters. So it has opened up the doors. And speaking of dimensional doors, Gray going to be coming in for Reconic. I really like that. It's quite frequent to see in South America. Sometimes they combine it with a PAM for additional healing and just kind of TP everything onto the zone, and it can go a long, long way. Let's see what they want to pair up for this second pick.
I mean, the thing is, last time they played Team Flash, first game in the group we watched the last set on stream, the Grey was kind of their downfall. Just TPing into the wrong places, the wrong opponents, and then those lasting dimensional doors. It's what TP'd them directly into those Sandy. So I think it's a great brawler, but it's just got to be utilized right. Tara coming in as well from Christian here as well. I'm never going to say no to a Tara, but I'm still not, like Tara on split.
I think it can kind of work. I mean, you've got the support from Beyond to go and seek and destroy, or potentially Vision, depending upon what way you want to kind of handle it. But it can get a lot of value off the back of tanks, and if that is the plan, and it seems to be the plan for Team Flash, then I think that if Christian plays that right, or whoever is going to be on that Tara brawler, then cycling could be a lot easier off the back of that tankier HP Rosa as well. I mean, Tara could have an amazing game here, or it could be overrun, and I hope for Reconic's sake they've come prepared with something as the third and final pick, because this is looking very, very scary for me on the side of Team Flash.
What do they take it? They need to double down on tank counters, really. Tara, I think it's going to get overrun on her own. You need something else to go along with it, and they're going to go with the Colette. I mean, it's bold, it's good against tanks. But I just don't know how much we see it on split. And I feel like they've got a couple of brawlers here that we don't usually see on split. They're just good against tanks. And it's going to be very much, if the tank's going to just overwhelm, they're going to be perfectly fine. Keep them in spawn, keep that control. If Rose is going to plant some bushes on the zone, then it's going to be difficult regardless with that single projectile of Colette.
Colette's definitely going to be a good option, but how good is the brawler on this specific map? That's the question. It's going to help in terms of the draft, but you can definitely feel that Team Flash are feeling confident about this one, and I mean, they've got the set advantage. I mean, I think for good reason they are feeling confident, and getting them off the zone with that HP, it's going to be tough here for Reconic. If they lose control, retaking is going to be really tough on a map where it's notoriously difficult to do so. Grand Piano there to break things open. I really quite like that from Reconic, immediately clearing up that left-hand side and placing pressure onto the right.
Yeah, immediately having that pinch as well. I mean, he's got his super already. It's a question whether we're going to see him push it back or that shield coming through. He's going to use the shield. Oh, jump's going to be missed, but they might still be able to get it. The throw over the shoulder straight into Mameshi. I like that, but the TP from Christian. 1 and 2 cleans up, but Flash has still got the lead.
Nice connection there from Toxic, almost getting the super back off the back of that, and these pushes now, though, quite key, and now a super there onto Suzuku, but he still stands. In the meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Reese and Christian doing a fantastic job, but Meshi will fall, and this right-hand side battle commences, continuing on, and now Christian stands tall.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be close here. They just need the tiniest amount of percentage. It's pretty even as well. Super going to be used surely by Reese. Going to use Gotcha, and he hits the wall of his super. Big waste. Now, it's like, look how much they need on the opposing sides. Flash are going to push over and try to get the job done. Push them back, stuns there. Kill 2. Suzuki pushing forward. And this might be match point. Jump from Ryohei, but a double super from Reese. Gets one. Can he get the other? Super's missed, and he clutches.
It's so incredibly close. Now a chance for Reconic to bring things back to even. even. 81 apiece. Reese goes over the shoulder of Ryohei, but he comes out on top. Has the shield to hand on the left-hand side. And meanwhile, Suzuki on the right-hand side going super aggressive shield as well. But again, Reconic is standing firm. Memeshi then jumping over to the right now. And it's 99% Reconic. Take it by 8%.
I mean, that is so close. And I mean, it was back and forward. How much they needed off the opposing zones. I feel like Flash just committed a bit early instead of just going, oh, we'll just go get that 1% a bit later on and fight for it that way. Maybe a slight overcommit to send 2 over there to get the shred of percentage they needed.
My goodness me, what a time to do just that for Reconic. But I'm loving the approach, I'm loving the strategy, you know, just breaking everything open. It's giving Reconic that really early good head start which they need. Gotcha Gadget there for Reese as well, connecting nicely. Meshi gonna jump in, but will be heavily scrutinized. Consecutive taps all round, surviving just as Zuku again on the right hand side is being an absolute pest.
Yeah, we did see a little cycle there as well, and Suzuki's going to get his super, but Grand Piano going to be popped, wants to break up these bushes, does just that. But actually, I believe leaves a little bit of a wall there, which gives Suzuki some grounds to play, and he gets 2 there along with the help of Memeshi. Jump comes in from Ryohei. Gotcha Gadget's being used, but he's in the middle of 2. How's he survived that? He doesn't, and Suzuki still stands.
I agree there. Some mistakes starting to show a little bit for Reconic now. Christian makes good on his previous, and Toxic and himself will join that right-hand side. But look at the scoreline, 75% now in favor of Team Flash, and his left-hand side really has got to start getting taken care of, and that might not be the way to go about it either, as they continue to stay strong. Jumping in there onto Toxic, who's going to surely burn down here. A last-ditched attempt, realistically, to rekindle something, but Team Flash are looking so much better.
I mean, that is as convincing as it gets on this map from Team Flash. 54% on Split is like nothing at all on another map, because you're pretty much guaranteed your own side, right? But they're jumping in time and time and time again, and Reconic just can't do anything about it.
The pressure cooker now really is at a point of starting to overflow. For Team Flash, 1 game away from just hanging on, making that day 2, claiming that number 2 seed for Reconic. 1 game to determine whether they can bring it to a 3rd and final set, or whether all their valuable effort could be going slowly and surely away from them if they do not start to rekindle something here. They're swapping lanes here. Reese on the right-hand side now going for Suzuki. He's getting good shots, but he's got to survive this interaction, and that shot just missing there might be costly.
Christian burns down. Toxic does give him his super back. Suzuki gets his super as well. Gotcha Gadget not going to be healing massive amounts, but he gets the cycle anyway. Memeshi just going to wait for Ryohei. Go left whilst he jumps in on the right. Has his jump as well. Grand Piano's going to break, but the stun onto Toxic allows Ryohei to deal with Christian and leaves him with a shred of HP as well. Might even survive it, but it's even Steven at the moment.
Support from beyond there just went to town onto Team Flash, but it's working out a bit better for Reconic with Reese on this right-hand side against the Rosa. I love that adaptation. Really going in again, but it's going to be a 2 versus 1, which he may not come out of, and he does not. And these valuable heals off the back of the shade there, it's going to keep Toxic and Christian very much in play. 95% and climbing, and it looks like Reconic are going to be able to survive this one. We're going all the way, Trav.
I mean, that is what we wanted. It's not what I expected, but Reconic did bring it in. They played that beautifully at the end there, and especially after that 2nd game, I thought Flash had it on lock. You know, and then the switch was made by Reconic, and it worked perfectly.
This is what gives me hope. It does, because Reconic are adapting on the fly. They're looking at the scenario upon them and looking at where they're going wrong. Not an easy thing to do when you're up against the might of East Asia. As again, as we were discussing coming into this one, somewhat of an underdog in this regard. And I'm really impressed. This is what I wanted to see it be decided in the 3rd and final set as to who is going to take this one. It couldn't be closer.
I mean, we're looking at the stage, and it looks like Jay's getting his opportunity to shine, subbing in here, but looks for Ryohei. And I mean, after a good performance from Ryohei, because it's a tough matchup on that Primo, what can he really do there? Surprising to see him being subbed out with how well they're playing as a 3. I don't feel like he made any mistakes or anything, but possibly they just want to play something where Jay's stronger.
It's always a great thing to be able to just kind of sit back out of the game, though, kind of refresh yourself, come back pumped up, and be that kind of champion moment for your team. And certainly it's going to be needed here as Reconic are resisting. And for Team Flash, that were looking like they could have taken it actually in a sweep in a couple of moments. It's just like the perseverance of Reconic that I just love to watch in this environment, you know. It's very difficult to go head-to-head. Look at that as well. Across the board, 674 damage for Reese. That is insane. I mean, 8 kills. I mean, it's just so balanced across the board. I'm loving it.
That might be a record. I feel like it's
very high.
I think high 500s.
I think it is.
Like Yoshi on Colette or something like that, I think was the highest. I think it's like 100 higher than what we've seen before.
And that was, if my memory serves correct, on pit stop on Heist as well. And there was a, you know, I think it's like triple tank. I remember in the August monthly finals with the highlights reel, and you're absolutely right. That is phenomenal. I mean, the fact that Reconic can bring that out the bag in such a moment as valuable as this is just amazing.
Well, showtime for both of these teams here. It's do or die, as they're going to be going to the next day or dropping out of this lower bracket. Dry season is where we head on Bounty, and this is a big, big decider for both of these teams. It's their year in the balance on one set.
It's a tough map as well, you know, if you find yourself stuck in those back lines and against potential thrower comps and aggressive ideas, tanky ideas. I mean, North America at the moment are saying that 8-bit here is really viable as well. Ultimately, it does have that escape mechanism, and Grey as well, as we've already seen, definitely has that very thing also. And in Knockout, probably one of the better modes actually for Grey, in my opinion. It just leaves a lot of things open here for potentially exploring in the strategy. But I'm liking the bans, Buster, Artie, and Mortis banned out for Reconic here. That's nice to see. Piper, as well as the Gene and the Tick then for Team Flash. And it is that great first pick for Reconic. I like that opening hand.
Yeah, I do like that. They played it well in that last one as well. What do you think about something like a Meg? I feel like Meg's been coming in so heavily on Bounty specifically. We saw it in Shooting Star earlier, and I feel like it's just been popping up time and time again. But actually, Nani available for Team Flash, and they pick that up and choose range.
A bit of wall break potential alongside it. Of course, if they want to have that long-ranged affair, then Nani is going to be very good, especially again with that recent buff over the course of the balance changes, definitely bringing her much more into the forefront of the meta. I don't mind Meg. I just I'm a bit concerned that if you find yourself out of mech when you are stuck in spawn, your opposition can just not feed into that, and you're very, very vulnerable to other brawlers. But Macy going to come in for Team Flash. I mean, we already mentioned earlier that we're still a bit on the sidelines, despite what we've already seen. Is this the play? I mean, it can do a great deal when you're on the aggressive, but you've got to land those shots. But so far, Team Flash have been demonstrating that that's exactly what they do with that brawler.
Yeah, I mean, it worked for them. Why not try it again? I mean, it might just be something that they just specialize in, this team specifically, because it just hasn't really been looking like it's working for other teams. But this one convinced me entirely in that first set. Byron is up next for Reconic Esports, choosing some heals, wants some range obviously as well. And with Piper, Gene banned out, RT banned out, it's hard to find the range. And obviously Byron's solid on his own at the moment anyway. Certainly
coming back forwards into the meta just a little bit. I mean, we saw it earlier today combined with the Pam, and 2 heals wouldn't be a bad idea at all here for Reconic. Definitely a bit on the squishier side, has got obviously some self-heal potential though as well, greatly so. Ruffs is actually going to aid that process even more so with those supply drops coming in as well. So Reconic going to round off their comp with that, but Team Flash has certainly got the more aggressive of the ideas so far. The Grey going to be instrumental on the side of Reconic, no doubt about it. But Penny, that mortar, really going to pack a punch. If Reconic Esports do lose that control, find themselves on those back lines, you're going to have something else to have to worry about. And the Salty Barrel as well, great defensive mechanism also, as well as some considerable damage off the back of it. I worry with the Nanny as well, with that return to sender in a game mode like Bounty. That is really crying out for a potential turnaround for me, and I hope for the Reconic sake that they time those shots wisely to be able to draw it out effectively.
Yeah, I mean, I think that barrel is going to be so dirty, the Salty Barrel. I mean, like Grey TPing in, throw it in front of you, tank it, get the splash off. I think it's just so solid in a matchup like this, especially Penny as well. Kind of preventing Ruffs from bringing sandbags in, whether he prevents him in certain moments or just prevents him in the game entirety.
And in we go, one set to decide it all. Christian Loeb able to juke his way forwards whilst Reach goes on the aggressive and gets rewarded for it. The Peep trying to find the connection, but only finds the wall as Christian escapes by undamaged. I mean, beautiful work, a great opening from Reconic.
Flash are finding shots. Should have maybe had a couple of kills already at the moment, and this is control that Reconic aren't able to deal with at the moment. Pull coming through, doesn't actually get through the wall. Not going to find that too helpful for the side of Reconic there. Return to sender, went towards that Byron. Oh, there's the pull through the wall. The walking cane that was desired by Christian to get the kill, and the lead's extended to 5.
Supply drop over from Toxic onto Christian. Now Reese didn't quite connect there with the gadget. Maybe just escape, but not really too much. And Team Flash are still playing defensive and trying to make up for lost time as we approach 1 minute on the clock. Reese on the right there has got to heal up a little bit to be able to come back into this fight. 60 HP now. Self-heals himself, keeps the pressure on. Mameshi falls. 7 stars and the blue for Reconic. This is looking so convincing so far.
Power-ups worrying, and Suzuku has to get out, but he actually gets hit by the Byron. Gets taken down as the trickle-down damage hits hard. Reconic now in such a commanding position. It's going to have to be a team wipe and more if they want to be able to bring this back for Team Flash.
And that Penny turret instantly eradicated. That was something of a bit of a helping hand in this very position. They just didn't really place it with much thought, and immediately Reconic responded. 11 stars now to the 3, the only 3 of Team Flash. We've got to see some takedowns from Team Flash now, or we'll be moving over to a match point scenario. Reese goes on the aggressive, does connect nicely. Team Flash are running out of time.
Yeah, they need to heal as well. I mean, the Salty Barrel place, that's going to reset his healing once again. Dash forwards and the stun's there, but it's not enough. 6 seconds, just not going to be anything close to what they need to bring this one back. And even at that, domination and even a spin there from Reese.
It's not too late, Trav, to go back on yourself. You've already done it once today with this one. I mean, how are you feeling?
There's no going back on it. I was firm from Flash at the start, and we still believe.
Who's we?
I still believe. Me and the Flash fans.
We've seen Team Flash respond in kind. Will they do it again when they are up against the might, the wall that is Reconic Esports? Christian does go down. That's a much better start. 3 stars and the blue now. And that's the best we've seen Team Flash in this scenario so far in this set. So the question now is, with the lead, how will they hold on to it?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, just this lead can flip the entire game on its head, because now it's Reconic pushing into them. And they've got a lot of walls standing in between them and Reconic. So this walking cane's going to have to be used pretty much beautifully by Christian to break some of these walls or drag them through. Peeps coming in as well. Going towards the Byron, might be able to find that kill. Doesn't actually get it. The splash with the sandbag. Suzuki's getting it pulled in, but actually goes for the damage instead with the super cycles. And Mameshi gets one too.
What a response. 7 stars to 0. It's just a night and day difference for Team Flash here so far, but let's see. Reconic have got some time here as they're pushing forwards, but it is notoriously a map where when you are in your spawn, you have somewhat of an advantage with the team that are pushing in. It's going to be a calculated, a methodical approach here. Walking Cane missed there from Christian. They've got to continue the assault, but Toxic on the left-hand side a bit overly aggressive, and the Elite continues. We haven't seen anything from Reconic yet.
Oh, the charged up Peep as well. Gets a lot of damage on Reese. Has to back off, heal up a little bit, gets the power up too, which is going to help out a lot. But 9 stars, very similar to what we saw in the last game, but it's the other side. He goes down. Heals don't get there in time. And say hello to a Peep as it starts to come in. Trying to charge it up now, loading around these walls. But can he find the killing blow? He finds a sandbag.
Nothing but a sandbag, but the star deficit is still so big, and Reconic have got to get an entire suit. I don't even know if there's enough stars to claim here, especially with Suzuki going in, and double for him as well. 15 to 5, 18 to 5. It's going to be Team Flash tying things up. It's double match points.
I mean, we can't ask for any more, can we really? This is beautiful, 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 beautiful from Team Flash and Reconic, showing us the best that they've got, and yet again, another double match point between these two teams, just as it was in the first round of this group. And it's looking like a good finish.
You could not write this better. What a way to decide it. It comes down to one game. One team's 2023 journey ends here. The other will proceed to day 2 as the number 2 seed in this Group A. My, oh my, what a time to get this right.
Yeah, we'll splash straight through those sandbags, and this blue star is so desirable. Splash even got through both Toxic and Reese then to bring them so low, and the blue star is claimed. Reconic now are the ones aggressing, and that doesn't help.
Reconic just feel a bit flustered after that last game. If they don't seem like it on the map, they've got to be in their mental. Toxic low as well, but Reese will tank the Peep and Penny turret down. This is where just the the defense mechanisms really coming to play. We want a walking cane though, and it's now down, so that gives somewhat of an opening door for Reconic. But these nanny shots from Jay just continue to keep Reconic low and off the assault. It's just that blue star for now, but that can quickly change.
Yeah, I mean, power up as well in Reese's hands. Dangerous. Mameshi gets hit twice now, ticking down, and that's got to be some aggression. Even Suzuki's getting hit, but now Reese has to back off, surely. Maybe even considered splashing himself to get the heals off there to be able to stay alive, as they need this position. They need something back, because one star still. Oh, Mameshi pulled in. Can he survive it? Out the dash in, and he goes down anyway. Toxic so low, but the heals there. Peep whirling round, but actually hits the wall.
Disaster for Team Flash. The lead now over with Reconic as we approach the 30-second mark. They're getting in position. One singular kill is all Team Flash will need to retake this. And it's got to be timed right for Reconic here. A lot of hills going in walking cane, though does not connect with Mameshi. But still, Team Flash are incredibly healthy in this scenario. Christian goes in. It's a trade. It's still in favor of Reconic. 2 stars now with the lead.
I mean, he's going to be respawning as well, so that helps them big. Team Flash has got to walk all the way up the map, but it's still there for Flash. They need something, anything to help them be able to win this one. Return to sender Pop's got to go forward, got to tank some damage, get something happening. It doesn't go through. The super placed, the DB to the left, and Reconic do it.
Against all the odds, in that matchup, I felt like Team Flash had it. But Reconic survived. They turned things around. They are making day 2. They are the number 2 seed. And commiserations for Team Flash. They put up a valiant fight. I mean, it really was until the end of the wire. But it is the end of the line for them as they go home empty-handed.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but is this the end of the Japanese reign? Because that is 2 teams out already.
I'll be honest, you know, coming into the last chance qualifier, so many people had these stages down just to take it all. I mean, I was one of them. It's just amazing to see the perseverance of everyone else in the global scene just really coming together and learning from each other. We've seen this year, haven't we, in the meta? For sure, at least I have. The closest meta that we've ever really seen, the most symmetrical across the regions that we've ever seen. In previous years, it was very much like, oh, that is a LATAM South idea. That is a North American idea. Now, it's just ideas that are working across the board. And, you know, I mean, Reconic, such a great performance and proving so many people wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
including you.
I thought this, I mean, that second game looked like Team Flash as well. Even towards the end, it looked like they were going to be able to take it. But honestly, you know, I had faith in them from the start. I mean, Team Flash-wise, because they did play very well. And that's 2 games now. 1 went the way of Flash, 1 went the way of Reconic. It's just a question of who won the right game.
Yeah, the second game had me worried. It did, I know, in terms of my predictions at least. And I mean, what a way to turn things around. But staying calm, you know, again, I've got to reiterate that from Reconic because, you know, in terms of their LAN experience, certainly on the lesser side of things, as we approach then our MVP coming in, the stats pretty even, I've got to say, across pretty much both teams here. And takedowns as well. I mean, it's very, very evenly matched across the board, actually. Again, we were saying coming into this matchup just how close it was going to be, and we were proved right.
Yeah, I mean, that is, is it the exact same across the board? It's kind of meant to be like that, I feel, because of how close that was and how good all these teams played. I mean, Sub and Jay didn't really work out in the end, but it was just so close. And I don't think it was a bad idea. They did play very well as a team there in combination. And you got to feel for them. Both them and Chasmac who have been knocked out of this group, but it is Reconic, and SK Gaming who advanced from Group A. Toxic being the MVP then.
Yeah, great stuff. He played a fantastic game. And the team as a whole, I've got to say, really performed as a unit. And, you know, what a turnout for them. Day 2 on the horizons. As, you know, I mean, that's where everyone is fighting to be. And Reconic, I think, again, as the underdog, we mentioned it a lot coming in, but they were just that, prevailing and going through. I mean, that is it's the best result today as a squad.
I mean, 2 out of the 8 teams who are going to progress through today have already been shown and who are through. SK Gaming and Reconic Esports, 2 very good teams, but in my eyes, Reconic were maybe the 4th most likely to make it through the group, in my eyes at least, and I feel like that was a lot of the public along with it as well. I did not see that happening at all. SK Gaming, we expect it, right? But Reconic, not so much.
And that draws a line under Group A. Now that is all resolved. Let's take a look back at the bracket to revise ourselves off those scorelines. Team Flash with that 2-1 in the opening match, but going forwards was not to be in that tiebreaker match where Reconic were able to turn things back into their favor. I mean, SK Gaming though, we've got to discuss that. Really, really clean matches. 2-0 sweeps in both for them. One against Chasmac Gaming EA, one against Team Flash to be our first team to qualify for day 2 as the #1 seed. And Chasmac Gaming EA, I mean, going out to Reconic Esports, I don't think anyone could have predicted that coming. I know that I certainly did not.
Oh, 2 in a row, 2 losses as well. Maybe we kind of thought it was going to be that tie-break match where they'd lose. But I still thought they'd win. I thought maybe even they'd go through all the way through the top bracket and beat SK. But today just wasn't the day. They didn't look like Chasmac Gaming EA against SK to start things off. And I think from there, obviously we didn't see the game, but the mentality must have just gone.
Yeah, tough day. And it's seemingly starting to become a tough, tough LAN for East Asia. But let's also now move on to Group B and let's take a look at that bracket and see where the heavy hitters could potentially lie. We've got our opening matches of Chasmac Gaming NA up against VN Esporting. That's going to be so spicy, but I mean, STMN, Clash, a battle for the ages. What is not to love about Group B?
I mean, you said, let's see where they lie. I mean, all of the good teams lie in this group. They're so strong. Like, honestly, that's 4 of the top 8 teams here all in one group. It's so weird to see, but I couldn't be more pleased. Like, it's sad to see 2 of these teams knocked out today, but the games we're going to see along the journey, that's what matters.
It really is going to be fireworks all round, and, definitely tough for 2 of these teams, but I mean, the caliber of gameplay that we're going to be able to witness and enjoy, it's just going to be spectacular. I feel like, watching STMN specifically in the scrimming process, they are on fire at the moment. I mean, they're looking like my personal favorite. I think in my predictions, looking for my prep, I think I put down Chasmac and STMN, but ultimately, you've got to look ahead as well into Group D, which is where they will potentially face off on day 2 if they make it through, and Reject lie there. So seeding here is so incredibly important.
Yeah, well, let's take a bit of a deep dive into this matchup then. Chasmac Gaming NA versus VN Esports. Apparently Toast from Japan now. Look at his little arm. He's got a little Japan flag there. He's moved. But yeah, let's take a look at Chasmac. Fade, Toast, RBM, Chasmac Gaming NA. What a roster this is and what a year they've had. It came down to the wire the last monthly against Tribe Gaming NA, and they weren't able to do it. It was sad to see because the year they've had, they've taken down Tribe as many times as Tribe have taken down them, but in the end, it wasn't meant to happen.
Yeah, they've had a really consistent run. They've had 6 monthly final appearances, and you cannot say that's the same for everyone here, putting them into the top 11 in that regard. 2 grand final wins as well, really did top them off nicely. No quarterfinals exits, it's got to be said as well, and can't necessarily say the same thing to VN Esporting, but let's touch on them as well. 4 monthly final appearances, so in that regard, a little bit less than Chasmac Gaming NA, their opposition. But, some of the stats in the EMEA region as a whole haven't been great. I mean, a 30% win rate when it comes to the sets places them in a rank 14 out of 16 teams. Pretty abysmal, 16 sets, 1 out of a total of 54. But as we've already seen from SK Gaming here today, in the EMEA region, it hasn't actually translated to be the case on the world stage where it matters.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's a big but. They might not have done well, they might not have done well points-wise, but they're a team that you need to be worried about if you're the opposition, because they're playing so well. I mean, they were playing so well all year long. They didn't have the best results, they didn't have the best things, but they looked good. Recently, they haven't looked so good. But today is the day where they do need to play well, and I don't doubt that they'll bring some good mentality and some good gameplay to show.
They do need somewhat of a redemption arc. One thing that I've kind of come to know about VN Esporting is regarding their results and the pattern of such. I mean, again, it was the best start to the year for them, that grand finals appearance against Zeta Division in March, where they did lose eventually to a 1-3 scoreline, but nonetheless, their best performance to date. Going towards the end of the year, it kind of got a bit progressively worse. Didn't qualify for April or June, and against Humble, they exited in the quarterfinals. That's disastrous. And in the Snapdragon Pro Series Cups stages, not having great results. themselves. When it came to the Split 1 Open Finals, however, they really did start to shine. And I feel like VN Esporting here today, if they go back to their roots, bring that aggressive playstyle, they are absolutely going to match Chasmac Gaming in that regard, who are, in their own right, incredibly aggressive on the field, especially at RBM. I mean, you know, give that man a tank and he will bring home the goods.
I mean, but that's the same, you could say the same thing about that across all players on VN. Give any of them a tank and they're going to be able to make something happen. It's just the unpredictability that this team brings and how, I would say weird the playstyle is, but they do just run. They just run at you and it works. It works. That's how they roll. Max speeds, tanks, anything that gets you in the opponent's face, they're going to use it. Yeah.
They use it all the time, and I kind of wonder whether Chasmac might see through that and place it into the ban list, but they are probably the team in the EMEA region which at the moment in the current meta are playing it the most. And, you know, again, Mavis and Nob, I've got to say and reiterate just how dangerous those two are on the aggressive, the Carl picks especially. You know, that is realistically where things can be won and lost. And, you know, it's going to be such an enjoyable match regardless. You know, Toast as well, really great in terms of control. You've got to have some of that, as Rama is on the side of VN Esporting as well. I think we've got ourselves a very, very close matchup on our hands here.
And he's an absolute skyscraper as well. Look how far the camera had to pan up to get to his face. Tall guy, tall guy. I'm not sure how he's, he might have to play vertically stood up with light just like he is now to play, because I'm not be able to lean on this podium. But as you say, just really, really strong team, Chasmac Gaming NA, and the battle they had against Tribe Gaming NA this year to get to Worlds was amazing to watch.
It really, really was. And I've got to give a shout out to Toast as well. Had a bit of a tough layover coming here, and you know, it was held up by about 6 hours. But I said, you know, are you tired? How are you feeling coming into yesterday? And he was like, he was buzzing. He was really, really happy with how things were and couldn't wait to get stuck in. Look at that separation, 58% siding with Chasmac Gaming NA to the 42% of VN Esporting on event.brawlstars.com. Very, very close here, and I think for good reason. I cannot wait to get stuck in, and this first draft, it's just going to be so exciting to watch how the mindsets of both teams are, their approach, their kind of strategy coming into this one, and do they want to keep some cards in their back pocket? I was chatting with Fade as well, and you know, 8-Bit clearly very much on the minds of North America as a whole at the moment, and there's kind of more control-based ideas. Of course, Toast, you know, really much championing the B pick, and combining B with that tank, taking away some of counter could potentially be on the cards for Chasmac Gaming NA here as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. You just never know what these guys are going to play. Their drafts are usually so strong. And that's just an NA speciality. You know, drafting is their forte. And now getting into it, we won't be seeing that Meg considering it's banned. So sad to see for Ark at least, because, you know, he was trying to go for that prediction. But we see the bell coming in first. Chasmac Gaming NA going to pick that up. Gray in return from VN Esporting for the side of the European team there. You know, we've seen so much Gray today, and it just works.
But I've got to say, for me, that tells me that Chasmac Gaming NA have done their homework, you know, making sure that they are able to be inside the minds of VN Esporting in terms of their draft, and you know, that's a great band to have alongside the EVE and the RT. And looking on the other side of things, the great first pick for VN Esporting, I really do like that. It's a kind of versatile brawler to have, but long range is what this is all going to be about. Fang going to come in. I mean, that brawler in the current meta at the moment is just so strong. And there is the 8-Bit from Chasmac as well. I mean, both sides really here are in each other's mind. Gene going to come in for the heals on top of things, but, you know, the Fang especially, you know, is going to be marked up by the Bell, which might not be the greatest of things for VN Esporting. They've got to have one final brawler to round this off.
Yeah, and I think at the same time as well, you know, the Gene's going to be able to knock back. He's going to be able to do a lot. The 8-Bit turret being placed down, the damage is going to be so difficult for the Fang to get into.
True.
When he's coming in with that lunge. They're going to get the Gus. I mean, that kind of adds a bit of HP, you know? You're going to be pretty good as a Fang. You got a Gus shield on top of you, gets your HP boosted up. It gives him some legs in this game, but I still like Chasmac's comp.
I do like the Gus. It has fallen off, though, a little bit in terms of the meta recently. You know, since we've seen the kind of switch up and the change up since Hyper Charge has come into the mix now. And, of course, those brawlers not playable here today, and that has caused a big rift, a big shift alongside that meta. But I'm really looking forward to seeing this 8-Bit play itself out on Shooting Star. I remember so many times watching the BSC Monthly Finals in North America. Ash Clutch would always be in the chat saying 8-Bit here is so free. Let's see whether that is the case here, as Chasmac Gaming bringing it in, and not a common brawler to see.
Yeah, well, it's laning against this Gus at the moment. Should have that speed advantage over the 8-Bit at least, and getting some good shots in, but not without Fade. Navi answering some shots back. Maybe it's going to be able to pick up that blue star, and 2 nest eggs already placed by Toast. Obviously, as you said, these long-range sharpshooter brawlers are what he likes to go towards.
Yeah, finds a connection there onto the right-hand side, onto Rama, as the Walking Cane does bring him forwards. Fade falls, though. That will bring the lead over to VN Esporting with the Blue Star. Maybe it's not out of the woods yet, just able to keep his distance there. Toast going to pop another nest egg as well there. Just preying on the idea that they can get some kills and come out with something to show for it, and then try to get VN Esporting in a vulnerable spot. But Rama has now got super. The Gust Shield available. He goes in. He gets the double stun, but somehow, some way is able to get taken down. Fade falls as well, though, and that's shifting over the stars. 7 now to VN Esporting to the 3 of Chasmac.
Big moment for Rama then, but he was traded out. Almost pretty much got all 3 of them. There's 2 consecutive supers. Pull available from Fade now, though, and they've got to get Rama down before he lands on them. Misses the pull in entirety. Doesn't get anything for it. And the Gus knockback there, the Gus Kooky Popper as well to get some damage in, but quickly healed off thanks to star power from Fade.
Yeah, nice defensive play so far from VN Esporting. Dimensional Doors is available for Mabius, but Rama now all 3 immediately have super for VN Esporting, and Chasmac may have missed the window. Let's see, shield over, Rama goes in, but somehow he won't come out. That is going to hand over some stars. 5 now for Chasmac, who are starting to close the gap.
I think he might have clipped the wall there and not got the full lunge directly on the players. It was in a bounce around, but has another super. Aggressive turret being placed, so Kooky Popper's there, 3 super from but he dodges it. He used the T cartridge to avoid it, and Rama goes back to spawn, but I still don't think it's going to be enough. TP about a tile to the left to get the heal, but CMG can't get it done. VN Esporting somehow hold on.
Some incredible plays there from Chasmac. I cannot believe that dodge, but that even wasn't enough. As VN Esporting looking very confident so far. I was appreciating that Rama was getting super, because Fang can sometimes be a loose pair of hands here if you're not bringing in that utility. I'm loving the combination with the Gus. Every time it provided them value, and they came out with the goods. But Chasmac now a chance to respond to this, and this comp still has very much some legs in this matchup.
Yeah, great connections early on from Fade, but the Walking Cane doesn't actually bring him through the wall. Looking for a pinch from Rama now, but RBM's keeping it back. Nice supers there, the stun as well. That should be a kill. The pull to trade it, though, and this should be a pinch in. Shouldn't be able to get out of here, but Toast now being pinched in, and he might need some help, but he's trying to run out with the shields. Gets the Kooky Popper off, and the kill's there, but the lead still with Chasmac.
Yeah, some trades there. Looking much better for Chasmac, but Fade is definitely the bounty for the takedown, and Mavis will be smelling it. Nob as well marked up, got to be cautious and not over-aggress here, and he has done just that, finds the nest egg, and that's more value for Chasmac, who extend their lead by 3 stars here. But as they do so, it does get scary, doesn't it? Because if the Fang goes in from Rama with that shield and Fade goes down, that is going to shift over quick.
Yeah, I mean, Fade is the prime target now for VN Esporting. TP available from Mebius as well, but obviously now can't take anybody else with him, so it becomes a bit harder for him to go in without Rama having a super as well. A few nest eggs being placed down the left-hand side, ready to slow him down when he wants to make this move, and it's such a tough pathway for him to go through. Now, just waiting for their opportunity. The TP's there, but he's just going to have no help.
Oh, the magic hand misses. This is going to put a lot of pressure onto Chasmac, but RBM with the taps there, absolutely beaming his way forwards. 10 stars to 5, and they've been able to defend successfully. So there'll be one chance realistically here for a final push from VN Esporting. They've got the Fang super to hand, but maybe it's realistically a knob. We've got to get theirs. Nest egg popped. The mark is there, and Toast is keeping the pressure on.
It is only Fade they need, though. It's 5 stars, and he's got the blue as well, but the mark on Mebius, so tough for him. He's trying to make the pathway through round the left, get a pinch in. The double TP's there. Can Rama get a super in time? He just used it to get out. Toast adds another one to the mix as well. Rama's one shot, no escape for VN Esporting, and Chasmac even out the score.
With a really convincing response. Stars all round as Chasmac find their footing. The first game just a little bit slow to the mark, a little bit rusty, but now looking much, much more like their former selves. And again, as we've seen already today, so many close matches. This one off the bat appears to be no different. Very different ideas in terms of the comps. Much more aggression on the side of VN Esporting, much more sharpshooters for Chasmac, but both are working in their own ways.
Yeah, well, maybe it's just wants this blue star again and should be able to get it, but he's putting himself in a bit of jeopardy there. Gets hit quite hard, and Rama not got the most HP over the right either. Chasmac slotting into a more aggressive position. Vengeful Spirit's there, but the pull through the wall. Can he get taken down? He does. Kooky Popper's there, but Rama's so low. He wants his super, he wants some help. He needs to get out, but RBM has to retreat. TP from Mebius is there, but that's going to be into 2, surely, but Fade's come around the mid.
Oh, a lot of heavy fire again with Vengeful Spirits and the taps from Toast. And Chasmac finds something there, but still behind by 1 star. It's VN Esporting on those back lines, and Rama has super, as well as Mabius. That's going to be some of the same degrees. A beautiful connection from Faye with the magic hand, and more stars over for Chasmac.
I think Cookie Popper was just missed there as well. It's 1 star to Chasmac now over the 3 of VN Esporting. Shots coming through. Nest Egg popped on the left-hand side as Rama tries to make his aggressive stance. Nebius TP again, same position as last time. Maybe he just wants to set it up, but he's actually going to go for the walking cane. Break up that wall. I don't hate it. Maybe still has some in hand as well, and I think he does. Eventually goes down. TP's there. Super's there from Gus. Rama's got the lunge. Can Chasmac hold on?
Nob and Rama have got to be so careful of these nest eggs, but I like that play with the walking cane. The damage booster was giving so much value to Chasmac, and now it's been depleted and eradicated. Pressure still on, but everyone on Chasmac's side is full HP. Rama thinking about it here, but he's got to find Nob on the shield, and maybe for that reason they've got to swap over in this mid and be closer together for what has got to be a pitch-perfect push. 20 seconds on the clock, and VN Esporting are cooking here.
I mean, they want the last push. That's all they need. Super Veil from Nob. Rama gets it perfectly timed, but the pull mid-super. He doesn't bounce. The answer for Mebius on the right, though, but he's marked. Needs the heals, and down Nob goes. Mebius should be joining him soon. He does just that. And Chasmac, hold on.
What a way to demonstrate an ability to handle pressure. I mean, Chasmac Gaming NA, for what was a pretty disastrous first game, to bounce back like that, as convincing as that, I think that says a great deal. What a way to defend. Looking down the barrel of a Gus and a Fang, do not want to be there, but they just stood so strong, and now, that is a spicy thing to see, because, you know, VN Esporting with such an aggressive nature to hand, if Chasmac can handle it in Bounty, maybe they can handle it elsewhere also.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see a replay of that, because I called it as I think it was, and I think the gene pull came just in time there to stop him from bouncing around and getting the damage. I think it was just perfect from Fade to get that done, and obviously the turret as well to add a lot of damage to that defense from Chasmac Gaming NA, so it's really, really nice here. The replays coming in, maybe we will see it, but that was just beautifully played, especially from behind, like CMG were in that first game. They'd lost, and then they had to win 2 in a row, and it just worked for them.
Yeah, they were able to start to see through the timings of what VN Esporting were trying to achieve there, and stopped going in alone and played much better as a team. And just a lot of the plays here, again, with so many stars to hand, it's a wonder that VN Esporting didn't turn this around.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, that was the second game where they managed to kind of get going. Beautiful pull from Fade again there. He missed a few throughout the second, but he just gets the pull, I think, there. Stops him from bouncing around, and just really, really nice from Chasmac.
It really was, and a daring prospect to not bring in the healing puffs, and to have that additional knockback from the Lambleur rather. That's quite a daring thing to have to hand, and to have those Vengeful Spirits instead. Bit of a tough one there for maybe it's just the one takedown for him, but Nob had a pretty decent game on the side of VN Esporting, but RBM with 6, Fade with 5. They're looking much, much better in terms of the takedowns, and that is where the set is won and lost in Bounty.
Yeah, well, we're on to Julian Beatles once more then. It was the first game of Group A, and now it's in this first game of Group B. This could be where Chasmac Gaming finish things off in this upper bracket game and knock VN Esporting down. Or this could be the start of a comeback that VN Esporting so heavily desire. Nobody wants to take that life off themselves in the first game. You've got to at least make it through that.
Julian Beatles, though, really quite an unforgiving map, it seems like the map pool for Hot Zone really is in this last chance qualifier. The bans coming in for Chasmac, Stu, Crow, and Squeak, loving that Squeak ban, but the Pam first pick. It's such a strong one. Lou, Barley, and Colette bans on the side of VN Esporting, and Cordelius is the response for Chasmac. That ability to take away brawlers from the objective can be so instrumental in buying time or catching up, and Buster to combine with it. That's a lovely little combo that I can see, but the heals are an issue so far. So they're going to try and brute force it, but they might have something left in the pocket as far as that's concerned for later. But the thing is, if VN Esporting want to double down on heals, I worry a little bit here for Chasmac.
Yeah, I mean, but Lou's out the way, Colette's out the way, Crow to slow down these tanks. It's going to be tough to deal with Buster without taking a tank of their own, I feel, at this point, unless they bring something that I'm kind of forgetting in, different tank counts or something like that. But even if they don't compensate for that, we've got, oh, there we go, there's the Rosa. And I mean, it's tough to know who wins that matchup. I think with Shield, obviously Nob's going to win that one, but without, Toast has got that range advantage.
I kind of prefer the Daryl into the Buster a little bit better, but Rosa nonetheless has just got such great survivability, and the fact of having a gadget to grow bushes in the mid and keep that unpredictability there. For Chasmac Gaming NA, they might want to have something in the back pocket to be able to eradicate some of that, because over time, VN Esporting will get stronger and stronger, and with the fourth gadget gear available to Mortis coming in for VN Esporting. I love this, but it's got to provide the goods. Otherwise, Mortis, in this scenario, might not be the best of ideas. I hope for VN Esporting that they're going to be able to go on the aggressive and get some value for it, or that could be costly.
I mean, Mortis is so good at the moment.
Yeah.
But I mean, Cordelius can take him Realm, Buster can surely get some good shots off. I mean, obviously you can't take him out so fast, but Otis is going to be there, and I do like that pick. A couple of heavy brawlers that are going to shut down so much. Cordelius obviously can take Rosa, Mortis to the Realm. Otis can, mute out both of those brawlers, and I mean, that's going to be difficult for VN Esporting to deal with.
Or maybe it's smiling. Not sure if it's nervous or whether it's feeling good about the matchup. I mean, Otis just got to stay on that Mortis the whole entire time. Literally just mirror every movement and stay on top of it. Get that mute as quickly as possible to then take away Mortis' primary form of fire. For Chasmac, they've got that valuable momentum coming in from that first set now to hand, and if they can just keep up this pace, fend off this first game, it will take so much of the pressure away. An early gadget for Toast, the fat splatter goes down, maybe it's from the left with an early gadget, and instantly eradicated. RBM comes out on top, leaving Ram all alone on the left-hand side. Chasmac can now heal, they've got the spawn cycle.
A shield going to be used against pretty much the only person he can use a shield against in this matchup. Nob's going to come through though, get some good shots onto Fade, take down Toast as well, the mute's there, but RBM takes into the realm, and Mebius will clean that up as well. Beautiful start for Chasmac, but what an ounce from VN.
Fade going to be coming in here with the shielding of his teammates to get them back into the thick of things. Nob gets pulled into it. That's going to be providing so much value over to him. Mavis knows that it's the time to strike, but gets muted somehow, gets a kill regardless. Fade going to be coming back in, but he's low HP. What can he realistically do to be able to counteract the situation?
Yeah, a little bit of a scrap sucker there, and now Rosa being brought into the realm. Mebius tries to get a cycle off, does hit both of them. Pam cleans up shop. LRBM still in the realm, but he's going to be coming out soon, and he's going to go down.
Oh, the amount of value that Mavis is getting, keeping everyone low with the back of the super here, and now Chasmac are in trouble. 85% in climbing, but VN Esporting showing no signs of slowing. A big heavy super from Fade, but I think it's too little too late. Rama is staying stood on the mark, and he gets it. VN Esporting fights back.
They've got to find an answer to Mebius now, because that Mortis gameplay is disgusting. So good. I mean, they just don't have anything for it. I mean, they do, but they don't.
I say coming in, Mebius was smiling. I was wondering whether it was nervous smiles or he's cooking something up, and what a treat he did. Quite the chef indeed. If he keeps this up, this set goes to where VN Esporting, no doubt about it.
Maybe it's going to go in, but actually doesn't find anything for it. Same as last time. Nob's going to go in straight towards Fade. Not going to find anything. Same scenario as last time. VN Esporting not starting strong, but when this Rosa super comes, when Mebius starts to cycle, that's when it shows up. And now Cordelius in the realm. Might have to try and get away from that, but actually Nob cleans him down.
This is the awareness of Chasmac. They know that the early game really does benefit them, so getting hunkered down much better now. Approaching 50% as well. Maybe it's low, instantly taken care of. This is such a great response. At the moment, all three members of CMG are just staying firm, keeping Nob in the realm and away from harm, and just staying on the objective. They're now at 70% and climbing. This is beautiful stuff. All three members survive. I mean, this was done. It's chalked.
I mean, what a shield that was from Fade as well. I mean, Pam's pretty much just killed his entire team, because there's nothing they could have done into that. Maybe it's going for it. Muted out as well, though. And I think that's something Toast done better. He just saved his mutes, used them on the Mortis, cycled them out, and match point to Chasmac.
Wow. Unbelievable stuff, and we've seen this all day long. I'm so impressed with the way the teams are handling these defeats and coming back stronger. It's happening in every single group so far today, in every single match so far today. But now, VN Esporting are in a bit of trouble. That game is going to be valuable, so valuable now to hang on to. They can bring this to a third and final set, but it's going to come down to these interactions. RBM stays firm, 52 HP though, and maybe it's the miss of the super there. Could have gone for the takedown at the very least, but comes back with nothing.
I mean, he did get the kill and in the end, but it was a dashing kill and not using the super. Fade's going to pull back. Water pull as well to get the slow there. Rama should fall, and that should open up the world for CMG. But RBM, he's just getting caught off guard by Nob every time, but the mute directly on Mortis there. And CMG once again walking away with it.
Fade is finding so much value. These shields are absolutely on point. And again, buying such valuable time as Nob comes in straight into the dark round there by RBM and keeping up the scrutiny. Maybe it's on the right-hand side, is lurking. He's got better HP now. He can go in, but he's got to time this right. He finds RBM. He secures it. Now, VN Esporting get control of the mid. And this is where this comp can be really, really dangerous for Chasmac.
They're going to need it, but as soon as he pops the super, the realm is there. Toast got the mute as well. Going to actually tank it with the turret from Rama there. It's ticking up now for VN, but Nob's low. RBM needs to make something happen. Has that as well. Just going to mute out Mebius, and he does go down. That might open it up, but it's even now.
Rama trying to find RBM, can't connect the shots, but we are even on the objective. Nob again, straight into the round. Fade going into the mid, gadget pop, but doesn't find the value, and Mavis can smell the time to strike, and he gets it! It's now not Mavis staying firm. 50% is all that VN Esporting need to survive on to a third and final set. One final chance for Chasmac to push this back, and I don't see it happening. Rama's wheezy, but it's not even going to matter. We're going all the way as we've done time and time again today, Trav.
About as close as it gets in that game. VN come out on top, and now CMG in a tough position. They win the first, not so convincingly. The second goes to VN in a pretty back and forward way. It's just such a close game. I just don't know who's going to take this third.
It's just so close. When you look at the draft, when you look at the mechanics, every single aspect of these matches couldn't be closer connected. And again, when you look at that second game and how convincing it was for Chasmac, they just turned the strategy on its head. And the response from VN Esporting then matched that idea. It's like watching chess between these two teams happening before our very eyes. It's wonderful. It really is wonderful to see.
Yeah, it is absolutely incredible. And now RBM obviously just had to use that super there, but maybe it just cleans them up anyway. And it's at moments like that where in the second game they didn't have those moments. You know, they were just holding those supers, using them at the right moments, and that's why they won. But in ones like this, it's like they just couldn't do anything, and Mebius was just cleaning up shop time and time and time again. And they just needed to save the supers, I feel, for those circumstances, specifically Toast.
That's a player of the day right there for me from Mebius. I mean, wonderful, wonderful. Intricate Mortis plays. I mean, it's like a highlight reel to himself. It really is. I mean, if VN Esporting take this third and final set, how that man does not get MVP will be beyond me. What a game for him. But look at the damage, though, on the side of Chasmac. 446 for Toast. That is so much DPS. So 411 for RBM. I mean, realistically, if you were to see those stats, you'd probably give the edge over to Chasmac and the results, therefore, alongside with it. But no, it is the objective where things matter most in Hot Zone, and VN Esporting, with that sheer aggressiveness of Mavis on that Mortis, just played it better.
Yeah, those heals were really something from that turret, and the turret alone. I mean, obviously Mebius is going to get a lot of heals off those supers as well, so it's a big thing for them. We're on to double swoosh now to decide who is going to go all the way through that top bracket to play in the winners finals, to move on and take that ticket, to take the ticket to tomorrow, I should say. But it's a very, very close game, so back and forward, and it's just all of the games we've seen today have been so evenly matched.
Yeah, and I feel like this will be no different, but the draft here, it's going to be so crucially important. Rosa, Buster, Ems, the Sandy, Jean, there's just so many available options here to consider. Amber as well can just deplete all the bush. Cordelis as well is a good matchup for him to have here in those bushy areas. And look at that, the Buster and the Rosa banned for good reason, and the Amber and the Sandy and the Ems. 5 brawlers there.
This guy just knows.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way.
He just knows.
Crow band as well. I mean, that's already a great start for me. So many heavy hitters just instantly taking out the mix. There's no one.
Cordelis picked up first then, yet again by Chasmac. Game didn't work out for them in the previous game. Clearly still have faith in that Brawl to do some work over here on double swoosh. VN Esporting up next with their first pick, and I mean, a lot of the tanks have been taken out of the way, and that's something that they do specialize in quite heavily, so might have to pivot onto something a bit more control-based rather than just running at their opponents and try play it that way. But I mean, it's going to be tough for them here, I do feel. I mean, what do you go here? It's I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me.
Why were you even asking that question?
That makes sense.
You know, you need no excuse for a tire to come in.
Especially because Sandy's banned out as well. It makes a lot more sense. Same as like Amber and stuff as well, right? Not being able to get through those support from beyond as fast.
You love a tire.
I'm disappointed in myself.
It's gonna be a great thing to have. Stu gonna come in, which I quite like here, especially because when you consider how many of the kind of hypercharged brawlers that could have potentially shown an appearance now not in the mix, Stu makes a lot of sense. But it is gonna be great for maneuverability. I'm assuming it's gonna be the mid of choice for VN Esporting. It's gonna deter a little bit away from things like Bo as a mid idea for Chasmac Gaming here. They might want to go over Gene, but again, that's a dangerous thing to have against a Stu. It kind of limits down what they can realistically have. I kind of worry a little bit now as the draft unfolds. I mean, Ash wouldn't be a bad shout here, but it could have a kind of pretty heavy counter. Otis could come in. I was going to say it, I just didn't think it was going to be on the minds of Chasmac, but again, staying firm to what I was saying coming into this matchup, Fade backstage really has been flaunting just how good 8-Bit can be. And let's be honest, it served the goods for Chasmac in the first set, and I think it could well serve the goods again in the third. Combining with it, the Otis, yeah, I think that's a really good shout because tanks are a threat here. Otis for insurance.
2/3 of the prior comp, and it didn't really work for them, but obviously still have faith in those brawlers, just didn't really like them on that specific map at that time. But VN Esporting still have this last pick. I imagine Stu will be playing through that mid, so probably a lane brawler. I don't want to say it in case they do just go for the Stu down the lane, though, because that is definitely a possibility as well. Going with the Squeak, and yeah, I mean, it really depends. They can play either Stu or Squeak in that mid. Residue's going to be so strong, and 4 of them as well. 4.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting, isn't it? Let's be honest. But the sticky residue from the Otis gadget can really deplete those speed zones from the Stu very, very quickly here as well. So that might be a strategy to employ because I'm assuming it's going to be the gadget of choice for that mid. It makes a lot of sense to have that when you are the gem carrier, and just to have more maneuverability always goes such a long way. But my, oh my, we are all tied going into this third and final set, and this is an important one for sure. Both teams will have chances to come. Obviously, the loser will not be exiting at this stage of the competition, but one less lifeline going in to that losers bracket matchup. Let's see, an early residue gadget there from Nob, as you'd expect, trying to keep Fade, but cannot find him. Toast as well, low HP, a lot of action on the right-hand side. Rama still staying alive, the support from Rio comes in, and Fade going uber aggressive here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Nice stuff from RBM on the right, but Nob just doing a really nice job on the left. Rama still dashing around, and Toast is in a bit of a tough spot. It might be cleaned up, but the wall, saving grace for him. Fade just wants to try and make this play down the left-hand side, needs to fly under the radar to be able to catch Nob and get him into this realm. Does actually get past that shot. He misses the super as well, though. Should be able to charge it back up quite quickly, especially with this pitch. Gets it back, and now should be able to sit behind this wall nicely.
Cheeky little jump away from Fade, and it's got, again, the realm to hand, does connect it, jumps back over on the aggressive and gets the takedown. Now he's got his eyes onto Rama. He can't close the gap, but still some valuable HP was taken away. Now the mute there from RBM, perfectly timed. Fade for the snatch. 10 gems in the pocket for Chasmac, and a retreat.
And a fat splatter to end it off as well. Mebius goes down there. Beautiful fat splatter from RBM to kill all of the support from beyond and get him down. Resets healing. Rama's the only one remaining, and what can he do? They might be slowed, but it doesn't matter. Match point for Chasmac NA.
A very convincing game. A very convincing one for Chasmac there. They just looked so methodical to get that gem steal. It wasn't frantic. It wasn't chaotic. It was calculated. And now, just one game away from making it forwards into the winners matchup, and a chance then to have their eyes on that #1 seed. Let's see how they fare. Toast in the mid as well there, just trying to get some early taps, and does get them onto Rama, but it's Rama who gets the gems. Support from beyond from Mebius on the left-hand side, does then find Fade, and Fade can't close the gap, and that might be he actually comes back just in the nick of time there, but nonetheless, VN Esporting have a much better start.
And Toast moves over there and resets that healing on the Tara once more. Now Fade reasserting its position, getting some super off that as well, but now does retreat, doesn't want to feed the Tara super. It's quite strong, especially in a mode like Gem Grab. Rama, the slow and the shots coming through, but RBM cleans up on return, and now Bush control is in his hands, but same for the Tara, and that super is a dangerous prospect.
Yeah, Fade missed there, the connection. It allowed Mavis to get into a much better position, and now cycling beautifully. So many taps off of the Toast there as well. Another gadget keeps him alive in the mix. The Fade's still going to be there, though. He goes out on top, 140 HP, but 8 gems for VN Esporting. Chasmac have got to get a turnaround.
Down. Oh, I mean, they've over-aggressed. Toast goes down. Fade gonna have to recover those gems. Wants to go for the kill as he can't get out. Tries it, but it's just not enough. And this might be another double match point in the last chance qualifier. VN running away. Toast slowed, and I just don't think they can get up in time.
It just feels like nothing is certain. As soon as one game is so convincing, it's just fall right back, and VN Esporting are taking this to another double match point. How many of these have we had today?
I mean, pretty much every game except from like one, I think, has had a double match point, and it is beautiful to see how evenly matched all these teams from across the world in different regions, in different sub-regions are facing out, and how close it is. It's really, really entertaining Brawl Stars. And whoever wins this, they're going to go on to that top bracket final. Whoever loses it, only got one life left.
Everything to play for now. Comes down to one game. Maybe it's on the right-hand side. Swap lanes actually now as well. RBM, Toast, Fade, all clustered here into the mid, and their whereabouts made known to VN Esporting. 2 gems now, 3 for Rama. Speed zone still in play. They haven't really got to that yet on the side of Chasmac, so that's helping out for now. And now finally Toast does secure it. Pretty even matchup though for now. Rama's going on the aggressive, very early to do so.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants something. He just wants something out of this. Nice shots coming in from Fade, though. Gets them low. Should be able to take out the support from beyond, and RBM cleans up left as well. They went for a little swap. Toast going to get slowed down. Picks up his third, though, and almost even. Fade just trying to slow around this right side. Wants the Cordelia Super to try and get Rama in this 1v1. Gets him, but not going to use it. Jump out is there. Rama wants to pursue, but didn't want to risk those gems.
Fade healing now. Maybe it's almost got taken care of there. Has Super now. Fade forcing then. Nob into the round, but Nob comes out on top yet again. Fires Super. Great there. Cheat cartridge from Toast. That was very, very important. The Squeak running super sticky, so that slow is going to keep him vulnerable. So I liked the awareness to that. Maybe it's just lurking there. Almost got some value, but Chasmac were aware to it.
Fade's quite low here as well, though. Oh, Toast comes in for the overlap, gets the kill. Still got this shot as well, though. Not looking too bad. TP away available too. So Tara Super comes forward, Squeak Super comes forward again. He can get out the way of it. And it's so even, 6-6 with Toast in a top position. Super's going to go down, but already has another to replace.
Yeah, maybe it's just the way that it's just not quite working on this right-hand side. Goes to the left and finds better of it. Now, Toast and RBM with gems that are split. I mean, if RBM goes down, that'd be a lovely little thing to happen on the side of VN Esporting. The mute, though, is going to be quite essential here. If RBM heals up, which he is, going forwards, which he is. And now, Chasmac are starting to really fight back. 1 gem, though, for VN Esporting, and then we'll be able to count down. There's 3 down there, and there it is. Fade, though, forces into the realm. Abius, he's right next to Roll, but they're obviously not able to do anything until the interaction plays itself out, and he will fall, surely. VN Esporting are running away with it.
I mean, it looks like they're going to do it here. He's too far in the spawn. He makes it happen. The mute's onto Nob, not on Rama. They can't get up, and VN Esporting do it. Chasmac NA into the lower brackets.
Unbelievable scenes. Such a close back and forth throughout every single set. But for VN Esporting, a very important pickup for the EMEA region. Don't count out Chasmac. I've got them down as being a heavy contender for this group, but that was a very strong opening statement from VN Esporting.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, even from Chasmac, it was a strong opening statement, right? It looked good regardless. Replays coming through, though, and I mean, you know, Chasmac, they started well. VN answered back strong, and then Chasmac just could not get the work done on this next one. It's really disappointing for them there, but they're obviously not out. But let's remember the group they're in. Let's remember who they're going to be facing. Clash or STMN, it's not looking good either way.
Yeah, it really isn't. This group was always going to be a tough one for North America, but that prospect has got to be a scary one for sure. For Chasmac Gaming NA, they're going to have to really hunker down when it comes to that lower bracket. But we've seen teams like Reconic rise up from the ashes already today, and it could still be the case. RBM has the most takedowns in that matchup, and as well, the most DPS. I mean, it just goes to show how close it is, but time and time again, we saw this. VN Esporting in Hot Zone got the set. VN Esporting in Gem Grab got the set. The stats might not say the same story, but they are just playing the objective and keeping their eyes on the prize.
I mean, VN Esporting, they were a team who we didn't know how they were going to perform. Nob, we'd never even seen his face before. Never mind he's been at a LAN. We never even seen his face. He's like completely out of nowhere. Who's this guy? Oh, it's Nob, right, understandable. He's never, like, we've never seen him, never mind been at a LAN and played. We kind of expected it to be a bit questionable, a bit hit or miss. And they just played so well. If they can take down Chasmac NA, they can almost take down any team here.
Yeah, you know, so many teams, you know, coming in saying that they were so much looking forward to seeing the region's clashes. I was just looking forward for the face reveal, I'll be honest, like, you know. But yeah, you raise a really, really important point. When it comes down to the kind of the first early LAN experiences, we've got to question players and how they're going to fare under that kind of pressure. And VN Esporting looked very, very good. I've got to say, you know, as we mentioned coming into this one as well, like their performances kind of fluctuate a lot along the way. They're not the most consistent of teams, but when it matters, they do bring home the goods. It's got to be Mabius, right? Surely off the back of the Mortis plays. No, Rama, as always, gets the last word.
He always does. That boy, we're going to see some yawls on Twitter soon, I feel. Yawl underestimating me.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to expect a tweet. We've got to expect a tweet from that man. And I mean, he really does deserve to tweet at this point because that was a really good game. And I mean, he's proven himself. You know, we question whether Europe could still bring it to NA, and clearly they can.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you know, just demonstrating that. Oh, 2-1. Again, another third and final set matchup.
Can't escape him today.
You can't write it. It's exactly what we wanted. Everything that we would ask for from a last chance qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, that has got to have been a great, great game as well. I'm sure we'll see some highlights here because I want to see what was going down. First set, we'll see which way it did go. Obviously, really nice stuff from both of these teams, but Clash just could not quite get it done. LATAM, we've been scared of. We've been very, very scared of LATAM. That's the thing. It's because of what Nouns showed us in these games in SPS. We were scared of LATAM. They just weren't able to do it against NA, but I feel like they're still going to have a say in this tournament. That means it's going to be Chasmac versus Clash, and it's STMN versus VN.
Oh, and I mean, you know, Bobby was always very keen to get his hands onto VN Esporting. That was, I think, if my memory serves correct, the first two teams that were drawn in Group B, and Bobby was celebrating, and then it turned into sheer fear, didn't it? But again, you know, I'm so thrilled to see that all the teams so far today are really standing the heat, and this #1 seed, though, I've got to bring it back around again to that because, again, you know, for me, one of the favorites is in Group D, and that is where the #1 and 2 seeds will go off and face. And rejected there, they're looking really, really scary in terms of their stats, and this is what's going to make the next round of this so crucial to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's how much seeds mean. You know, in these sets, as you say, nobody wants to face Reject. Come on. Like, absolutely nobody wants to face Reject. So you've got to get #1. And then if Reject, the favourites in that group, get #1, then you're going to be fine. But let's be real here. They'll probably get C2, and if you win the group, they'll probably face them anyway.
I mean, the way today is
anything can happen.
Do Reject make day 2 at this rate? That's the question, and that's what I mean. The LCQ is bringing so many unpredictable qualities in today. I love it. I don't know what to think anymore.
There's no predictions. Nobody can predict what's happened today. I feel like my predictions have just gone terrible on event.brawlstars.com because... And this is a rarity. This is a rarity. That'll ever do terrible. Never mind admit to it.
As the predictions master reign come to an end, I mean, surely not, right? Surely not. Well, our next matchup will be STMN versus VN Esporting. Let's start first with STMN.
Yeah, Sans, Bobby, and Czar is the squad of STMN. Really, really strong roster. And I mean, I have my headphones on. They cancel out sound, and I could hear them shouting when they won. I wasn't sure who it was. Bear in mind, it could have been either them or Clash, but I heard some shouting, and clearly STMN reigns supreme. Onto the stage now they come, Sans, Bobby, and then Czar. Really strong roster. I mean, they've always got a new jersey. No matter what event it is, they've got something new on, and I'm liking these ones at the moment. They had such a back and forward with Luminosity in their region, just the same as Chasmac Gaming NA did against Tribe Gaming NA. In their respective sub-regions, it was back and forward, back and forward, back and forward. And I mean, in the end, they didn't manage to make it happen. Luminosity went forwards to the World Finals, and they've had to come here and try qualify through this. But if they can beat Clash, they can probably beat a lot of the teams in this tournament, Teddy.
Oh my words, what a matchup incoming. I mean, I love that VN Esporting already showed us they can beat NA, but can I beat the other side of the NA sub-regions? That is going to be a whole other challenge. I would say, like, you know, according to most people, STMN is going to be rated a little bit higher than CMG NA, despite not having the easiest year this year. STMN, they're still a fantastic team, and a lot of people love to call them LAN demons. They perform really well under pressure. Plenty of achievements behind their belt. So they're going to be coming into this match confidently, especially after that victory against Clash.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with VN Esporting is, towards the end of this year, they haven't looked as great. They started off all right. They got to the first monthly, got third to fourth in Feb, second in March, but from there was definitely a downhill slope for them throughout the monthly finals. They started to drop off, they started to not even qualify, and that's the issues they had. Obviously, they had to climb back through SPS, back through the last monthlies to be able to make it to this position. And I mean, you know, there was even a chance of them making Worlds towards the end of the year as well. It was a big ask, but they almost did it. STMN, on the other hand, they did get some wins in their bag.
They definitely did, and I have to admit there is a little bit of a curse with STMN in LAN. I'd say they perform really well, and they certainly do, but they do tend to get stuck at that top 4. They got 4th place at MSI last year, 4th place at the World Finals, and now 4th place in SPS Masters 2. Luckily for them, the saving grace is that top 4 is exactly what you need here to qualify for the World Finals. So, I mean, in theory, like, that looks all good to them.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, top 4's fine here. Lucky for them. I mean, they'll be all right by the sounds of things. But they do have to get through this absolutely, I'm not going to say dreadful, because they're all so good. It's like the group of death by far. STMN, VN Esporting, Clash, Chasmac NA, 4 teams who, you know, could be going to the World Finals themselves. If they were in the World Finals bracket, I wouldn't question any of them.
Absolutely so, and I think that STMN and VN Esports come from very different places as well. STMN, their roster has been mostly unchanged, and one of the rosters that has changed the least over the last year. They played World Finals last year, the exact same team. VN Esporting, not quite the same story there. They are a bit more of a fresh team from this year. Now, they did manage to stick around for the most part of the year with some very slight changes here and there. They lost the A from A&R, really, but now under VN's colors, they do look solid. They are a threat. A lot of teams scrimming them have had some tough results against them. In the previous match, honestly, I didn't think they were going to take it. With the start CMG had, they looked really convincing, had lots of momentum, and yet somehow they managed to reverse sweep that, and even reverse sweep the final set as well, and that really impressed me, because I just haven't seen them on LAN nearly as much as I wish I had, and right now they are impressing me very much, so I definitely think they have what it takes here to do some big damage to STMN, but they might want to, you know, not start behind this time around, because the clutches they got in match 1, I don't know if they'll be fortunate enough to turn that around again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's difficult for VN Esporting here, I feel, because STMN, they've got to be the favourites. And don't get me wrong, Chasmac NA were probably the favourites in the first one as well. But VN Esporting managed to provide, they looked very good whilst doing it as well. But the end of the year hasn't been the best fun. It's the first LAN event we've actually seen of them playing with the whole roster. You know, they finished 4th in SPS. They were playing with KC. KC's a great player, but it's just not the same as playing with your own roster. We questioned some nerves. We questioned the nerves of what we'd see from Nob. We'd never even seen his face before. We thought maybe he's a bit of a nervous guy, because that's usually what it is if nobody's seen your face when you play this game professionally. And he played very, very well. Surprised me so heavily. And honestly, I think this might be the best the team's played.
I think you raise a very valid point. And I mean, I met him earlier. Philip introduced me to him, I think, yesterday. And it was hard to just get to meet him in the first place, you know? He was hiding a little bit, but he is building up some confidence, and that can be very deadly. So yeah, STMN, they are gonna have to be careful in this matchup for sure, because this could absolutely swing either way. I think that what is very scary as a North American fan is that if STMN lose this, that means that one of the 2 NA teams is out for sure, no matter what. So that is a scary thought for everyone from NA. So yeah, cross your fingers, because like, it's not last hope yet, you know, there's still plenty of hope. But STMN, they could be doing NA a huge favor, because that would potentially give the possibility of 2 NA teams moving forward to day 2. Predictions-wise, it's not quite as even as I would like to see it for this matchup. Now, I think Stamina is a favorite, but I don't think it's an 83-17.
I think 60-40 would be pretty accurate for this matchup. Not 83-17. That's crazy, absolutely crazy. But yeah, I agree. STMN are probably the favourites coming into this one. I think regardless of VN Esporting's first performance, obviously STMN pulled something pretty similar out the bag, managed to take down Clash, who are a very strong team, and LATAM have proved that recently as well. You know, through Nouns Esports in EU, dominating that SBS qualifier. Clash clearly had their work cut out for them, being in a region with them all year long. We're moving on then. Brock is going to be the first pick on Safe Zone. Bans are looking like Groma, 8-Bit, and Bonnie from the side of STMN. VN Esporting going to ban out the Cordelius, the Piper, and the Fang. We're back over to STMN for 2 picks now.
Yeah, the Brock is a very old school pick here on Safe Zone. Pretty much always been good, if not one of the best first picks, depending on the meta. Just the wall break is great. Brock is going to be one of the highest DPS on Safe as well. And when you're a sharpshooter and you have that extra trait, it's going to be fantastic. Much more damage than Bell, for instance. Bell is going to have many more advantages, though, so I definitely like that pick as well. Going to be better for the one-on-one duel. The bounces can be very strong, whether players are stacked up or they're too close to their safe. It's a good opportunity to get some extra damage, a little bit Jesse style in that way. Eve, I'm not as much of a fan of. It will do good against the Brock for sure, but something like a Daryl, I mean, he's just not really going to be caring too much about the Eve hatchlings. It's just pretty much 2 shots there. All 3 of them are destroyed, all 4 with the mythical gear. And a Carl as well. I mean, who takes care of the hatchlings better than Carl besides a Penny? Really. And the Colette I do like, though. It's some good potential damage on safe if you have control. Can be really good at just getting kills and getting additional damage with your super onto the safe. I like both comps. I mean, it's a good way to shut down that Daryl as well as the Carl. So 2 birds, 1 stone with that last pick.
The Colette is a very good last pick. Daryl and Carl can be, you know, swept up pretty easily. But the issue is, if they get away with the Garl, with the Brock, with the Daryl, if they get anywhere near that safe, it's going to be shredded. Absolutely shredded, because it's just so much DPS on that comp, and especially, you know, Carl's going to be able to sweep up a lot of those opponents. If he picks anybody but the Colette, pretty much, he's going to be in a good spot.
Rama going to be opening up the walls on their side of the map. That is what you want to do. Just remove that vantage point, that cover that your opponents can use to just sit up in the mid and deal some easy damage to your safe, heal back up and stay behind safety. Sans low HP, Super is going to connect and find a kill. Zer does find a kill of his own, not quite in range of anyone just yet. Does manage to get some damage on Bobby, but eventually does go down. It's a 12% lead so far in favor of STMN. And we finally have a Daryl super, which is going to be very important here to try to start snowballing a little bit, because every kill he gets is going to get his super quicker. And he has it again, but he's low HP, probably not going to be able to commit with the mark that is on his face.
Yeah, I mean, considering STMN's position, what they had, it's not the most damage from them, and STMN already taken the lead with a good answer. Mebius going to go in now as well. Sans doesn't have push it back either. That means Mebius is going to be unsafe, and I believe damage gear was activated there as well. Nob rolls forward, doesn't really find Bobby in range. Tries to use that spin to get his super back and does just that. Nice stuff from him for this aggression, but Mebius in a good spot. On the other side, though, Eve more of the same.
Sans low HP, but still able to get a nice crossfire set up with Bobby. The Carl can spin all he wants. He's not going to get out of that one. Zart forced to Nob on the right-hand side. Nob has super now as well. Going to try to heal up a little bit before going in. The mark is going to be missed. That would have been great. Onto that Daryl. Daryl pushing up, getting some nice damage on safe. The gadget connects as well. Don't think that was ideally placed, so he did miss out on a little bit of damage there. Can definitely deal more than that. But VN Esporting still very much in the running. That super will deal a ton of damage on the safe. The lead expanding in favor of STMN. Not pushing downwards. A double push there with Mebius as well. And that's going to be lots of damage coming through on the safe. But is it enough?
Clay up top, he's getting a lot of damage done. Now that Eve just defending this Carl nicely. Bobby does miss his mark, and it's done with Sans finishing that one off there. No one to defend it. 19% was what was left on that STMN safe. 0 was what was left on the VN Esporting side. So a good start for STMN, but not without some fumbles.
Yeah, definitely was some room there for things to turn around. If VN Esports just won a couple little encounters left and right, especially towards the end, that could have been a different story, but it was close. It is Stamina, regardless. They will be picking up game number 1, starting off the series with a little bit of momentum, and that's always going to be very nice. Off the bat, getting some good early damage here as well. Again, that 12% lead from just connecting those early shots onto the safe. They got positioning, they got the lead, they got the first kill as well as Nob falls on the right side.
Yeah, I mean, good damage coming down from Zar. Now Baby's coming through as well. That's going to take a few shots from Nob to take out. Might even take all of his ammo, and that means Zar can put himself in a good position. Already 23% done, sorry. Zar going to try and avoid those over the water, but doesn't actually make much room there. And now shots coming through. Nob gets on safe, Colette Super in defense, does get some connections, still in the lead, but Rama raining down. A Super only hits one of those rockets, and now Bobby trying to answer.
Yeah, one is not enough. You want more value from that. Definitely not enough. Maybe is very low HP, is gonna roll away, try to get into that sneak position to deal some damage on safe. We'll have to be careful because Zar can just get it over there and get a free kill if it's too low HP, especially with a crossfire. Nothing Mabius can do. Not sure if that was worth it. 34%, that's the advantage right now for Stamina. Rama in a tricky position, not able to connect the shot. Eventually does find the tag, and with the help of the Carl, that is going to be enough to get that kill. Sense is healing up, though, gets the Super on safe as well, not pushing downwards. But the lead just keeps extending, and it's extending in favor of Stamina.
Yeah, I mean, that's another Super from Sands, and this man is dominating. I mean, it's a Daryl, it's a Carl, what do we expect? But he's just playing it so well. Gotcha as well, Nob just given up there, and that's going to be the safe finish by STMN as they dominate set 1 and take it comfortably.
Near flawless game here from Stamina. They look confident. They look like they are playing as they were hoping for, as they were expecting to be playing. VN Esports not quite performing to their full potential here in this opening set, at least. They do come back off a very heated series, so maybe they just cooled down and didn't really have time to start the engine again, getting into their second match of the day. They do still have some time to come back, but not a lot of room of mistake. Best of threes are brutal, and we've seen lots of teams leave very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, teams are dropping like flies at the moment, and you know, neither of these teams want to be dropping down to that lower bracket. Whoever progresses from Clash versus Chasmac is not going to be a comfortable opponent for either of these, whether that's a restart, a replay, should I say, rematch. Lots of re's there, but for VN Esporting and Chasmac Gaming, or whether STMN will have to face off against their counterparts or re-face off against Clash as well. It's all up for grabs, but nobody wants to drop to that low bracket. How strong it is at the moment. They want to go straight to day 2.
They all have to keep up with that performance if STMN want to make that happen. Rama with 8 kills, going to be top fragging for his team, but it is Bobby for Stamina on top of the leaderboard, and that's not something unseen before. He does tend to perform admirably well in LAN circumstances. Out in the open is where we're going to be out heading up next, and I mean, potentially a place where we can see a lot of repeat brawlers from our previous set. I'm thinking potentially the Brock again for that wall break. That was the first pick earlier today on this map. But also potentially an Eve, and the Bell is also playable. Surprising amount of Bells, I think, today, because, I mean, Bell's always been good, but I didn't really expect it to be picked this much.
Yeah, we'll have a look at out in the open here. Definitely some of those long-range brawlers should be returning. Brock, definitely so, if not banned. We saw it the last time we saw this in Group A. Brock was being played, and I believe it was successful along the way as well. So definitely some of the long-range brawlers should be returning. But at the same time, we can still see aggression and stuff as well. Even Eve might still come back into this one, being able to levitate over that water and not have to make any walls be broken for some progression on the map.
Very curious what the approach is going to be. Like, you can always try to bring in something more aggressive too. Not necessarily the easiest map to do so, in all fairness, so you have to be really careful, but our bans are piling up already. That's going to be RT, as well as Mag and Bunny on the side of Stamina. First pick Piper, I mean, pretty much what STMN want. VN Esporting, they banned the Nani, which I feel like is a little bit of a risk to ban Nani, but not Piper as well, because that pretty much gives free Piper to Stamina. unless this is what they were hoping for and they're ready for it, it's going to be a Fang as well as a Mandy joining the ranks of VN Esporting, and I kind of dig it.
Yeah, I mean, the Fang I was expecting, the Mandy maybe not so. I still think Piper's the better sharpshooter, and they've banned out a lot of the rest. You know, Brock's banned out, Nani's banned out, even Eve to be able to tank some of these Piper shots. It's not what you expect whatsoever. But Buster's going to come in. Buster for STMN there, trying to face off against that Fang. Obviously does have quite a lot of HP, so should be able to tank quite a lot of those shots, and even if lunged on by that Fang as well, should be fine. But it's not really got the best synergy with Piper. Piper's going to be doing a lot of that long-range work, the same as Mandy will be doing. But then Jean's going to come in. The pull into the Buster will be a nasty combo.
Yeah, I think the Jean here is really important because it's kind of their win factor, right? Besides that Jean, the Buster is going to be playing very defensively. You're going to be kind of waiting for the Fang to go in because he's not really going to be able to close the gap on such an open map, or at least not easily, unless there is some sort of setup. And I think that Jean pool can be exactly that. VN Esporting need to be very, very mindful with their final pick. They have the chance now to give Stamina a taste of their own medicine. Stamina was the last pick in set 1 that was brutal, was at Colette. It's going to be a B here for VN Esporting. I'm not sure B really has fallen off recently. Now, I feel like without the hypercharged brawlers, it might be just a little bit better because a lot of tank counters have been removed that you would kind of want. So options are a little bit more limited, so I can see where B can fit in here. It used to be a classic on this map as well, but recently not seeing it as much.
Yeah, I really don't mind the B, to be honest with you. Just purely if it's played into that Buster. Obviously, that's going to be the matchup that they're going to desire, and then send the Fang onto the Piper, onto the Jean is probably the right answer to go for. But early shots coming through from the Mandy there. Gets a couple of connections onto Bobby, and now it's the pull in from Sans, though. Mebius might answer. Oh, he drops the super. Drops the gadget, but Sans gets the shot through, and instantly STMN in the lead here.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem. Because if you get even slightly within range, a gadget, the B is gone. It's just so much damage from the Buster, and Nob is going to go down as well. Does manage to get a final tag, so he should be close to a super. If you can find a connection with that onto, say, the Piper, that is pretty much going to be a one-shot. But he's not in that position just yet. Super now going to be available for the Mandy. He's teasing it. If he gets that connection, that would be huge. That could be the advantage they need.
Yeah, Bobby looking for this pull here as well. Needs to try and get it to be able to use it, because as soon as Rama comes in, they're going to need it. Good shots from Zar. I'm not sure if that was a homemade recipe or not, but Sans pushing up with this activated as well. Gadget going to be used. Zar does get slowed down, but instant answer. They need to get this trade out. Bobby needs to get the finish. One shot, the pull misses as well. Someone's going to hit him, and he survives it out.
Oh my goodness, that was so crazy. I thought surely things were going wrong there for VN, and yet they get away for it. And I'm not even sure if they want to use all that utility now either. The Fang might want to keep his super if he can, but you also don't want to give away too much. Now the Piper super, wouldn't say that's the biggest threat here. Jean super, you definitely don't want to be feeding. They'll get the kill. Rama gets his super back, so absolutely perfect here. Could not really have hoped for better in the second round. However, the wall break is going to be there. That's going to help a little bit, have a little bit extra maneuverability. But let's see who's going to take it home in this first game of knockout.
Yeah, Sans got his super there thanks to Zara and Bobby being in his radius, getting that super off, and now he can start to push up a little bit, but still not that much. Just Fang's there. He's waiting to pounce on his teammates, and obviously without him helping and without him defending, there's the pull-up. And Rama even used his super too. He didn't even get anything from it. The shields there from Sans as well doesn't really mean too much, but at least it allows him to get up closer to the Mandy, claim this bush. And obviously Zar still waiting down below to pounce onto Mebius when he gets a chance too.
That was brutal, losing that super from the Fang. That was their win condition in the second round. Was that out of the way? There's not going to be much that Nob can do. And I have to agree with you. You were a little bit doubtful of that Mandy pick. Haven't really seen too much from it. I mean, there was almost an amazing double kill lineup at some point with her super, but it was an almost.
What else?
Yeah, like you kind of want more than almost at this point. It was a risky pick here, not delivering so far. But it's not over just yet. Match point for Stamina. VN are gonna need to give everything they got to turn this one around.
Yeah, this is the qualification game for STMN. If they win this, then VN Esporting will be knocked down to the lower bracket to face off against Clash or Chasmac, whoever wins that matchup. First, STMN do still have to win this one. Bobby just looking for a super, get some charge early on. Same with Mandy and Piper, taking these long-range shots. Sans already got his, thanks to the teammates being so close.
Bit more passive around the mid here for VN, but Mebius again gonna be the weak link in this one. And I didn't really love the B pick here. I felt like it was just too frail for those matchup where the gene chip damage, like it hurts so much on a B. Piper always going to be hurting so much as well at that distance, and I mean, don't even get me started with the Buster. If he gets in range, it is over. And so far, B has been a very tough brawl here for VN Esporting. Round goes to Stamina. They are a round away from qualifying for day 2.
Gadget missed there as well from the Mandy. Could have got the slow on Zara and possibly got Rama to go and dash onto him. Shots coming through, they've got beautiful control. Pulls there, Rama surely goes down, but he dashes away. Nice play from him, but the Vengeful Spirit did follow along for the ride. Maybe he's trying to find the 3K. Sans might go down here, does go down, but some shots along the way. Even the homemade recipe missed there on Nob and STMN, their first signs of a bit of a waver here. And they are on match point, round point, set point, everything. And finally, VN finds something.
This is exactly what they needed, and this might be where Stamina might have some regrets later on. Wall's going to be opened up again, giving that extra maneuverability. Not as good, but the shield from the Buster is there, and I mean, that is definitely not ideal considering how tough it is to get those Mandy supers. Gets nothing for it. They're all stacked up, trying to get another shield available for Sans. Oh, yeah, he is rocking that star power, so that's going to be helpful there. 3 super. The pool is going to be baited out. Mebius catches it with the honeypot, and that is huge because so far Mebius was having a really tough time, but he's finding some really good utility here for his team.
Yeah, this control's a little bit worrying now for VN as Zara starts to take that left-hand lane against Mebius, but Nob's going to come around again and try use this extra range over him. Mebius just slotting through. Needs to get that Buster matchup. Slowdown available from Nob, but actually does miss it. Shots coming through now. Good pinch there. The gadget went down, the pull in. Sans gets the shot, but the super through from Rama's not good enough. Down they go. Just Nob remaining 3v1. And STMN surely going to win this one. Gadget used. Sans spinning. He knows he's won, but Nob has faith. But the faith means nothing when STMN dominate like that.
He tried all the way until the end. But sometimes when it's over, it is over. Stamina qualifying for day 2 of the last chance qualifier, joining SK Gaming. Obviously not in the same match, but they will be the second team here to make it to day 2. VN Esporting gonna be dropping down to the tiebreaker match. So they're not out. They still have an absolute shot here and making this happen, but there's no more room for mistakes.
Yeah, down but not out, and I'm intrigued to see who they're going to be facing, whether that be Clash, whether that be Chasmac NA again. And obviously Chasmac are desperately going to want that rematch versus them, not only because if they don't win against Clash, then they're out of the competition entirely, but why not get a bit of revenge against the team who knocked you down there in the first place? VN Esporting are down now, but STMN moving on, the 3rd team to qualify to our day number 2, and it sounds like something's going on because I'm hearing some shouting in the back rooms. But STMN, 3rd team to qualify to day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So this second group is definitely a very, very scary one. But Stamina, I mean, they absolutely rose to the occasion to show that not only are they on top of their group, they're on top of arguably the toughest group. So that is a super big achievement on their end. Sans and Zar leading the leaderboard. Probably a little bit of a quiet game, but you don't always need to be so loud. When you're winning, you're winning. And I'm sure he'll be happy with that performance regardless.
I mean, having faith in your teammates and bringing them up when they're playing well, I guess means a little bit more than getting a kill in a game mode like Knockout. You know, just staying alive's enough for the STMN team. But we are going to go down and have a chat with the man himself. 0 kills, but I'm sure he's still got a lot to say.
Thank you, Trav. I'm indeed backstage with Bobby. I'm not going to start by asking how you feel. I think that's kind of pretty obvious at this point. But let's take ourselves back a little bit to when the groups were drawn, because you were very pleased to be facing against VN Esporting, and at such a crucial stage in the competition. I got to ask, why were you so keen to play them?
I mean, Rama's just my good friend. I mean, we talk back and forth a little bit of trash, but it's all for jokes. You know, he's a good guy. So it's cool to have the opportunity to go up against him in such a big stage.
Yeah, you looked, I mean, this is the most convincing I've seen you guys look. Looking at your scrims as well, I kind of feel like you are the team to beat at the moment. So talk us through the preparation process, because obviously, you know, it's a tough place to be in the LCQ. You know, you're glimpses away from the World Finals now. What have you guys been doing in the background?
Just what we normally do. We come a week early, we get our scrims going, we play Brawl Stars all day for 5 straight days. But we got some maps that we liked, especially Safe Zone. I feel like we've never lost that ever. So we just worked to our weaknesses, let our strengths come to us, and it all worked out well.
Yeah, it was super convincing, honestly, from my side. Bring us back to the monthly finals, you know? The only team you've ever lost to is Luminosity Gaming. Let's talk about that for just a minute. You got 2 grand final wins against them, but they were the thorn in your side. So what has that process, you know, come in terms of learnings for you guys?
We've kind of just realized what our main weakness is, and we try our best to work against it. I mean, they're 3 very good players, so I mean, it is what it is, but we kind of figured out what we're bad at after losing to them so many times, and we worked towards it, and now I think it's for the better.
You're the number 1 seed coming into tomorrow. Got to quickly ask, any teams that you're worried about in Group D that you will end up facing?
I mean, I don't want to face Reject. For obvious reasons, they're super good, and Navi's like our family, so I don't want to go up against them either, but I mean, if we do, we're going to have to take one of them out, so.
And finally, quick shout-outs. Anyone you want to give a quick word to?
Shout out to my mom, and shout out to my brother, and shout out to Lukey for coming here.
So incredibly wholesome. With that, it's back to the casting desk.
Well, thank you very much, Ark. That was a very insightful interview there with Bobby. And I mean, obviously, having a really tough year against Luminosity, pretty much only losing to them, as they said. It is a little bit disappointing for them, but they said maybe it's for the better at the end of the day. Let's take a look at the MVP of that last game then, and it was Sands, and I do think he played well. He played beautifully. I believe he was on that Buster, right? He played that gorgeously with the tank and moving forward to get control.
Yeah, he had a great performance. I feel like the entire team performed really well. Maybe Bobby a little bit less in that final set, but he really didn't have to. And that's the beautiful thing about having a team with so much talent is you have 1 or 2 players popping off. The rest, like, I don't want to say they have to sit back, because that's really not the vibe that they were giving us, but they don't need to overperform. They don't need to hyper carry, and that's something that Bobby sometimes in the past had to do for his team. So I love that that's a different dynamic right now.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, we should get an update. Oh. 2-0 to Clash is not what I expected to see when that popped up. That is massive. Chasmac NA out of the competition in entirety, and Clash going to move on to face VN Esporting. That is absolutely massive, Teddy.
I'm at a loss of words. It is truly Latam's day so far. Just with upset and big surprises. I mean, Chasmac definitely coming in as a favorite here, but a lot of people have been warning us, don't underestimate Latam. And right now, they are definitely performing. South America can be very proud. It's really unfortunate for NA, because Chasmac, I mean, they're amazing guys, amazing team. They've had a great year as well, but their run is going to be ended here.
And the Mr. P Latam special coming out twice and winning in both field goal and in goal down Gulcher. That is huge. You know, we always question the meta that Latam bring to the table, but 2 wins with Mr. P in a tank meta? How does that work?
I don't know. The thing with Latam, and I had this conversation with some of the coaches as well, sometimes you just don't see their draft coming. Because it doesn't make sense to us, but it makes sense to them. And when you're not ready for it, even though it might not be like a hyper meta optimized comp, you're not prepared for it. And that sometimes can be enough to just destabilize you. And 2-0. 2-0, that's impressive. I mean, Clash are a fantastic team, but right now, I think that they're even beyond that from that result. It was also a 2-1 that they lost against Stamina, so they kept it close against Stamina too, and we saw how hot Stamina were today, so everything is possible at this point.
It had genuinely been devastating if Clash didn't make it. But Chasmac NA, 3 monthly final wins is more than most teams at this point have. It's just that they were in a region with Tribe Gaming NA and they just dominate their region. I mean, it was 3-3, right? Complete split. It was just where they placed when they didn't manage to win it, and that's what Tribe did that little bit better. It's so sad to see them go out of the competition and completely out of this year, because, you know, it's their last dance. It's every team's last dance if they don't make it through. And sadly for Chasmac, it just wasn't a very good dance.
It's devastating, really. I mean, it's a year of work, you know, and no one is mentally prepared to leave after 2 matches. Like, you're thinking that, like, even if it doesn't go right, you're going to day 2 and it doesn't go right, you know? It's really, really tough, but it is the name of the game. I mean, Brawl Stars, it is cute and, you know, like, I don't want to say a children's game, but, like, it's appropriate for children. However, esports, brutal. Like, honestly, you want to cry sometimes, and this is one of those days for some of those teams, and I'm sure some pros have today, but it's the name of the game. Welcome to Brawl Esports.
Well, Chasmac are out and Clash are in to this next phase of the round. 2 for Kodog and Adinho are the roster from Clash. First time we're going to be seeing them on stage. They had 2 games off and they really wanted to see themselves play on stream, so they came in today. Clash have made big moves throughout this year. Second to only Nouns Esports. Now, obviously, they were Zestra a lot of the year, then they were FA Mini Peckers, and now they're Nouns. They came second in 4 monthly finals, only managed to win 1, and that was the last one. It set them up perfectly for this event, I will say as well.
They qualified for every single monthly final this year. Clash are looking fierce, but their opposition is a very strong team as well, coming from a bit of a different perspective here in EMEA. It was unsure if they would even qualify here for LCQ in the first place. They had a phenomenal start of the year, but then slowed down a little bit after those great performances in the first 2-3 months. They're 2 months in a row without even qualifying. Luckily, they were able to save it with a top 4 placement in the last monthly finals, as well as from qualifying for the Snapdragon Pro Series, which in the EMEA held some points as well towards the BSC, so they barely made it in. But they are here, and they are here to cause some trouble.
I'm back on the casting desk and I can barely believe what I've just witnessed. Unbelievable scenes at the last chance qualifier. And I was saying backstage to the Supercell team just how impressed I am that so many of our matches have gone all the distance. And, you know, that was a convincing win, though, for Clash. I believe it was a 2-0, right? So, yeah. I mean, that says a statement coming into this matchup. Clash have got some very strong stats on the board in their region. I mean, like, looking around, like, the kind of rank 3 in terms of, like, the overall scene of the players here, and as we mentioned earlier already today, VN Esporting not necessarily so much, but this is what I've noticed from watching the EMEA region, who, if you filter the bracket to a set percentage, were all at the bottom. SK Gaming, really impressive performance. VN Esporting, I think they had a fantastic run against Chasmac. I really like what they were bringing to the table. The question is now, can they continue the reign of keeping EMEA on top despite those statistics?
Yeah, I think what's a big difference here, if you look at previous years, is that the teams that were dominant in their regions usually was because there wasn't the most competition, and then they kind of struggled in like global events because they weren't used to being challenged all that much. But somehow this year we're getting a very different perspective. I mean, most of the teams that are even out, that didn't make it in Group A, or even Chasmac here, they are incredibly strong. And some of the teams where a lot of people at home, including I'm sure a lot of people here and pro players, kind of expected to, you know, go out quietly. I'm looking at Reconic, for example, you know, they performed incredibly today. And right now, I mean, we have 2 teams of quite a big caliber, in all honesty. On the side of VN Esporting, they have done really, really well this year. EMEA is such a tough region to compete in and to qualify from. But on the other side of things, they have an incredible amount of experience. Tufa is one of the only players that was there in 2019 at the World Finals. I believe it was with Space Station, but like, still, that is forever ago, and he is still on the top, still competing at the highest level. I mean, that is an incredible feat.
Yeah, so much experience. Had he qualified in 2020, he was with before Esports at that time, so they didn't make it to the World Finals. Had he qualified for the World Finals, he would be the lone wolf in that regard with the most BSC World Finals experience to date. And I think that statistic says quite a great deal. But yeah, going back to 2019, Space Station Gaming BR, you know, who can forget those matchups there? Wonderful stuff there in career. But he brings a great amount of energy to the team, a great amount of experience. We know that this is a team that like to get rowdy, and they will not be afraid to show it and smear it all over the faces of VN Esporting. If they find themselves falling behind, they're probably just going to start to shout louder when they do eventually get those wins on the board. And for VN Esporting, off the back of that defeat, the morale has got to have taken a little bit of a dip, whereas Clash are coming in fierce and fiery, and that has got to be a little bit of a concern for VN Esporting, who like to bring all those aggressive ideas to the table. But let's be honest, it's much easier to do so, and more often than not, more successful to do so when you're ahead in the game.
Yeah, and we were talking, you know, about 2-5 specifically, but Edinho also got a top 4 placement in the World Finals 2021 with INTZ. Same for 2-5, of course, but Kyodog and VTZM, they got 2 top 16 placement at Worlds, so every single player here has been at Worlds before. Can't say the same for VN. Looking at the predictions, Clash, very heavy. I mean, usually there's a little bit bias when you have a new org like VN. People don't really know. They don't really know what is going on, you know? But regardless, that is a lot towards Clash, and I would maybe even favor Clash just a little bit in this matchup.
I think certainly coming into it, they've got a great advantage in that regard. And, you know, I got to be honest, in my predictions, I put down STMN and VN Esporting. I changed my mind last night, you know, just chatting to some of the players backstage, and I kind of like felt that VN Esporting, yeah, they could defy the statistics and come out with a win here. But nonetheless, Clash are such a fierce opposition. And, you know, having taken down Chasmac Gaming NA, who, you know, before that point in time of me switching, I did have down to make day 2. That, for me, says a great deal. I think Clash could turn this into a victory here. I think VN Esporting has got to tread cautiously in that regard, not get too ahead of themselves too quickly. Bring all that aggression, no doubt, is going to be needed against a team like Clash, but you've also got to just make sure that it's calculated in the approach and at the right time, most importantly. Get that lead, and then you can afford to have something to play with in that regard.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you. I honestly think Clash might be very slight favorites. Not necessarily the analysis I would have provided before today, but considering they just sweep Chasmac like it's nothing, and they got a set of stamina too, which VN wasn't even really that close from making happen. I want to say Clash, as much as VN, like on paper, you know, they've been, I would say, in a little bit of a better form. I'm looking at Clash right now. The scrims, sure, VN maybe look better, but the scrims are not bringing you to the World Finals at the end of the day.
I agree, and I might be pulling a trap here as we speak, as I might well be reconsidering myself as we get our draft in for Hard Rock Mine, the bands Squeak, Mr. P, and Rosa. For Clash, already great brands for me, and for VN Esporting, Buster, Crow, and Rosa also. Both sides do not want to be facing off against that tanky brute. The Ruffs is the first idea from Clash to hit the mark. I think it's a great starting hand. Ultimately, it doesn't commit too much to any idea. It's just there to serve to really enhance the comp in its overall form, which, depending upon what VN Esporting do next, could then make a big difference maker here.
Yeah, it's an interesting first pick here because, like, it doesn't really counter anything like too much. Like, I don't feel like it's going to be determining the draft all that much for VN. If they had ideas, they can still probably just stick with them. But yeah, it's also not going to get hard countered too much. So it's kind of both ways, right? And I like that vagueness, which is something we used to see a little bit more. We see a little bit less now, where you kind of want to go for some of those heady hitters, even if you will get countered. You used to see tons of like Spike first picks now. I mean, Spike is banned today, of course, but it's a similar vibe you get with the Ruffs. Now, 8-Bit and Otis are brothers we are seeing quite a bit at the moment. They were away from the meta for just a couple months, but they're really back now. Otis gonna be great at shutting down those tanks, and of course 8-Bit just very versatile across the board. The Piper is scary because I heard a lot of things from the Piper in LATAM, whether it was for Nouns or for Clash. They know how to play Piper.
It was certainly pronounced in the SPS, but nonetheless, this is a region which know how to pack a punch with their shots, and they're going to bring in the Cordelius as well. And I was going to mention that the Otis is there for VN Esporting because they're kind of predicting tanks potentially. They can't afford not to, have that brawler secured, but Clash deviate away from that idea, and that is placing that Otis in a little bit of a tough spot for me. Ultimately, the Cordelius matchup's probably going to be the better of those available, but it's that Piper which really has got to be answered. The cheat cartridge, absolutely, for the 8-bit, can get away from those sticky scenarios. Buzz is the aggressor. On this particular map, I've got to say, with a Piper being able to break up so much, over time, it can have its effectiveness depleted, and that's a concern. So for VN Esporting, it's got to be the early game where they make things count and try to deprive feeding into that Piper. It's a very risky idea, one that can have big payoff and big rewards in that regard, but it's just a big risk to take. But hey, this is the first set. This is probably the best time to take those risks. Having said that, it's a best of 3. You haven't really got much time to catch up if you place a foot wrong.
The stakes are also incredibly high here because tiebreaker match means one team is going to be the C2 of this Group B. The other team is going to be heading home.
Everything to get right. There's so much pressure riding on this match. Kaidog so aggressive straight into the mid, but gets there off into the portal. Rama does secure him as well, and not going to stop there. Guess maybe it's a not might be for the dessert if he's not cautious. Staying in the bushes, keeping himself hidden is the play, and he comes back with a bang, gets the takedown as well. Great stuff from him.
Oh, another pull there, going to be connecting, and that's a beautiful kill from Nob. He's been known for his tank gameplay, so he's definitely in his area of comfort here. Let's see if he can make something happen once he gets out of the Shadow Realm. He gets melted down, though. A lot of tank awareness there. Tufa getting some more jams and able to get the jump away back to safety. Big one because a lot of gems to his name.
Huge tap from Tufa, and again, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Kaidog. These Cordelius plays are absolutely on point and causing a huge issue for VN Esporting now. Getting a couple of gems for their time now from the mid, and a couple dropped from Clash, and that is going to help them tremendously so, but we need to see more from Nob, who's instantly back in the round by Kaidog. Rama can't really contest the mid yet. Tufa, low HP though. Gonna have to be going back into the spawn side, so this is a time for being able to catch up here in this match. A gem there for Rama. Cheat cartridge, no doubt, still available here as well. And now maybe it's Nob now pushing Clash back, and that's the perfect time for it.
Yeah, great kill there as well onto the boosted player. Kaidog was in a good position there to try to use that trait to his advantage. Only a single gem separating both teams now. Kaidog has super, but no, got his super off first. However, Kaidog is able to get that kill at last. 2 gems down in the mid. That would be enough if they can pick them up to get a countdown that can only be interrupted with a kill. However, they don't have access to those gems, and VN Esporting are able to tie things up. It's going to be 10 gems each. Tufa, incredibly low HP, and now Kaidog, he needs to buy some time for Tufa to heal up, but he's so low HP as well. This is a troublesome situation.
Huge beams there from Rama. Nob gets behind the situation early. Can't get the takedown. Maybe it's low as well. He's going to drop 5 gems straight into the pocket of Clash. And VN Esporting are nowhere to be seen. They've got to reset, and they're so far away. 10 seconds. Nob goes in instantly. Eradicated. Tufa has jump. He's got that on the defense as well. So even if he's contested, he's got the escape plan in motion. And the first game goes the way of Clash.
What a game from Clash. I love how they're not the team with the buzz, and yet they're the more aggressive team. Like, they don't have any tanks. They don't even have the most aggressive brawlers in the first place, Like, Cordelius usually is more of a defensive brawler, You keep the tanks at bay and all that. He's playing it so incredibly aggressively, getting that nice 2-piece in the beginning as well, and just constantly being in position to flank and just cause some mayhem in the backline of VN.
Great value there, though, from Mabius. Finds both Tufa and Adino, but those gems all sitting in the mid, as everyone knows that this early game is the best way to play the timer down, and now VN Esporting will reap the benefits, reap the rewards. as those takedowns are going to prove costly for Clash, who have got to get back in this game. Tufa needs to break. He's got it now, so it's going to be a lot better now. Powered up as well, so this is where the tides may shift.
Lots of gems still for VN Esporting. Rama is going to be tough to take down. A good super there from Caradog. Gets to heal off the mushrooms as well. Dinho will go down, but not before getting the trade. Oh, it's messy, but Caradog gets a kill. No way he gets out of there, though. No, going to be forced to use a gadget, but will get the kill, will get the gems back. However, having gems is not really going to be ideal on the buzz. And it is chaotic, it is messy, it is all over the place. Super not really going to connect there from Dinho. Shadow Realm again for Nob. Caradog trying to close the gap, trying to beat that problem in their back line. He's not really able to get that connection though. Gems-wise, it is close. VN Esporting still in a very small lead, but control, it's all Clash right now.
Nob goes in. Great takedown here for VN Esporting, and they're going to be running away with it. A team wipe and Clash have got to get back in this game, and I don't think there's going to be much time to do it. Tufa can jump straight in to the Lion's Den, but he probably won't come out. There's one takedown. There's a chance. But again, the gap is so far apart. There's no way the Clash can turn this around, and we are all tied up in the first set.
Very well played by VN Esporting. It looked like it was getting a little bit tough, but at the moment they needed to get that control back. They were able to take that position, get that assault going, and get those skills on the gem carrier of all players. That's what they needed. Let's see if they can replicate that success in our final game of Gem Grab for this Group B, or if it's going to be Clash to close it out.
A couple of words being exchanged from Clash to the referee, but we'll play on regardless. For now, Nob going in onto Adino and does find the pickup. Damage gear helping him out there as well. Surviving on 1,700 in the meanwhile. 2 gems with Rama, 3 in the mid, now split just a little bit, but nonetheless, that is 5 for VN Esporting, and Nob not done yet. Fantastic work for a squad at just the right time, giving VN Esporting a very good starting hand here.
Yeah, seem to be some potential problems there, as Tufa and Caradog are currently away from touchscreen in their spawn, and we are coming back to us for just a second, as I think this game will be replayed. We'll have to see if anything happens about the previous game, but obviously referees and all that will keep us up to date. But yeah, seems like there were some issues here. I didn't spot anything in the previous game personally, but maybe you did.
I personally didn't at that moment in time. I saw towards the end some discussion, but in the match itself, I didn't really kind of see anything. But we'll get obviously some word from the admin side as we kind of reset through the matchup and they have to probably, I imagine, kind of go through the draft and that kind of thing as well. But one thing we've got to say in regards to that is it's just very, very close. I mean, for me, Nob is matching everything that Caradog brings to the table as Caradog is matching what Nob brings to the table. It's just, again, when you see these players go head to head, it's just so amazing to watch and go down the mechanics and the timings of everything. And, you know, they are the 2 players that for me so far in this series are the thorns in the sides of each other. Whilst Tufa in the mid in that 8-bit matchup doing a great job, but you know, just tiny moments of error, realistically, on both sides is what's costing these games.
Yeah, and I think both teams, in a way, and it's why this is so entertaining, I feel like both teams are better at reading the other than at covering their own mistakes. So they read that there's a mistake on the enemy side, so they manage to sneak up, push up, whether it's the Buzz that goes in the backline, or, forgot the name of the brawler for a second, Cordelius, that pushes up. They spot the mistakes of their opponents that lets them push up, but then there's an opening on their side, and it's just so back and forth and so entertaining, and so far, it's really hard to tell both teams apart. I feel like both teams have absolute merit at going further in this series because they're playing out of their minds.
Yeah, they really are. I think for me from Clash, I want to see just a little bit more of that kind of aggressive style that they need to have in that mid to be able to break things open, because if they don't do that early on, we've seen how dangerous Nob can be, and it's got to be a massive concern for Clash in that regard. And depriving him of that just gives more credit over to VN Esporting, because that's kind of what they're doing to ensure that they just give themselves the best possible start, trying to retake that mid, get as pushed deep back into the aggressive spawn side as they possibly can. And it seems like Clash are still in conversation. I think VN Esporting as well, having some chats in the background. So again, we'll get back to the match as soon as those queries have been resolved. I mean, for VN Esporting, again, these moments actually might not be that much of a bad thing. They did obviously kind of get that first, or the second game rather, in the pocket, just to deflate a bit of their momentum. But I think, especially when you consider coming off the back of that defeat to STMN, it just gives them a bit more time to recover their mental. For Clash as well, definitely, going to have to keep up with that aggressiveness, because, it's not an easy thing to do. If you turn your back on VN Esporting, you will get burnt.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I mean, it is a team that this year, and that was a little bit of their signature move, especially in the beginning of the year, where a lot of people were there like, okay, well, I mean, we know Mebius and not from like FA Kozaki that never really performed, They knew Rama, of course, from like Chasmac and Craze and all that before. But it was a bit odd, that he was separated from his teammates. No one really knew how they were going to succeed. Like, it's not like anyone was known as like a mechanical god at the time in that Chasmac, now Zeta roster. So a lot of questions about that team, and yet slowly but surely they were doing some big damage to some of the biggest teams in EMEA. So yeah, you always got to be careful.
Well, whilst the teams continue to get things ready in the background, we're going to go to a little content piece called Question Corner.
Welcome to Question Corner with Ark and Trav. We're going to be drawing some questions from the hat at random and answering them for you live. We have no idea what it's going to be, but I think it's going to be pretty fun. You're going to draw for me?
Let's get underway.
Let's
get underway. All right, first question. Most motivating thing to hear from your coach after you lost a game?
Well, I don't lose games.
Of course. I mean, of course.
So it never would get heard or said, oh, my word. We haven't got a coach either. Probably, you only fail when you stop trying.
I like something a bit more straightforward, personally. Just win.
That works.
Drop a just will, and that would be my fresh advice. All right, there you go.
Things you describe Brawl Stars with, but not your partner.
Oof. Personally, I'd say one of them has a mute button, and I won't tell you which one.
Wow. Wow. We went there.
Pick up line to use when you want to date a Brawl Stars player.
Okay, I think I might have one. It's going to be controversial. Okay, I'm just the caster. I'm no player. But when I shoot my shot with you, I don't miss. I'm like Hyra.
Definitely a bit controversial at the moment, but I had nothing to do with it. Advertise Brawl Stars in one sentence.
I'm thinking Power League here, Power League with randoms, as we all know. Probably Q, Rage, Lose, Repeat.
That does sound like my Power League experience. But I mean, for the rest of the game modes, bear in mind, it's fun for all the family.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a fast-paced 3 versus 3.
Power League, just a little bit rage-inducing.
Things you would say about your Brawl Stars account, but not about yourself.
One of them has quite a lot of gold in the bank account. And it's Brawl Stars.
Well, that's the hat done. So we are done. Hope you enjoyed the responses, and see you in the next one.
Welcome back to the last chance qualifier, where we are about to pick up again with the continuation of Clash versus VN Esporting. We are still in the first set, and it looks like we've resolved some of the stuff on the stage now. Players are looking much happier, so just kind of gearing up and getting ready to go once again.
Yeah, we'll still have to wait for confirmation about exactly where we are at in the match, when the issue started and what was affected. But yeah, we'll keep you guys up to date. As always, it's our job, so we take it very seriously.
Exactly that, and again, for what is such a close matchup, I just cannot wait to see what follows on from this. I want to see it go to a third and final set. I think it has to at this stage of the competition. You know, this is such a crucial point in time now for both of these two teams. Looks like as well picking up from that third game in that first set as well for the most part for now, but we'll just get that confirmed in just a minute. For me, you know, I mean, so much on the line here. One team will go home and one team will proceed to day 2 with the number 2 seed from Group B. So everything to play for, everything to get right, and just, you know, you just cannot skip a beat at this point in the competition.
Yeah, gotta keep into account as well with this conversation earlier. What's on the line here? Well, I mean, as you said, you know, either you're gonna be second seed of Group B, either you're gonna be home. Obviously, home is by far the worst option here, but being second seed is still very scary because you might face reject that, you know, haven't played yet, but they are heavy favorites to take first seed in Group D. So scary stuff here, really. STMN, they got it good by just winning their 2 first matches of the day. That means that, first of all, they don't have to play a third match today, which, I mean, you know, it's nice. It makes it easier. Secondly, they take first seed, so potentially dodging a bullet and dodging reject later on.
But as we know, I mean, today, expect the unexpected. You can already see there, Chasmac Gaming NA did not make it through. They have gone home. They've exited the 2023 season, as have Chasmac Gaming, you know, East Asia. It's just been a lot of upsets happening throughout the groups as we've been going through, and you know, I just don't know what to expect moving forwards a lot of the time. Some of the things that we've kind of expected to see have come to fruition, but others not so much.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's definitely been some surprises. I think what has been the most awesome, really, I think is going to be the easiest word to describe it, is just how good everyone has played today. There were a couple letdowns. I think Chasmac was probably, both Chasmac teams, honestly, were probably the biggest disappointments across the board, especially East Asia. I feel like people just had more expectations coming from them. But besides from that, Team Flash performed really solidly today, even though they didn't make it. Reconic. How, you know? Now Clash as well was a 2-0 against Chasmac. We've had a lot of those just very solid performances from teams that, like, a lot of people would just not even, like, you know, consider to be like a real match. And it was what some people would get scared about, like a format like LCQ, is that some of the groups might be just very predictable. So far, I mean, I don't think many people will have predicted everything right. Like, I would be shocked if someone predicted everything right so far, and we're not even halfway through.
And for context as well, you know, throughout the teams and the rosters in this tournament, we've got 4 world champions. Well, 2 are already out. You know, that is just, to me, mind-blowing. It tells me the game has changed. You know, in previous years, you'd look back through the regions and you kind of say, well, this team are just not going to stand a chance when it comes down to the competitive setting in this environment. That is not the case. The drafts have never been closer. The matchups have never been cleaner, in my opinion. And it really is an exciting time to be in Brawl Esports.
Yeah, in a way, I think the level that we see today is really not far from like what we saw at World Finals last year or the year before. And it's crazy to think that this is LCQ. We already got like 8 teams qualified for Worlds. So the 8 best teams in the world, they're not even here. And we are at a very similar level to Worlds last year. Just saying how quickly and how much the scene improves and how much the players learn from each other. When a player performs really well in an event, everyone else is watching, everyone else is learning. When there's a comp that does really well, whether it's in Scrim or at an event, people learn, and very quickly at that. So it's something I always love, especially how visible it can be in Brawl Stars. When there's like a team doing really well, the entire scene just grows with it. And it's something we can demonstrate literally from LCQ, seeing again a team like Reconic that kind of like, I don't want to say we're nobodies, but like no one expected them to perform in their region, which is considered as like not the most competitive region in the first place, and now they are performing at a global scale. And I think that you know, is going to throw a lot of questions towards, you know, what we think we know about different regions.
Yeah, and for me, it's one of my favorite adaptations to date in the BSC to have an LCQ. It brings the underdog teams up before the World Finals to a point where you just have no idea what to expect later down the lines. Well, what I'm hearing is that VN Esporting have taken that first set, and that would explain why there was so much time spent backstage trying to figure out what was and wasn't. So it's been looked into, it's been confirmed. That game will stand, and VN Esporting will take that first set.
Well, Clash not going to be happy about that, but hey, it is what it is. The referees have made their decision. They're not out yet, so they do have a set here to potentially try to even things out. But yeah, they're going to come into this one, and I think the challenge is going to be to not be too frustrated, to not be, you know, angry and thinking about, oh, I don't like this decision. Focus up, make sure that you win Hot Zone, because if you don't, you're going home.
Exactly that, you know. I mean, Clash have already gone the distance earlier today against STMN and just fell short. Surely they can do the same again and potentially still come out on top. But like you say, it is so crucial now to reset their mental and to go into this next match fresh. It's going to be split for Hot Zone, as I've said already today. It is that tough map where it can be very unforgiving. You've got to really plan your comp thoroughly through. The bans are in Ems, Squeak, and Nita for Clash. For VN Esporting, Ruffs, Barley, and Stu. We saw a great amount of tankier options earlier. Primo's coming out to play. Rose's Gale even making an appearance as a first pick earlier. Gray was the first pick, I think, for Reconic Esports on this very map, and one that I really do like, one that's championed a great deal in South America. Tara is the response from VN Esporting, and there is the Rosa. Very similar ideas to what we've seen already today.
Yeah, and picks like Rosa, which are meta in the first place, they're even much better just because Shelly is an automatic ban because of Hypercharge being banned. So Shelly out of the way here, Rosa is pretty much free to roam. We'll have to see what the answer is. Are we going to see a Buster? We've seen that played out before, but it's not really an easy matchup against a Rosa, especially if you don't have any wall breaks. You need something. And now Primo, I think, is going to be a bit better. It wins the 1v1 in most scenarios. Obviously, you have to be a little bit tactical about the shield on the Rosa.
So far for me, it's looking relatively balanced for the most part. The Tara, again, though, will cycle very much so off the back of the Primo. And I want to make sure to see a lot of really nicely timed gadgets on the suplex side of things for Clash, and just trying to buy that time down. Ultimately not feeding too much into it as well, which is often a very tough thing to do. But realistically, yeah, Rico's nice. I feel like it's kind of dropped off a bit. Potentially with the Tara can break as well, open that mid area, but Rico can really have a strong chokehold, and there is the Gale coming in as now the last pick. It was previously the first pick in other matches, but I think Rico is still relatively decent, but you know, Rosa is going to soak up a lot of those shots. Potentially, maybe even Vision Gear as well might give a helping hand to that right-hand side lane. But, I mean, it's me, you know, it's no surprise, it's no secret. I am very, very biased towards Rico, but it's not always the best brawler to bring in. At this stage in the draft, I didn't mind it. I was kind of expecting maybe a harder counter to it, as we do see Edgar being a direct answer. But the Gale will provide a bit more utility, potentially, for then VN Esporting to have that jump pad into the matchup, and also to have a choice between that and the Twister, which sometimes can just shut everything out. But instantly there is that springboard in for Nob, but a very quick response, a walking cane connection from Kaidog, and Nob's gonna go down for that.
Yeah, what scares me here in this matchup is the Gray. I mean, he's like hit every single shot so far, which is gonna be awesome. Of course, the jump pad is so brutal as well. Nob gets the kill, but oh, he does go down to a bounce eventually. VN Esporting, though, in the lead. But what scares me was the Gray is he just doesn't really have much play against anything. Like, he gets bodied by every single brawler on the map, which is not really something you want from your first pick. You want to have, like, somewhat neutral matchups, and you'll get countered here and there, but not by everyone, or not as hard. Like, he genuinely just doesn't have much play against anything, and that makes for a very weak right side.
Well, Dino's been clapping this right-hand side, but now he finally falls. And it's down to Kaidog to pick up the scraps. Nob has the shield and might well win it, but Kaidog survives. 94 HP and a great pull there from Movies on the left-hand side. It's VN Esporting approaching 85% here. Rama and Movies protecting that left-hand side. They're going to be staying firm. It's this push from Nob on the right-hand side, which is where it's all down to. And so far, Clash are defending, but how long can they keep this up for? They've got to go on the aggressive as well.
Yeah, right now, VN Esporting, they captured nearly as much of the right zone as Clash have in their own home zone. This is a problem. Only 5% left, and the clock is not going to be what decides it here, but the defense on the left-hand side is just so hard to push back. 2% left, Rama is in the zone, Nop is in the zone, and VN Esporting seems to be in the zone right now because they are reaching match point.
One game away for VN Esporting to secure their prospects tomorrow to come back for day 2 as the number 2 seed from Group B. This is an important one to get right, but when you look at the last game and how convincing it was, how solid they seemed, it does seem like it could be a potentially likely prospect if Clash do not make some adaptations here.
Let's see what those adaptations are. Well, the wall break is going to be helpful, I suppose. Is that enough? Because there's still 2 players in that zone, and they don't really seem too bothered by Tufa either, at least not just yet. Rama eventually might go down here, but some good jukes on his end. And it is just a trade at the end. Tufa goes for the TP, it heals him for 1k, but Nob is going to hit for much harder than that. And Adino is able to get some value in the zone now. A new launch pad is going to be placed on the left side now, which is a bit of an interesting decision because now it's going to be harder for VN Esporting to reach the right side, but there are going to be some gadget lefts for VN regardless. Not with the kill onto Tufa, and it's still a trade at the end of the day. So no one's even capturing the right side. VN Esporting so close to the finish line.
Nob was an immovable object in that instance and bought so much time for his squad. The shield is just so incredibly powerful, and a bit of a miss super there as well from Dino, as now VN Esporting are approaching the final 10%. Maybe it has got super. All 3 members are on the zone, and that is going to be it. Surely VN Esporting continue through to day 2 as the number 1 seed. Clash's 2023 journey ends here.
They had players on Clash that were there since 2019. But there's not going to be a 2023 World Final for them, unfortunately. South America still was a good performance across the board here, but not what they were hoping for when it comes to Clash fans. That's going to be a tough loss to swallow, but it is going to be happiness for the other side. VN more than happy to be in this position to make it to 2nd seed. They're still in, and that's what matters. Doesn't matter which opponent they will be facing at the end of the day. Which opponent from Group D is going to be that 1st seed, potentially reject. Just making it to that point is all they can ask for.
Yeah, really tough hand there for Clash. The first set, of course, was looked into by the admin team. The referees did explore the concerns of Clash and did rule that there was nothing really to necessarily approach it. And I think maybe for Clash there, playing on was probably the call. I imagine that 3rd game continued and VN Esporting continued to play. And Clash were trying to obviously, I guess, protest against it, but it was looked into. And VN Esporting kept their cool. A tough matchup there in hot zone for 2 for just the 1 kill to his name. Look at the DPS there as well of Nob, 422 DPS to his name. And honestly, I gotta say, that set looked very convincing for me from VN Esporting. They looked like the communication was really on point, and suffering that defeat earlier as well, I did worry about them coming into this one and how they were going to approach it, because it didn't look like, for me, that they were quite in the game, in the moment, but they were able to persevere, and what a moment for them.
Yeah, I think the draft was a little bit weak for that final set for Clash. Yeah. I think the great first pick just wasn't it, to be honest, because they got countered so hard. Like, he had nothing. From the first moment I saw the full draft, there was just no play at all for the Grey. And it's a Brawl that like does a little bit of damage, So if there's tanks in its face, it's not going to be doing a whole lot. It was very quiet here. But let's see who the MVP is going to be for this match. Our last MVP here for Group B. It's going to be Rama.
The Roma fan club continues on. Because I gotta say, I was really enjoying some of the players there from Nob and Mobius once again. But, you know, we fully expect Rama yet again to get the last word, as he's been doing so all season long. So why not indeed? But he's very deserving of it, no doubt about it, as voted by you over at event.brawlstars.com.
Yeah, he performed great, and the rest of the team did too. I mean, I wish there wasn't a little bit of a stain in that first set, because at the end of the day, that is gonna how it's gonna be, right? But you gotta respect the decisions of the admins here. They looked behind everything here, and maybe also just not the best decision to like completely stop playing at that point. But it is what it is. It's gonna be a tough loss to swallow here for Clash. But if you guys are fans from South America, there is still some hope, as Reconic did manage to snatch that second seed in a very clutch way for Group A.
And as the number 2 seed themselves, you know, coming into the LCQ, you know, prospects for Datos FA now look very, very promising as well. Let's take a reflection back onto the bracket of Group B, which has now concluded. Big upsets for Chasmac Gaming NA, a very close affair with VN Esporting, but they did lose to Clash in their losers match. And speaking of Clash as well, a tough tiebreaker did see them leaving the competition. VN Esporting were able to prevail, but for me, STMN really are and have been a team to beat today, and they will proceed with that number 1 seed. A fantastic result for them, and no doubt a very good night's sleep to be had as we move on now to Group C. And speak of Datos FA, they're going to be taking on Humble in that first matchup. Revenant Esports. I've been saying a lot of praises about Revenant. I think they are a big dark horse in this competition that many have overlooked, potentially taking on Rising Sun at the same time. I mean, honestly, I think that this group could prove that they've got a great deal amount to prove.
Yeah, exactly that. I think that this is not necessarily like the best group when it comes to like highest level, because a lot of the heavy hitters managed to escape this group, but I think they're very similar level, which means we will have some great matches across the board. It's really tough to estimate those teams because none of them have really been like, you know, if you look at STMN or Clash or so many of those teams, they have a lot of LAN experience. They have faced the other teams before. In this group, a lot less, because you haven't seen Humble in many LANs. I think Revenant is the only one that has done like a global LAN, and they didn't really get to play that many matches there either. So I love this group. I think it's going to be a very exciting one because there's a lot of first time for those guys.
Yeah, so for me, Revenant Esports in the SPS Masters placed off against Tribe Gaming NA, and they didn't have a chance to scrim at all during the process. They came in a bit late, and of course visa issues as well along the way do hang things up just a little bit, and we'll continue talking about them as Response joins the roster. And of course, Response is himself a world champion back in 2019 with PSG Esports. He was a man who was able to go all the distance, joining forces with Sergeant Clash and Prashant. And, you know, again, bringing it back around to the Snapdragon Pro Series, you know, I was so impressed with how they were able to gain a set against Tribe Gaming NA, gain a set against Help Me, you know, who was a huge contender, worthy of taking the whole thing all the way. And they were able to stand the heat. And I think today, when things come down to it, they might well be able to do the same again.
We'll have to see what kind of performance they will bring out today. They are looking strong for sure, and definitely a little bit of an underdog globally, but we'll find out today how they do.
Gotta say, when it comes down to things, these two teams have got very similar stats and ideas being displayed. Ultimately, a lot of grand final appearances from both sides for Rising Sun. It was 4 grand final appearances for them, and that is a great stat to flaunt, let's be honest. But they didn't qualify in August, and that is somewhat of a concern. Are they coming into the competition at their lowest, or are they going to be turning things around as we have seen teams doing today? In terms of their set win percentage, they're about ranked in terms of 9th compared to the overall competition, and they had 0 quarterfinals exits. I guess you could include their non-qualifying month, but they were always in a grand final except for June, where they exited in the semi-finals to grasp Madopin. I mean, they have got, in terms of their
inter-region a great amount of experience. But the question is going to be has that been isolated somewhat when it comes to the global scene? I think Revenant could be cooking something up here, Trav.
I think that goes to say for both of the teams, though. It's very isolated into their own region. And I mean, the only time we've seen Revenant come out of their region this year, Rising Sun haven't really done anything like that, is Masters. And as you say, they played well. Didn't manage to get any wins on the board, but gave up a good fight against both Tribe NA and Help Me. And that goes to show something, because Help Me wasn't a normal roster, but it was built up of champions.
Yeah.
And like, that's the thing. If you're able to get a set off them and play well throughout the games, and then Tribe, who actually went and got second place, that's a good performance in my eyes. And I think this is going to be a pretty even matchup. I'm not really favouring either of these teams here, to be fair. I just think it's going to be pretty even. Two very isolated teams, as you say, in their own regions. Haven't really seen them branch out that much. And I think they're just pretty similar in terms of skill.
So I'm going to differ. I really feel like Revenant might take this one. I mean, for those at home that don't know, and everyone, let's be honest, because we've been backstage chatting to the players. I mean, Wiggly's Boo, the coaching staff for Rising Sun, did say that if they do make day 2, that he's going to propose to his girlfriend.
Faith.
No pressure, right?
I mean, I don't know if that's him wanting to propose to his girlfriend or if that's him, like, you know, not having any faith in his team. One or the other, and either one is kind of a bit questionable. But at the same time, I think Revenant are the favourites. I think that goes without saying. But I do think that Rising Sun have the experience, especially in CZK, who's been to quite a few events.
Yep.
It kind of mirrored on the other side with the response, but at the same time, response at LAN. I don't mean to call him out. But it's not great.
Oh, okay. You went there. Ah, okay. I thought it was going to be going the other way, I'll be honest. It's all that bombshell. Well, for me, I think what we can say, at the very least, is looking back throughout the course of today, we've seen some crazy upsets. I mean, you know, Chasmac Gaming, you know, from North America, Chasmac Gaming from East Asia. I think they are definitely the big talking points to be said, and you know, expect the unexpected. I think that has to be said. Here, anything can happen. In the best of 3, as we have seen, it is as unforgiving as it's been. And if it goes to that third and final set, which it has many a time here today as well, then it's going to come down to, you know, just potentially that final draft. And from what I've heard, you know, in the background, the India region have a pretty decent handle on that draft. I mean, I was watching back the Snapdragon Pro Series Masters as well. Sargent had such an amazing tournament. He really was landing that mark. And if he gets that support today with his team, I think Revenant have got a very, very good shot. The Rising Sun is definitely going to put them through their paces, and we're going to see very early on how they handle that kind of pressure.
Yeah, that's the thing. We haven't seen a couple of those Rising Sun players at events end of, really. So it's definitely a bit up in the air of how well they're going to perform. But we said the same thing about VN Esporting. Yeah. And look at them. They've thrived quite heavily. They've played very well throughout today. So maybe we can expect the same from Rising Sun. I don't know. I feel like meeting the players, they don't seem like the most outgoing guys, a bit introverted, and that might hurt them a little bit on the stage. But I feel like it's the exact same thing over on the other side.
Yeah, I fully agree. I would say that the personalities are actually incredibly similar. Yeah. We are seeing a bit of roundness and clearly some good love between both sides, which is fantastic. But I wanna really hear those shouts and that, you know, those screams that come alongside the sets. You know, gaining those games, getting them locked down, and you know, having a bit of a taunting matchup. They've clearly got a great amount of mutual respect, and it makes a lot of sense. You know, normally Response is competing on the other side of the stage with a team like Rising Sun. Realistically, let's be honest, I mean, he is himself Singaporean, so it's going to be a very interesting affair. And in that regard, though, as well, he has got himself inside the minds of his opposition quite nicely and has that inner experience and knowledge. But here we go. The first set will be Shooting Star for Bounty, 66%, and event.brawlstars.com think that Revenant Esports will take this win to the 34%, saying Rising Sun.
I think that's pretty fair. I think that's fair, at least from the community perspective. I think it's, you know, almost 65-35. I think that's a pretty good representation of what we kind of got going on here, at least like likelihood of winning, I'd say. Maybe close to 60-40 in my eyes in favor of Revenant, but I'm not counting Rising Sun out at all, because I think they are a pretty talented roster. I just don't know if they've really got the as you say, they haven't branched out enough, they haven't played as many teams, and I don't know if they've been really that dominating in scrims whilst being here. I know people have said Revenant, they're a decent team. They've got mechanics. They're very good players. So I think that's something to note as well, where I think a lot of people think Revenant are going to win this one, whether that's, players here or if that's people at home according to the polls. But we are starting on Shooting Star Bounty. Gene already been the first pick for Revenant, and the bans are 8-Bit, the Sprout, and the Mr. P. Obviously getting Mr. P out of the way from those LATAM games that Clash managed to win against Chasmac, because out of absolutely nowhere that game, Piper, Nanny, and Tick on the other side, which is pretty much a completed comp in itself.
Yeah, I kind of prefer to see maybe just like one of the bans being there for maybe the Piper or the Nanny, just because like they're kind of hard counters there. The Nanny goes very well into a Piper, but it would have been better to maybe just ban the Nanny and just keep the Piper for yourself. But RT is a very strong first pick here on Shooting Star. I do not mind it one bit. And Meg going to come out as well. And we've seen VN Esporting themselves kind of champion that brawler in Shooting Star as well. So it can have some good results and some good pushback potential, but also very vulnerable at the same time, also, and very low damage output when outside of mecha form. A chance now for Revenant to respond, and certainly countering the Meg has got to be high up in that regard. I mean, ultimately, I wouldn't necessarily even mind an Eve under the circumstances. It's not normally my kind of go-to brawler for Shooting Star, but it would play well into the Meg. Bell going to come out as well. We'll be able to mark up and have a similar approach, so certainly going to be much more effective when in mech form. Lola coming in as well, and there's a great pairing there to have, because ultimately you do not want to be having the Lola and being playing it into a Bell, so it's quite a nice combo forming on the left-hand side for Revenant.
Yeah, it does seem that way as well, and I mean, like, I think overall, I think the Revenant comp's pretty solid, but for once, I actually don't mind the Meg. Like, yeah. I'm quite happy with it here. I mean, Gene's obviously going to outrange it, but doesn't have that much burst damage at that close range. I mean, at long range, doesn't have like that much damage. So it's kind of just tickling Meg down. She can just heal up, whether that's with the gadget, tank stuff with the toolbox. And I think it's a pretty well-rounded comp so far from Rising Sun. Should be getting the last pick in very, very shortly. And we're seeing it right now. They're taunting each other across the stage, laughing at each other. And this is some of the most entertaining showmanship we've had all day, I think.
I think they might have just dodged the draft. I think that might be potentially. I'm not sure, maybe not actually. But it's great to see, isn't it? Just like they're like old friends being reunited, and that's an awesome thing. I've got to bring just one stat around, because ultimately Revenant Esports have the #2 rank for set win percentage. They are the top team in the entire competition, almost. But no, not to Reject, who took the #1 spot. That is a very, very strong statistic as we go into this match. And already Sergeant on the right-hand side getting some taps, but just find a toolbox. Was try to find a nice angle onto response here, who could well be in trouble here. Burning down slightly, and that should be the final blow there. And he will tick. Ooh, 80. He stays alive.
Just narrowly, though, and they do have the blue star as well, so a good start from Meow there. Bear in mind, different Meow from the one we've been seeing all year long in Europe, so we'll see if they're able to pull this through, but they do have a lead so far. Trishant did move over to this right-hand side and let Sergeant push up this left. Troy now being pushed back so heavily. Meow just trying to cover, does have his super as well, but obviously doesn't really want to go too aggressive. Marked up and shot now, brought down to one shot. The Vengeful Spirit, sadly for them, didn't connect though.
Troy very much in trouble here on the top right, 516 HP. Meow and CCK have got to come in and try to deflate a little bit of this pressure. Sergeant, though, not going to connect there. Places down a nest egg as well for his time on that left-hand side. Meow marked up and gets the takedown there from Sergeant. And that will bring the lead over to Revenant now. And that is the first takedown, first sign of it. Blue Star, though, will also have switched over to Revenant, so that's quite crucial.
Yeah, I do like that nest egg placement as well. From response, great pull straight through the nest egg as well, which deals some damage, and one popped up top left as well, stopping Meg from coming in and trying to avenge his teammate. But Trishant really in a good place here with this ego in front of him. Freeze frame, sure, still available as well. Sergeant's avoiding nicely in response. Trying to work for another pull, but jump comes in. Meow's going to go for it, and that seems a little bit over-aggressive for me. So close to the end of the match. You want that last push. Not really suiciding for that there.
I liked Sergeant's patience there just to ensure the takedown was there. What a magic hand there from response. Meow now completely out of position, and then Revenant know it. Get the takedown, 13 stars to only 3 of Rising Sun. And that is a very good way to start off the first game for Revenant. Clearly celebrating. I hope it's not too much too soon. We've got a long way to go, but that is how you get the party started.
Yeah, usually I'd say spinning a bit toxic, but I think in this friendly environment we might let it slide. To be honest, because they're just laughing at each other across the stage, having a good time here, really. And obviously they are trying. They want to make it to the World Finals. Both of these teams capable of doing just that. But obviously with friends across the stage, you've got to make the most of it when the time comes, and we should be getting into the second game of Bounty very, very soon. I mean, it was dominant towards the end from Revenant, but let's not ignore that the start wasn't going bad for Rising Sun at all. Maybe even should have had that finish off onto response in the mid early on.
Yeah, I agree. I think Rising Sun now as well, looking much more focused. Maybe the time is now to strike, and friends no more. Troy, very low here, but Sergeant needs to really finish it off. He doesn't. Meow still in the mid. Low HP, as is CZK. It's Sergeant who falls to Troy, and that is going to bring the lead over to Rising Sun. Meow, though, low. 10 HP out of mech form now for CZK. It's very much a more back and forth affair this time around.
Push him all the way back now. Mark's going to be missed there, and Meow avoided it nicely, but Prashant pushing around this right-hand side, looking really good, actually. Got his ego up as well. Freeze frame obviously not really going to be that useful considering it's behind him unless he runs back to it, but Sergeant going to place that nest egg now, and pushing up, waiting for them to obviously return up to the mid to be able to make use of that, and the same there as well. CZK gets pulled in, Toolbox going to be dropped, 200 on response, and he survives it out, but Prashant on the right, looking quite low, but Meow can't aggress with any help.
Yeah, great body blocking as well on that left-hand side to ensure the survivability. Now the heals as well, just keeping Prashant in the mix, swapping lanes over to the left-hand side. Sergeant finds a tap onto Troy. Vengeful Spirits only find Troy. Meow is able to find some cover, but this is not looking like a very good spot at all for Rising Sun to find themselves in these final seconds, and I can sense that Revenant Esports can smell the blood.
Oh, Meow's going for it. He's trying to get the trade blast. No, oh, it's just about a positive one. Response now was burning down, but couldn't get the slow off as Crow was back in spawn. So had 4 slows overall, but CZK's going to walk over that mine there. Gets a shot off, tanks a couple more. Pulls there, but it's onto the legs. Can he get the damage down when it comes in? But it stops before they can do anything. Jumpers available from Meow now as well, but no mech means no push. Eventually gets it, but 11 seconds on the clock.
What a turnaround, but it's not over yet. One final push for Rising Sun to try to make something of it. Meow goes in, finds nothing. Sergeant is staying alive still until the end, but it's not going to matter. The blue star and 11 stars stay with Revenant.
Close, but didn't manage it towards the end, and that's in both games as well. They had a good start in both. Blue Star, even in the second one, they even got a kill, but it's the control that they weren't able to get, and the pinching from the left and the mid onto the Crow was just too much for them to handle. Started to kind of chip away at that control, and then when they were able to push back up, there was so many nest eggs waiting for them, slowing them down, allowing them to be pulled, and I think that's just really good, foresight from Sergeant to, when they got aggressive, set them up in positions where they'd be helpful.
It was a much better showing, for the most part, though, from Rising Sun in that game. So I'm not counting them out just yet. And certainly, if they can rekindle this next set, we'll be going all the distance yet again. But a great amount of back and forth in that second match. This play from Meow was so risky, but it did pay off. And again, that trade was quite important. It could have gone another way, let's be honest. But again, it's great to see, just like the camaraderie between these two teams. I mean, it's kind of fun because like I've seen Wiggly Spew so many times this year. I've spent a lot of time in Singapore, Prime as well, on the coaching side for Revenant, and it's just great to see so many joyful faces on the stage, and it's just not as serious, but everyone giving it their all regardless, but just the banter, it just takes that edge off, and you can just see that at the end of the day, it's friends first.
Yeah, I mean, it's in between the games. That's the thing. As soon as it gets into game, heads down, and they're going.
Yeah.
They're going in full force. They're not stopping. But in between the games, they're having a bit of a joke. They're having a bit of a laugh. And it's refreshing to see between these teams. Obviously, usually the only shouting we get is probably Semantic shouting at the top of his lungs across the stage. And, people trying to wave them in people's mentalities by, laughing at them, making fun.
Yeah.
And it's just nice to see a bit less trash talk and a bit, well, I guess it probably is trash talk. I can't hear them. Probably trash talk, but friendly trash talk at that.
Yeah, it's like when you know each other so well, like you know the kind of insults that might be able to get under the skin, but it's still lighthearted in nature, and it's just a nice dynamic here on the stage and being able to feel the energy from these guys. But going back down to business and looking at the gameplay, Revenant, they looked pretty solid. They looked very, very solid. Rising Sun have got a chance to get warmed up now, and like I said, that second game did look a lot better. They were making more plays. They knew they had to kind of play a little bit less passive and make more opportunities for themselves, which they did. Going into the next set, they've got to bring that same mentality forwards and actually kind of vamp it up a little bit more in terms of a gear into dueling Beetles, which will be our second set for Hot Zone. It's Revenant Esports 1 set to the 0 of Rising Sun.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, it's very, unforgiving, this map. It doesn't really give a lot of room unless you completely forcefully take it yourself. So I think it's one of those maps, if Revenant get ahead, maybe in the first game, maybe even early on in the first game, if they can get ahead, then they're going to be running away with it. Because I feel like at the moment, they're the ones in control. They're the ones dominating that first set. And if they get that early grasp of the zone, I think you can run away from Rising Sun quite easily.
It's the most amount of noise I've heard on the stage. We've heard so many cheers and taunts from backstage over here on the casting desk, but now this is really where the energy is. Cordelia's first pick for Rising Sun, the bands with Rosa, Buster, and Squeak for Revenant. For Rising Sun, Mortis, Grey, and Fang. Very aggressive ideas, instantly taken out of the mix. Pam, though, I've got to say, still available here. One of my favorite brawlers to bring in, and it could be a time to consider it if you're Rising Sun. B, you know, not too bad. I'm not sure whether it's kind of still first pick worthy in my opinion, but nonetheless, I think it's never a bad brawler to bring in, providing you're hitting your shots. And there is the Pam. Lovely stuff.
We like a Pam. We do like a Pam here. It's worked quite heavily a lot of the time. Cordelia's today has been hit or miss. Very, very hit or miss. We've seen a few teams bring it in. They've either lost terribly or they've won quite successfully. And I think that's a big thing with Cordelia. It's if you're able to cycle those supers, which obviously you can't do whilst you're in the realm, but if you put yourself in a position where you can, when you come out of it, then I think it's usually quite a good pick. But often, a lot of the time, it's hard to play right.
Good to see like the excitable energy there from Rising Sun when it comes down to the draft. Of course, you know, Wiggly Spoo, or as I refer to him as Spoo, is just a very technically minded person and does like to get very deep into the drafting mechanics and strategies. Barley, as we know, with the Herbal Tonic in those early moments of the game, can really give your team an upper hand. The question is, once they are all exacerbated, that's when things might get a little bit more challenging. But again, with 4 gadgets potentially available, if they choose to bring in that gear, that could be a very good starting hand, but they are lacking some range. They've got the aggression, they've got the control, but that has to surely come into effect here. Jesse, very North American ideas, now starting to feed a little bit more into the EMEA region as well. Not a bad brawler pick here, but a Ruffs could break this open for Revenant or something along those lines, and a turret, when it's exposed, is not nearly as deadly. That wasn't what I was expecting.
I mean, I think Ruffs would have been pretty poor against the Jesse, right? Bouncing and stuff like that. Even if they did open up, it's still quite poor. So, but yeah, even without the Ruffs, Piper's not what I would have gone for at all. I mean, I don't know if they're trying to take a long-range battle down the sides, but if they lose control, what are they going to do?
It can certainly break a lot open, especially if, you know, they can get control. They can break open the bush and the walls and leave everyone much more vulnerable. They've got a lot of squishy brawlers on the side of Revenant, on the side of Rising Sun, rather. And that might be the process, but nonetheless, it's definitely a very high risk, high reward, though, nonetheless, brawler. But in a map like Julie Beatles, when you lose control, it's just so hard to retake.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, especially when you've got a Piper and a B on your side. Barley going to be playing down this mid. Rattle Hive coming in early on. Prashant pushing up into a strong position, but heals from the Barley, keeping Troy in the mix. Prashant now trying to push forward. Obviously did use one of those scrap suckers already, so doesn't really leave much for the late game. Obviously 3 more, but you really want to keep those, I feel. This Jesse against Piper is not going to be surely going the way of Meow, and it's down to CZK and Troy to make the move.
Troy jumps in on the aggressive. This is the first sign of it that we've already seen on this left-hand side, and he does win the interaction. That's going to put a lot of pressure over to the response, over to Sergeant, who is soaking up shots from Meow and should surely go down here if CZK wants to do so. He might just want to bait him in and keep him in the mix because it's going to prolong that respawn and getting back into the thick of the action. And now, Rising Sun have got the mid control. They're starting to gain the objective now, approaching 25%, and so far, Revenant have got to get back in this game. Sergeant's going to go for a break here, potentially he does, and that might change things.
Yeah, last call was there from Barley as well, but now it's a 2v3. 2v2 as they even things out, and a good snipe from Sergeant there with a homemade. Oh, follows a bit more as well. Revenant answering back, but still, if they lose control again, it's going to be more of the same, just on that one singular side. But they've switched things up, be on an open lane, but it's not against the most open of lanes.
Not the cleanest of breaks from Sergeant, but nonetheless, it will provide some value as now Rising Sun recollect themselves. They got the lead still. The Meow falls. Troy going in on the aggressive does find the pickup and now places Sergeant into the Shadow Realm, and that's going to keep him off the objective. But meanwhile, Response is able to capture a little bit now, almost at 30%. Sergeant, though, with no super, nowhere to go, does obtain it. How does he come out of that alive? Straight though into the hands of Troy, who will seal it.
Yeah, it didn't last long after that, but the Barley not really finding too many connections. Pam turret established as well, might take a few shots off him, and Troy dominating the back lines. zones, but for what? He's not getting the zone. Missed B super, and it's rare we see that at all. But a super being thrown out, last call comes down. Troy still dominating Sergeant. He's just spinning on him, but the rest of his team are doing work.
Yeah, this is the thing. The objective is being played out. CZK now on his own takes the lead for Rising Sun, and these shots have got to land for response. One there, but finds nothing onto Meow. And in the meanwhile, the Barney is so low as well. There's so much noise on the stage, and it's because Rising Sun have just completely dominated their competition. Now at 90%, they should be able to secure this game.
I mean, it's a good end and a good start from Rising Sun, but I just don't know what this comp is from Revenant. It's really disappointing, I feel. Like, in the position they were after that first set, really good. They looked good, dominating, in fact. And then they draft Piper, and I mean, Piper might be good, might be able to open the map, unbreakable walls, and when Barley establishes himself up top, you can't really do that much. It just feels like it was a wasted lead that they've had.
Yeah, Piper's in a good spot, though, regardless, but I would never draft her here. I mean, if Revenant can get better control and make a cleaner break and open up the right-hand side, it might be able to do something. But it wasn't the brawler pick for me in terms of the draft, and that might prove costly for Revenant here as Rising Sun gaining their momentum and possibly taking this to a third and final set. If things continue this way, and they are playing this very, very slow, but neither side is dipping their toe into that center zone. And in the meanwhile, everyone just trying to be the first to fall. It's not going to happen. I think everyone is just going to play the same game at this present moment in time.
Slowest game of Hot Zone I've ever watched, but I mean, you can't really blame them for not wanting to step out of line. Revenant don't want to give this game over to Rising Sun, and Rising Sun definitely do not want to give it to Revenant, or it'll be close to that match point. 1%'s been earned, jump straight over that homemade recipe. Nice from Troy, but for the follow-up wasn't that great. Kind of got stuck in between Prashant and Response. Now Piper Shot's following up. They've got some room, but I don't think he's even hit a shot, never mind close to a super.
Yeah, there's so little on the objective. It's just so strange to see, but now Revenant are starting to vamp things up, and that's going to encourage a response now. Rattled Hive coming out for a response. It's got to find something, and it does. EZK falls with the help there as well of his teammates. That's a valuable pickup. Sergeant going to break his own side first, and then try to obtain yet another super off the back of things. Troy, though, in that spot. There's going to be Mama Squeeze as a star power there, keeping him low. He keeps going inside the healing station, so he's got to be cautious. What a takedown, though. Meow falls.
Yeah, Sergeant now slotting into a bit of a better position, but needs to break on this right-hand side. That's what he desires, but is he going to get it? Just about take some of the walls, but still, a couple remain on that right-hand side. Only a slither of HP for Sergeant over that left as well, and it was a good jump in the end, but Response is getting hit pretty hard now. Cordelia's trying to make the move, but gets slowed down, just deleted instantly, and now it's Revenant's turn to show themselves.
Well, Prashant on the right-hand side is doing a nice amount of pinch work between himself and Response. And Rising Sun, they're nowhere to be seen right now. They need to start to retake things as this map now so open is allowing Sergeant to shine somewhat. Meow low again, and Prashant might be able to pick up it. He does pick it up. Troy falls as well. Everything is starting to crumble down here for Rising Sun as they've got to get back in this game, and they've got no utility in order to do so.
They've got a Cordelia super. They need to single someone out, but are they going to be able to win that matchup? Even if he does, he goes down, misses his super entirely. And now this is Revenant domination. The turret even thrown high by Prashant. He's just going to push forwards, take him out. CZK even spinning. 30 seconds on the clock. Even if they got everybody out, team wipe, and then held the zone, it's not going to happen. Match point inbound from Revenant Esports. They're not even on the zone. They were just going forward and trying to get some more KD, I feel. But Revenant Esports going to be match point.
Yeah, no question of it. What a difference that game was to the previous. Rising Sun gave themselves a glimmer, but that is slowly diminishing. And the momentum is with Revenant at this present moment in time. But again, as we've already discussed, it is a risky draft for them, and one that could go south quickly. Rising Sun, though, have got to be much more aggressive in these early outsets, utilize that medical use star power and also the gear in its way. And yeah, this is much more what I'm expecting to see from this kind of comp. It's the early game where you can thrive, but as quickly as that, Troy falls and leaves it in a 3 versus 2, and Meow is going to fall as well. What a start for Revenant.
Well, Prashant now trying to hold this lane, puts the turret down and tanks it as well. Response even throwing a shot back at Sergeant to praise him, I feel, and even following it with more shots. Beautiful stuff from Sergeant. Response doesn't even seem to be playing at this point, just praising his teammate the whole time. Troy going to come in though, and they're going to get the realm against Response, even take him out, but good trade from Sergeant yet again, and this guy's not missing.
That is the setup. That is the setup of dreams there for Sergeant. The entirety of the front completely open and spaced, as well as their own defense. Troy immediately goes down. Little that Meow's gonna be able to do is gonna try and pop a gadget. Maybe Sergeant will fall. This is the best chance that Rising Sun have had all day in this matchup. But for what to show for it, it's 56% on the zone already for Revenant.
Yeah, but eventually now slotting into a better position. Meow looking to try and pinch this Sergeant kill, but putting himself in a tough position with Trishant there, and does eventually get that turret, places it down, tanks some shots, and Revenant push back into the spawn now. And Troy just trying to work for another super, might even get Pam and the super. But this is slowly edging closer and closer back to Rising Sun, getting it in a set number 3.
It's actually really commendable here from Rising Sun. They're now approaching 56%. And that what an amazing turnaround, responsible for the last call. CCK still in the mix here as well. To Prashant, Sergeant comes in, healing station there, immediately gone. It's happening. Rising Sun are doing the unthinkable, and I thought the map was perfect for Revenant to bring this back. Now, though, into the zone, 65% for Rising Sun. There's little in this.
I mean, if Troy goes down, though, it's going to be difficult. There he goes, and now it's a 3v2. Prashant going to survive on a slither of HP. The bounce from the Jesse shot hits the wall on the right-hand side. 64-64. Sergeant in a beautiful spot for this map at the moment, and they've taken the lead percentage-wise as well.
Rising Sun are turning up the gears, and Wiggly Smooth is screaming on the set for his team to push, 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 and that is exactly what they've done. They're all still on their feet as well. Trishant is pocketed in, but Sergeant comes in clutch on 16 HP. Response on the left takes down Meow. It's just CZK all alone, and what can he realistically do? As we approach 90% for Revenant Esports, Rising Sun are dwindling.
Yeah, I mean, there's Troy's super. Response goes down, but there's a turret. There's everything on the zone from Revenant Esports, and they're going to be going to the upper bracket finals in a quick 2-0 sweep. Rising Sun could not keep up with Revenant's speed and their heat. Their long-range sharpshooters just were too much to handle when the maps were broken.
It just felt like Rising Sun left things a little bit too late in the sets. You know, we saw some good promise. They did stand up to the heat and they did fight back. And that's what I'll remember from that series. But, you know, you do have to be able to assert yourselves in a bit of a more aggressive fashion against a team like Revenant. But again, nonetheless, friends on stage, friends off stage, huge embraces. And I mean, this is what Brawl Esports for me is all about.
And I mean, it's not like it's over for Rising Sun yet. It's not like they've completely knocked their friends out of the competition. They just gave them a little bit of a helping hand towards that lower bracket. Obviously, we'll be facing off against one of our other teams, Humble or Datos FA. And that will be the decider of who goes out this competition. Obviously, see Revenant progressing through that upper bracket, and I think deservedly so.
Yeah, I think so. Despite that kind of questionable Piper pick in that set, I think that regardless of it, everything else has kind of been lining up for me. You know, the aggressiveness, the strategy going into the draft, and just, you know, I mean, Sergeant was no doubts about it. He was tapping. Again, it's just a bit of an out there idea. It can get some great results, but can also be the very downfall of the entire comp.
And we saw it in the second, right? When he was just pinned in spawn by the Cordelius the entire game. And I mean, obviously, Rising Sun managed to get that game because of it, and that was kind of just the downfall of Piper, I feel, in that game at least. But after that, when the map got broken up, it kind of faltered a little bit, but then he hit some shots and they got back in control. And you can even hear him there. Like, I don't know what microphone he was coming through, but he was coming through one of them.
Great stuff. Oh my word. I mean, you know, talk about that Piper pick all you like, but Sergeant Clash there, 18 takedowns and the most DPS across the board, just shy of 300 there. I mean, by comparison with Meow, I mean, it's a night and day comparison, isn't it? Just the 3 takedowns for him, but it was a fantastic match for him. And Revenant have got to be feeling very good going into this next one. I cannot wait to see what has happened off stream as far as that's concerned, because again, with what's been happening, I didn't know what to think anymore.
Yeah, that lower bracket, well, not the lower bracket, the other game in the start of this bracket was
convincing as well.
Can't say I expected that. I can't say I expected it, but it wasn't like I didn't rule it out. That's why I'm not as blown away as I was when Clash beat Chasmac NA. That was a little bit more mind-blowing, but I feel like this was a possibility of happening, you know?
Certainly so. I mean, for me, you know, Datos FA were the team that, you know, Reconic Esports always struggled against in monthly finals. Just the one Grand Finals win for Reconic against Datos. So the fact that they've been able to be so successful here today as the number 2 seed, Datos are the number 1 seed from that LATAM South region. And, you know, it was a convincing win for me. From Humble's side, you know, statistically, they've got the very bottom of pretty much every statistic. So there's a huge divide as far as I'm concerned, but I'm curious to see how the game has fared. It looked, yeah, that was a convincing set of bounty, wasn't it, in favor of Datos?
Yeah, it really was. And I mean, Mr. P just constantly coming out with LATAM, and this is in a tank meta, bear in mind. Like, Mr. P, that's what Clash beat Chasmac NA with both sets in field goal of all maps.
Yeah.
And then followed Goldarm Gulch as well, which is just so tank heavy in this meta as well. And it still just works. I don't know how they do it.
Every year they seem to bring it in regardless as to where Mr. P stands in the meta, but you can't forget that Mr. P was always in a very good spot coming in to the LCQ, and it kind of feels like that brought that some teams have maybe just forgotten about just a little bit that they need to bring back in and kind of rethink, because it's getting some great results. Let's check out the MVP now though as well from event.brawlstars.com. On the side of Revenant, it will go to Sergeant Clash. That makes a ton of sense to me. Again, a questionable draft of the Piper, but the results spoke for themselves, and you know, we questioned why. I think the 18 kills and the DPS said why.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's fair to say that he was probably the MVP of that one. Dominating performance on that Piper. I doubted it, and I think I had good reason to doubt it.
Yeah, absolutely.
He proved a point.
I was with you.
He proved a point. He did prove a point. Played that very, very well, I have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we've got a banger matchup, haven't we? I mean, Revenant Esports, Datos FA. It's just going to be a very, very interesting one. I've been singing the praises of Revenant all day long, but I've also said that Datos have been a dark horse as well. And you know, from looking at Reconic's success, I do feel like Datos are a very strong contender. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they take this one and place Revenant Esports back into another match today.
I know, it's so weird to see, because I kind of came into this expecting, you know, those LATAM teams, specifically West, not really performing to the ability that they're showing. Yeah. And they've really proved a point today, Reconic especially, and I think Reconic doing well has made us fear Datos that little bit more. Yeah. Because coming into this, if Reconic hadn't done well, I'd be like, okay, well, I'm a little bit confused that Datos has been able to beat Humble and that they'd be able to beat Revenant Esports, but they've really shown their worth this region today.
Yeah, they've done the region proud so far, and let's see how Datos will fare. But, you know, statistically very similar, you know. I mean, very, very similar. Datos had so much success in that LATAM region, and same for Revenant, you know. I think pretty much identical when it comes down to things, and we'll take a look in a bit of a closer detail. First and foremost, that's Revenant Esports first, who we just witnessed on the stage. Of course, Response, Sergeant Clash, and Prashant coming back in again, riding high off the back of their victory of Rising Sun and looking to keep things clean and continue forwards. If they win this matchup, they will be the number 1 seed going in to day 2.
I mean, Revenant have been a dominant force over in that region, and they really are such a strong team. It's a little bit worrying how well they were playing in that first one, because I think this is going to be a very equal, even matchup between these two teams, but Revenant have been playing in their region extremely well all year long over there in India. And, you know, I'll mention it's a very, very underappreciated region. When they went to Masters in SPS, they performed well. They just didn't manage to get the scores on the boards. 3-1 against Help Me and 3-1 against Tribe Gaming NA. That's commendable in itself, because those teams, they're built of champions on the side of Help Me. They might not have been the team that's usually playing, but they were incredibly good. And then we have, obviously, Doritos FA as well. Really, really strong team from that South America West region. Dangerously so as well. They've been playing really, really well all year long, and I think they're a team who we feared a bit more because of Reconic's success in this competition, but overall I think we would have feared them a little bit more anyway, just because they managed to get so many good results throughout the year.
Yeah, so far we've seen all sorts of things happen, but I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't necessarily expecting Datos FA to even make it.
And neither were I. Neither was I.
To the winners match here, like I know they're very, very capable. I just didn't think they would, if they were to, you know, make it forward, it would be through the winners match, because like I don't know what happened with Humble. I would love to have some details around that. But that must have been crazy, because a 2-0, that's quite a statement. And I mean, I learned it from their coach, Peter Jack, tweeting just like, GG's Humble, 2-0. I was there like, they seem like to expect it almost, you know what I mean? And I definitely did not. And I think a lot of people at home didn't either. So a bit of a surprise here. And that makes me really want to see them play now. Because Revenant, we've seen them in some global events before. They played at Masters. Well, we watched their first match today as well. We know they're really, really good. I think they're a very fresh twist on like the Indian scene as well. Because it's been a scene that like struggled a little bit to develop, or at least, you know, mingle with the other regions. They're looking good. And I want to see how this match goes, because Dados, I've only really seen them just dominate through their region. I want to see how they match here against Revenant.
Yeah, that's the thing. In previous years, we haven't had this sub-region split. It hasn't been LATAM West and LATAM East. It's been Clash and Zest every single year, or their respective teams. You know, those two teams make it from LATAM every single year, year in, year out. So we haven't had a chance to look deeper into this region and see what else they've got to offer. And I think that's exactly what Reconic have showed us already today, and what Datos can show us now. A bit of a deeper look into LATAM. Just that, I won't say tier below, because honestly they look to be performing about as well as Clash do at the moment. But from quite a lot of people's point of view, it would be that kind of 3 and 4 in LATAM.
Yeah, just want to mention as well, when you think about it, SA West was probably considered as one of the weakest regions. Like, pretty much everyone agreed on that, besides probably SA West. But Reconic qualified.
Yep.
There's a shot here that both teams qualify. And I mean, SKC, we haven't even like, you know, touched upon yet in Group D. But that would be a huge story for the region. Because, I mean, we've seen all kinds of things casting that region. We were like the main casters for SA West. And we've seen things that like we probably wish we could unsee. But at the same time, right now, on a global setting, it is paying off. And some of the doubts maybe about like the split of that region in particular, like, it's crazy. Because if the regions were the way they were before, I don't think that we would necessarily have seen Reconic here in the first place. Because as you said, like Zest and Clash, I mean, not Zest anymore, but that's how it was. Right now, this is giving a lot of opportunities for teams to shine, and I'm absolutely loving it. I'm really loving it. And Dados are one of those teams. Revenant are one of those teams as well.
They really are, and these are the teams who fly under the radar usually, and that's why something like the LCQ is so good. Even if they don't go on and qualify to the World Finals, they've had their representation on that global stage, which they wouldn't have had otherwise. If they hadn't been brought to LCQ, if this hadn't existed, we wouldn't have seen these guys on the global stage this year, or at least Datos FA, sorry. And then it's really nice to see. It's refreshing, and obviously Revenant being as nice as they were on stage with Rising Sun's nice as well. But I'm intrigued to see if they're able to, you know, carry on playing at the level they just did against Rising Sun, or if maybe that was just a bit much of a not easy game, but an easier game than what Datos will be.
Yeah, it's a very different match here because they're not facing friends. I mean, I'm sure they're like, I'm not saying they're beefing, but they're not like from as close of a region with like the kind of teams they would usually scrim against. There's no real ties here besides like, you know, until LCQ, there was no ties between those teams. So it is a very different story, and this is where things can get a little bit more intimidating perhaps, or a little bit more challenging. Prep is going to be very important here as well because, like, let's be honest, Rising Sun is probably one of the teams they were scrimming the most throughout the year, so they know them. They didn't necessarily need to prepare specifically for that matchup as much as they probably would have for this one, where it's a team they've never faced before, and they couldn't have ever faced before because Dados, they have never made an event outside of South America. So it's really, really big here for them, and it's a big chance here for Revenant to strike hard, but Dados, they can do a lot of work here too.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, like, Datos there, I haven't heard much about them in scrims. Like, I haven't really heard many of the teams that I talk to, you know, the NA teams, the EU teams. I haven't heard anything in scrims about them being, oh, wow, you know, they're really surprising. It's weird to see. Like, every event we go to, there's always the team who kind of breaks through and shows themselves the most in scrims. In this one, it's been SK. You know, SK were the team who everybody was talking about scrim-wise. But I haven't heard that much about Datos, and I don't know if it's because people just haven't been scrimming them or haven't been rating them in those scrims. But I think it's a good showing that they've just dismantled Humble. In fact, they just beat them 2-0, and as you said, tweet out as easy as like GG's Humble. Go next.
Yeah, like, so, like, it was genuinely a humble tweet, and like, no pun intended either. But yeah, I mentioned earlier, like, no international experience. I'm mistaking a little bit, just to clarify. They did make Worlds last year as Zest, But I mean, they lost first round to one of the Zeta teams, so like it was a very short-lived experience. Definitely very different now because you're guaranteed 2 matches, which is already like a huge difference. They've already won 1, so they even if they lose this one, they'll still have another match. And I feel like this is going to be such a more like, how can I say that? An experience that's going to bring so much more value to their gameplay, to their knowledge of the scene, to how familiar and how comfortable they are playing in a LAN setting.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we've seen Revenant this time multiple times, and they seem to be comfortable playing it. It's just, I'm not sure about how well they've been scrimming, how good the quality of scrims have been all year, because they've won so many monthly finals that it's just hard to know how good they are because they've had no real competition to face up against them. And that's the issue we have with Revenant. We think, you know, India's got no competition and that's why they're winning, or maybe they're just winning because they're that tier above everybody else. Safe Zone, though, is going to be the first map. 8-Bit, Grom, and Cordelius going to be the bands coming in from Revenant Esports. Datos FA on the other side, going to roll up the Brock, the Eve, and the Nanny bands.
I like the band so far on both sides. Trying to think a bit of what slipped through. Colette is going to be available. Carl is as well. We'll see the Piper first pick. I like it. I mean, Piper is in a fantastic place. I wouldn't necessarily see like Safe Zone as like a go-to Piper map just because it's not the biggest damage on Safe, but it is decent for sure damage-wise, and because it got buffed a little bit recently, just the way, you know, all the brawlers got more HP, more damage, it wasn't always as proportional, and Piper definitely benefited from that, so I like having it in play here. Colette is going to be picked as well. I mean, just a staple of Safe Zone at this point. Ruff's a little bit less of a staple to my eyes, and definitely an interesting one, because he will bring wall break, but he just doesn't have the most range. It's not really easy to get in a good position either to really benefit from the bounces, so this is not really the way I would go, but then again, I'm not on stage playing for a golden ticket.
I feel like Ruffs used to be a lot better when the unbreakable wall wasn't a thing on the right-hand side. I think that's when he kind of made his move. But at the same time, you know, breaking up that mid-wall, if you've got someone who's got a bit of range, you need that extra bit of maneuverability, those 2 tiles to the right. It's good to have that break. Jesse coming in next, and these Indian drafts do confuse me a bit. And like, obviously Sergeant proved himself. I questioned the Piper when he played it in Dueling Beetles, and I still do. Jesse, I'm fine with on Dueling Beetles, but if the Sergeant Clash is playing through lane, playing through mid, that means we're going to be sending Jesse to one of the lanes, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting brawler here. I like Jesse in general. I used to hate it, but I do like it nowadays because it can bring a lot of value. It's just her shots are not the hardest to dodge, which in a LAN setting, like not everyone is going to be like the most mechanically able. And I feel like in general, LATAM, at least talking to a lot of pros, they were saying that LATAM like to keep things a little bit simple, play brawlers that aren't necessarily the most mechanical, and just be consistent. And that is a sort of way to counter that a little bit. Play themselves like a brawler where like it's not super mechanical, but on the other hand, like Dados might not be bringing like the greatest mechanics into this matchup. I mean, I'm just trying to read into this a little bit. We'll see the bell for the final pick from Revenant, and Dados are going to go for the Meg. Those brawlers are a bit more usual here.
I feel like we've got 3 mids on the side of Revenant here, and I don't know if they're just kind of trying to abuse this range. But if they get pinned in spawn and locked down, it's going to be very hard to push out. And this is the exact same way as I was feeling in the last game we saw them play. Dueling Beetles, they had the B and the Piper on a map that's got those unbreakable walls. It's really difficult to play unless you can completely lock it down and just keep control for the whole thing. So for Revenant's sake, I hope they're able to do that. But I'm kind of liking Datos' comp a bit more.
Yeah, I think that Revenant's comp just needs mid control. Like, they are capable of keeping mid control throughout the entirety of the set. But that is kind of what they need if they want to win. At least that's what it looks like at a first glance, but it might prove us wrong here. Nice tags onto Alonso. He finally gets out of Mech, and that is going to be a nice way to open up the walls in the mid. On the side of Revenant, response is low, but they are able to create a little bit of space with some good tags here and there. So far, no damage on save just yet. We're still fighting for mid.
Yeah, I mean, Alonso just trying to work back for the super. Can't be too far off it now. I think he's found a few connections on Sergeant there, but it'd take a hefty homemade recipe to the face and had to back up because of it. Mark's going to be missed on the right-hand side, and eventually some control for Revenant. 5% taken off, but the wall breaks coming through in mid, which gives him a little bit more maneuverability when that Piper's trying to shoot at him.
Control is in favor of Revenant now. They have solidified their position in the mid. They're able so far to get a little bit of chip damage on that save. I mean, 25%, not really chip damage at that point, and that's where the Jesse really capitalizes. You just shoot at the save, the bounces are gonna make it a little bit more annoying to dodge, and the Ruffs isn't exactly a threatening brawler either, so for me that is so far the pick that's been holding back Dados, but they might be able to prove me differently. However, that retake of the mid not really gonna be working out here for Dados. Revenant Esports, their safe is still intact, and they nearly have a 50% lead now.
I mean, domination from Revenant here, really. They're able to keep that range, and they're able to keep on wailing away at this safe, and that's looking really, really good for them, at least. I think it's something that they've got to be worried about, especially with this mark on Loco's surely going to go down. Gotcha Gadget was popped there, but doesn't find any connections at all. Gadget from Ruffs as well, and they're not really making any movement. 40 seconds on the clock. Something's got to happen, and it's got to happen soon.
Turret plays down, but destroyed pretty much as quickly. 75% lead, Alonso able to dodge, but with 25 seconds left, they need to deal a ton of damage to that blue save, and I don't even know if they're going to get past the mid.
Might get 0%. I mean, Colette super on save, consolation prize for Datos there, but I mean, it's not really going to mean a lot, is it, at the end of the day? Because that is a win right there for Revenant Esports, and this range, it just worked, and I doubted it quite heavily. And I don't know if I still doubt it. Like, I still doubted the one in the previous game, but this one, it just looked so convincing. They hit so many shots, and the nest eggs were so good.
Yeah, well, you mentioned earlier how they were kind of playing triple mid. If there's one map where you can kind of do that, or at least like close to that, it is going to be here. Because you just, I mean, you have a lane that's blocked off by unbreakable walls, so unless you have something that consistently jumps above walls or above water, you're not fighting for that left lane. It's like pretty much non-existent. The right lane is awkward too, so I like the approach. It worked out great for them. It's slow and steady, but hey, that wins the race.
Hey, I mean, Datos are in the lead. I mean, it was 2%, but I mean, it's almost more than they got for the entire duration of the last game. But now they're eventually able to get some control, and this is, I'm liking it a bit more from Datos now. They needed to push up into these positions early on. I mean, Meg is constantly out of mech from the looks of things, and it's not a good sign. Another homemade recipe to follow up there from Sergeant. He's finding beautiful connections, but actually does fall. Loco gets some shots in, but Response cleans up that left-hand side. Doritos did go down, and Revenant once again looking good.
Yeah, Revenant with just more control again. Even though they have been a little bit more passive and not contesting mid as much, they're not letting them be in range. And besides like a potential Colette super, you're not going to get a lot of damage from Meg from afar onto that save. It's a 1% lead for Dados. Doesn't really mean too much at that point, as Piper and Bell have a lot of range, as he has bounces as well. Just one turret, you place it down, a couple shots bounce, and that is enough to get that damage through. But nevertheless, a minute left on the clock already, and it's a game with a total of 5% damage so far.
Alonso out of mech again. Can't really find the pathway through and survive it out, but Ruffs is going to try and play down this mid. We're going to see the Meg go lane and try and get the super back, but Response gets a turret, and that's going to take quite a while for Alonso to take down. He's even going to be using that machine gun turret as well. Took Alonso down quite swiftly, and now Revenant want to try and establish control for themselves, but Doritos doing well. Super onto the save by Loco, and now they are even further in the lead, but it's still not much.
Yeah, just a couple of seconds with full on mid control. They get a kill or two, and Revenant turned this one around, but Dados are trying their dear best to hold on strong, not give them that chance. 20 seconds left on the clock, and slowly Revenant are going to have to make a play for it. Alonso out of mech, Surgeon jumping backwards. It was low HP, that was the only option really. Problem is, it's not the direction you want to be going towards, because with 5 seconds left, it doesn't matter how much of a lead it is, any lead is going to be sufficient. Dados FA strike back, even things out, and we're going to game 3.
Yeah, it's a nice cleanup and a much better performance. I feel like they weren't rushing things as much, trying to push up, and I think their slow approach, even with Meg out of mech, it's still worked, and they were making some slow progress on the save, Colette supers every now and again, and I mean, they pretty much instantly got more damage than they did throughout the whole of the last one, other than like Colette supers apart in the previous one, of course. So they're in a much better position now, but Revenant still, I don't think they looked bad throughout that one. I feel like they just had a few misplays that kind of cost them some percent.
Yeah, I think that it was tough for them to not even have any mid control in the beginning, because retaking clearly is not working the best for their comp. They don't have a ton of destruction. It takes a while to open up walls with Piper. So the left side is really awkward to retake. There's a lot of utility as well that can be quite annoying if used correctly, like those sandbags, which actually he's not even playing because of the Jesse, of course, but regardless, the other gadget's still really good at just pushing you out of position. But let's see. Doritos is low HP, and he goes down to a nice snipe from Surgeon. Alonso pushing up, but low HP as well. Still up for now, though, but eventually the connections are found, and some big bounces there from Response on the Jesse, getting a lot of damage. Turret is still up, eventually goes down, but there is a little bit of a lead in favor of Revenant now.
Yeah, Revenant's starting to move up, but really want to deal with Loco before they go anywhere. Actually, he does get a kill there. Continuing his rain down, but didn't really want to use that Colette Super anywhere other than the safe for some damage, to be honest. Considering they are down, it would have evened it out pretty much, and now control in their hands. Gadget pop by Meg as well, getting some heals back. But we really need to see some jukes here, but that turret is definitely going to finish one of them off at least. And I mean, they actually do manage to get it down. Loco surviving out, but marked up. Doesn't really get much gotcha gadget value either.
He will fall to Trashan, rather. Interesting rename there. As Alonso on the right-hand side still struggling to get back into his mech. Gets a few connections, but does fall. That will at least get him back in mech. Revenant Esports was a little bit of a lead. Very passive set, in all honesty, as both teams are just kind of trying to play range. I mean, Revenant Esports are trying to play range. Those FA are trying not to feed. Leaves us in just a very passive interaction across the board. One's a low HP. He's not going down just yet. The Colette Super is there. We'll take care of that turret. With 15 seconds left, they need to push down, they need to get to that save, and I don't know if Dados can do that right now.
No, I mean, especially with Colette going down, Bounce is still going on safe. Response going to establish a turret as well, bounces off that too. And I mean, there's just no comeback here from Datos FA, and Revenant Esports once again take yet another set. 1-0 up now against Datos FA, and they didn't look bad. In the games they won, they looked very, very convincing.
Revenant looked strong, and I don't say they proved us wrong with their comp, because like, we didn't really say that they were going to lose or that that comp didn't look good, but it was an interesting approach to just be very heavily mid-focused and just go for those fights around the mid area. It worked out really great for them. It helps as well that every single one of their brawlers outranged every one of the brawlers of their opposition. I mean, the mech does have quite a bit of range, but it's more like chip damage, right? It's not going to deal that sort of burst damage that you'll get from the likes of Piper. So I like the approach. It worked out nicely. I think Dados just didn't really expect it either. We're playing a little bit more traditional when it comes to the setup, but the brawlers were not necessarily the most traditional either, as Ruffs struggled a little bit to find the value that you'd want from it. I think there were probably just better options to that regard.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, I'm still not in love with the Revenant comp regardless of them winning. I think something different instead of triple range could have been decent, but it definitely worked. Well, there's no denying that it did work for them and they played it out well. It just seems like Sergeant's kind of undefeatable on this Piper. He just does not really miss. And, you know, we got 18 kills in dueling beetles with Piper and 16 in safe zone.
He's going for world record kills at a LAN event for Brawl Stars, and he's well on his way so far, doing a really good job, and pretty much all of them on Piper specifically. So he definitely has the record on Piper, I would say, at this point, at least on one day.
To be fair, he's got probably the world record for Piper just in that game in terms of a LAN event, like 16 in that, 18 in this. Like, come on now, it's a little bit too good on the Piper gameplay for Sergeant there, and it is quite worrying now for Datos FA to be able to bring this one back. Out in the open is next, and there's more possibility of Piper on the line.
That is true. I mean, if you bring Piper on maps where she doesn't belong, like dueling beetles, you can bring her out anywhere at that point, and out in the open, it is definitely a map where she belongs. So that makes it a lot easier to draft in. Now, do their opposition respect it? Do they ban it instantly? Do they?
I would.
I feel like it's the only option, because like they'll just ban Nanny, you know, and then.
I think it's the plan. Just ban it out, get it out of the way of Sergeant, because he's proven himself so many times now that Piper is that brawler that he reaches towards, his comfort brawler, and he's making it work no matter what is happening on the other side. So out in the open is a map where Piper is going to rain terror upon the opposition, and that's not like an outstanding Piper to still be able to dominate, you know? So someone who is outstanding is going to be able to absolutely wipe the floor with you. But out in the open, we've seen some Brock being played, we've seen a bit of Eve, because obviously levitating over that water's quite good. Actually, we saw some tanks coming in the last time we saw it played out as well, with the Fang and with the Buster, so I'm intrigued to see if that's a route that either of these teams will take.
It is an option for sure. I mean, usually when you have brawlers like that, they really don't belong on a map, and yet they are still played there. It just says a lot about how strong they are. Again, we have a little bit of a niche meta without the hypercharge brawlers, so tanks are going to be a little bit easier to draft in. But regardless, Fang and Buster in a really good place, and Buster is going to be double banned for this one, so both teams not mingling with that. But we see the Piper ban as well from Dados. Just don't want to deal with that Piper once more.
But the Mr. P banned out of the way as well, and that is definitely a LATAM targeted ban. You know, they Clash absolutely dissected Chasmac with it through those highlights that we did manage to watch. So I'm not blaming them for getting out of the way, and especially on a map that it can be used on. Same with Datos with Piper, as we mentioned, and double Buster ban is definitely viable as well from what we saw from STMN. RT going to be the first pick from Datos FA though, and obviously they do have to win this set. Nani going to follow up after that one as well, and I think those are a couple of very good picks.
Yeah, so far, this is very, like, standard meta, in all honesty, and, like, standard as in, like, for the last months. This year, those brawlers were all played here quite consistently. Nani is probably a little bit of a more recent arrival back into the meta, just because Nani is ridiculously good at the moment. But he was played before too, and it is also like a standard counter to Piper, of course. But that's a statement here as well, right? That the Piper is banned and you still bring Nani, shows how good Nani is in the current meta. We'll see the Meg brought in here by Revenant Esports. I don't mind it. I feel like it's definitely less threatening than the RT and the Nani in my books. But it's got stuff to bring to the table. Jean is going to be very good here as well. What I love about Jean on this map is, like, there is a decent amount of bushes where you can just get both scouting, and because there's not a lot of cover, you can just constantly deny your opponents from healing up. And when you have magic buffs on your side and your teammates are, like, constantly healing up when they're by your side, that can be really valuable because you just slowly get the HP advantage, slowly push up the map, but you need to play it well as a team for it to work.
Yeah, I do like the Jean. I like it a lot, especially if you're pulling in something like a Meg who's going to have that decent DPS. But on the other side, though, I love this comp from Datos. I think they only got 3 of the heavy hitters. Well, not heavy hitters, but the main brawlers on this map. 3 long-range sharpshooters, I think is a very good choice to go through this one. We'll see if Revenant are able to close this one off, or if Datos FA will bring it back to 1-1 and force it to a set number 3 to decide who will be going to day 2 and who will be dropping to the lower bracket to fight for a chance at day 2.
Both teams have showed us what they were capable of in their opening matches. Let's see here if Dados can begin their comeback, or if Revenant can lock in the first seed of this group. And so far, again, that chip damage from the Genie is just so brutal. Oh, that is beautiful though from Doritos. Didn't even see it coming. Surgeon is gonna go down, and bit by bit, everyone goes down. The idea was good from Revenant, but Dados were able to just get their supers more quickly, and then that Nani super was absolutely paying off for them.
Yeah, they must have fed quite a lot for that Nani super to be a possibility so early on into a game, though. Like, you never really expect a Nani super in the first round. Sergeant eventually making a little bit of a push here. Even threw the toolbox down, thought it was going to need to tank something with that. But eventually some good position coming out of Revenant now, especially with response around this round side. But Sergeant doesn't want to overextend. That's the biggest issue.
Sergeant aggressive here, but lock in that position, a bit careless. It's going to be a 2-on-2 now. Response gets tagged up. Alonso is able to get the follow-up, and with a gadget, that's suddenly a 2 versus 1. One that Pershant, sorry, I get distracted by his rename, is not going to be able to win. And that's a big one here for Dados. Able to lock this one in and start potentially what could be a comeback.
Yeah, they did look really good in that one. I enjoyed that game quite a lot with how well they were playing. And I feel like Revenant stepped out of line just too many times, and that was their downfall. Whether or not Sergeant's going to choose to do something similar and just choose to go aggressive, feed the Nani quite a bit and give him peep is for him to decide, but I didn't really like the approach that they had. They got control really nicely, but just overstepping the welcome.
Again, the positioning early on is favoring Revenant Esports quite a bit. But earlier, it was at the expense of feeding a lot of super. And there is a Bell super onto Loco. I don't know if that's going to be the biggest difference maker right now. It's not using it either. I don't even know if they necessarily want to over-invest here. Because so far the start has been rough. Surgeon is not quite going to get caught. Going to go for a preemptive gadget, and Surgeon is going to be out of mech now. This could be what Dados need to push out, but still they have 2 low HP players. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, well, there's a takedown back into mech for Sergeant as well. Not even going to he's straight back out of it, though. Great shots from Doritos, but Alonso's too low. Doesn't really want to drop his legs either. Maybe wanted to hold on to that a little bit longer. Doritos retreats into the gas, trying not to feed. But, I mean, he's going to be back in his mech anyway, isn't he, really? So it's not the end of the world.
We are back in here for the second round. Revenant on the verge of a match point. If they can make this work. Mark is going to be missed. That's good for Revenant, of course. Pershant, low HP, but healing back up, and a trick shot connects, but the heal up just in time there for Pershant to survive. But that was one close call.
I don't know if that was the best bounce I've ever seen or the luckiest bounce I've ever seen. You know, take your pick, but we're back into it, and Revenant looking to try and move this to match point now. Do have a peep available, Owen. Gene Pull is there too. Sergeant looking for his super. Maybe he just should have tanked that peep there, I feel, in the toolbox, and Sergeant are going to get hit by that instead of just response, what it would have been. He needs this pull if he wants to try and win this round.
Response. Gonna be looking for a target, but it's not easy to pull the RT, that's for sure. Pershant not too pressured by the gas, can just walk over the water. Trying to get some tanks from afar, but there's a kill, and the pull is gonna be missed by Response. That's big. The peep is actually gonna result into a TP. Doritos low HP, but the kill eventually does come through. And now Dados are a round away from evening things out and bringing us to a third set.
Yeah, I mean, for someone who, you know, gets his pull so successfully, it just doesn't seem to be hitting for Response here, and that's definitely the downfall of Revenant so far on that, and Sergeant just falling out of his mech. Prashant's been playing really well, just staying alive in the late seconds, but Sergeant now pushing forwards is marked up like that's going to be a hefty hit if he gets hit by this now, and another pull missed by Response. It just doesn't seem to be changing.
The swipe from Sergeant will be making up for that, though. Doritos is low HP as well. Sergeant can risk it because at worst he gets out of mech and he guarantees the kill anyways. Revenant Esports take that game, and that's a big one to take because suddenly there's a match point threat above Dados' heads. They are in the winner match, so at worst they'll drop down to the tiebreaker. They wouldn't be out if they lose this. But it is much more comfortable to just qualify as first seed.
Yeah, who doesn't like cruising through with the first seed? Back into it then, it's either going to be well, it's a very decisive game, I should say. Whether or not Revenant Esports take it all or Datos bring it to a set number 3. Prashant getting hit pretty hard, forced to jump out. Sergeant now trying to go aggressive onto Doritos and actually finds the pathway through, but surely some return sender or help from his teammates is going to be there. Sergeant now overstaying his welcome, I feel, as the gadget brings him out of his mech, but he does survive.
That was a close call, too close to my liking, but it does work out all right here for Revenant. They do not have mech though, and that could be a little bit of a problem here, especially as we have 3 supers for Dados, and actually going to be using the Nani super just to open the walls. I don't know how much I love that, but Response is low when the connection comes eventually. Sergeant, not in a mech, is going to do absolutely nothing there. Prashant left in a 1 versus 3, and he's just trying to get his super, but it's not going to happen. Instead, he feeds a super for Dados, and now they come into this next round with 3 supers carried over.
Yeah, I think this is surely going to be a Datos game here. The marks onto him as well, the hit as well. Response goes down, and now it's down to the other 2 of them. Sergeant looking to try and make some map. It's actually a 2v2. Sergeant survives this one out, and Loco looking like he might get swept, but he does survive that one. Now goes down, and it's Doritos left. What looked like a Datos guaranteed set is now Revenant 1 round of finishing it all.
Overconfidence from Dados, overstepping there in the mid. They lose a player. They even things out, and Revenant had control at that point. Disaster strikes, and Revenant Esports are a round away from qualifying for day 2. A bit of a mistake there. Response not dodging in time. Sergeant taking a lot of that damage. Gonna be very low HP now as well, and luckily for Dados, they managed to save it. And Dados FA will take the set, even things out. take us to a third as this match continues.
Yeah, we'll be deciding who wins it in the third then. Revenant maybe could have done that, but I just feel they made too many mistakes. Missed gene pulls were happening left, right, and center in reality, and I think overstaying and overstepping is definitely something that they needed to fix up there, and it just didn't seem like the Revenant we've been watching throughout the rest of the day, and definitely Datos FA have been playing, they've played that one very nicely in certain moments.
Yeah, a lot of poor dodges, I think, as well, you know, where just in your 1v1, I mean, that's just unfortunate, but a couple moments where just in their 1v1, they were getting hit by like max range bell shots or max range RT shots, which like, at this level of play, you kind of want to dodge at least somewhat consistently, at least at a max range, right? You have time to see it coming, and if you get hit every single time by them and you manage to feed a kill that way, that is just highly unfortunate. It's something that like you kind of expect to be a bit more clean at this level at least. But they do have a set here to recover if they still want to make it the clean path to day 2.
It's surprising to see not even using return sender either. Obviously, you're going to be using that teleport, which was quite surprising to me. But look at the stats now: 272. Sergeant Clash yet again with more like the most kills on his team by quite a way. Pressure and response definitely not getting what needed to be done. Alonso obviously playing well over the other side as well. But it was overall a great team performance from Datos.
Yeah, Sergeant is, like, I don't want to say carrying because his teammates are doing a decent job too.
But he is.
But yeah, they a little bit there. Yeah.
Just a little.
Because 8 kills in knockout, that is impressive. That means you basically won like 1 game on your own, plus 2 kills in the next one.
Let's not forget the 16 in Heist as well.
Yeah.
And then 18 in Duel and Beatles.
He is, he's doing his part.
He is, he's cooking. He's really cooking today. So for the sake of Revenant, they better hope he cooks yet again in Brawl Ball Super Beach. I believe it's the first time we've seen Brawl Ball today.
I think it might, yeah.
I haven't seen that. I don't know if you have.
I haven't casted any Brawl Ball. We may have had some Brawl Ball in the off-stream matches, but I mean, as the name entitles, they were off-stream, so we didn't see them. I'm excited. I want to see some Super Beach here for our final set of this winner match, Group C. They had some great performances so far today, both teams. An upset for sure that Datos took down Team Humble. Revenant Esports taking down Rising Sun. They were probably the favorites in my books, so a little bit less surprising there, but regardless, we are all tied up. We are in set 3, and we'll see the Be the Crow and the Rosa banned out by Revenant. Datos banning Stu, Nita, and Cordelius, and it's gonna be a Maisie first pick, which again, I respect, because playing Maisie, like, it is a bit more of a mechanical brawler than like, you kind of realize. I feel like when you watch pros play it, it looks so good, but then, like, it is quite hard to actually pull off. Bringing it in as a first pick, I think it can be quite versatile, because it has the tank awareness you want, and, I mean, we see a Buster already, so I think the Maisie can definitely do some damage there, but if Buster gets up close, it can get messy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty weird to see Revenant actually go aggressive, because we haven't seen much from them at all. It's been all sharpshooters and staying back, hasn't it, really? A little bit in that last one with the Meg, but other than that, not so much. Mac's going to be coming in next for Datos along with that Buster, and I think this is a good combination that they've got going on here.
Yeah, I think the Max might also dissuade them from going crazy and bringing in a Piper or something along those lines. I'm saying going crazy, like, would we consider that as crazy anymore? It would be crazy if they bring it now. Which please don't do, guys. I want to see a heated final set. Gonna have every card in their deck.
Oh,
it's gonna be a primo. Oh. So they are cranking up the aggression. Does have a good matchup overall here against the Buster. Still not necessarily a guarantee though, depending on range and if you have your super. It can you can take a lot of damage before you get in range.
Yeah, it really can. We'll see if this last... Oh, this is bold. Very bold from Revenant, especially with Datos still having the last pick, where tanks can be countered quite heavily. I mean, a lot of them are out. Right? B out, Crow can't slow down, Nita's out the way, Cordelia's out the way. But, I mean, there's still got to be at least some tank counter that's slipping my mind that they can slide onto and do a pretty good job. Or they just full send it as well and just go something else that can just go aggressive.
I'm kind of thinking Ems could be a possibility here. Not necessarily the easiest either, but should be good enough. And Griff is a bit of a twist. I feel like Griff is more of a Latam answer. It's more of a South America answer here as a tank counter. It is a brawler that they were playing sometimes whilst it was a little bit off meta. I'm saying that the Griff is quite off meta right now. Not bad per se, just not really the greatest. Very specialized with like destruction and dealing with some tanks. So it can work here, but it's not an easy one to pull off. And it's also a brawler that a lot of people are just not really used to playing anymore. Just again, because it's not been meta for a while.
Yeah, well, as we get into the game, we'll see who will be taking this one. Set number 3 yet again. Seems like a common trend today. A little bit of a break coming through from the Griff there, getting some rid of responses walls, but instantly Revenant going aggressive. Sergeant being punished for that, but the supers available for Prashant. Gets the knockback on 2 of them. Might be able to follow up here with the Sam going forwards. Gets the kill, but Prashant can't get the job done on Alonso, and that does not leave the goal open.
Oh, one's gonna heal up a bit, doesn't quite get through. They managed to shut him down, stop that push, and suddenly with max speed as well. There's a lot of control for Dallos. Potentially a chance here at scoring. Response, sneaking up on the right side. Alonso has super again, gets a little bit of a connection onto Response. Gets the damage on the way back too. Surgeon is going to jump in with his super, but not really going to get close enough to do much more than that. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Prashant does go down to Doritos. Surgeon needs to be careful. Potentially a pull play could come in clutch here for Doritos, but that's not going to be an option anymore.
Yeah, some own goal wall break there from Sergeant. Sure, it was by accident, but not really helping out his team too much with that. Prashant does have his super and can obviously knock back through this, but Alonso getting hit and wanting to just stay up, keep the damage flowing through and get the supers cycling. 2 supers stay behind this wall of Revenant here, just playing it slow, playing it passive, which is quite weird to say considering the comp they're playing.
Minute left on the clock. Overtime might be a real possibility here, but it also means that if someone manages to score in the next 50 seconds, that might be the only goal of the game, that might be the match point secure. Still pushing on the side of Revenant, but is it going to be enough? Respawn gets the kill, gets the heal up as well. But he is still low HP, still gets reset pretty much every time he heals up just a little bit. Let's see if they can create that opening.
He's playing this Sam very, very well. Prashant's got a super now as well. If he can give it to Response and maybe make something happen, and this might be the play, but Loco's looking to try and make the break, maybe a phase shifter forwards. They want to make this play now before overtime, even though they've got the better comp when it comes to it. They want to try and go forwards. Now reversing it, playing it back, passing that ball forwards, just to sit behind this wall ready for the break. But it's not a ball you want to give. Sergeant and Response. Prashant with his super as well.
Jump in from Surgeon, now the pass, and it's beautiful. It's gonna work out here for Revenant Esports, and they seize a match point.
I mean, that was a beautiful play, really. The pass through, and you could see it coming as well. That's the worst part. I'm sure Datos did too. There's just nothing they can really do about it. What can you do against a Primo super? A pass forward from the Sam and the super from Prashant on the Maisie as well. There's just no defending that, and that's going to be disappointing for them in a game that I think Datos controlled. Obviously, Revenant had more chances of goal scoring, but I think it was Datos controlled still.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they just kind of realized it was too late when it was too late, you know? Once the Primo is mid-air with a super, there's not going to be any stopping, but the stopping could perhaps have happened a bit before that. Prashant does have super here, not going to opt to use it, and that's a bit of a risky play. But Surgeon is able to get the kill onto Doritos. No trade either. Max just not really expecting that play and was trying to just heal back up a bit. Griff will get a kill into Respawns, but Loco is going to be the one that gets traded out. A chance there to pull onto Trisham. The pass onto Surgeon. Surgeon soars through, and he's able to just walk it in, or rather run it in at that pace. Revenant Esports just turning up the pace.
I mean, this is quality from the Revenant boys here. Playing defensive now. Loco gets knocked back. This might even be a play in itself here. Prashant not going to opt to pass the ball forwards, but a double super. Oh, great block there on the super. Coming through from Response. Doritos went for the block and got it. Now pulling them back. Can't really get his knuckle busters back, so might just have to accept his demise here. But the ball surely slotting back into the Revenant corner.
Yeah, they can play it safe if they want to. it is a very reactionary comp, right? Like you want to wait for an opportunity to go in and go all out. You can cause your own opportunities, of course, but get your own luck, make your own luck rather. Spawns pushing up the left side, but a double kill now, and Surgent needs to buy as much time as he can, and he's doing so quite successfully so far because respawns are going to be coming through. Is that going to be enough to score here? Doritos pushing up. No, it's a missed opportunity. The ball is going to be caught by Prashant, and they should be able to just easily defend at that point.
I mean, on the flip side, now it's Revenant going aggressive. I feel like it should have been a goal for Datos there, but surely the pullback here. He went for a little bit of a bounce off the wall play yet again, but Sergeant has the jump, gets the knockback, even though the phase shifter went through the double from Trishane here, gets the cycle. Can he get Doritos as well? He finishes him too, and now Response is going to join him. Don't think they want the ball in, but 20 seconds is all that remains.
And it's cornered in Dalos' spawn. That is tactical and yet still a form of BM. A pass perhaps from Doritos, but there's no one to catch it. With 5 seconds left, that is gonna be GG's. Well played. Revenant Esports are gonna be your #1 seed in Group C.
I mean, that was a performance from Revenant right there. And I mean, I underestimated them coming into it. I think a lot of other people did as well, coming in from the Indian region, but they've proved themselves. A team who can sweep Humble so convincingly, and then you can beat them, that proves a point for me.
It certainly does. Rising Sun was their first victim today. Did not stand too much of a chance. Dallas didn't either. When it came to Brawl Ball, like, I feel like until now, it was pretty standard stuff. They were getting a little bit carried by Surgeons, you know, but it was fairly standard stuff. And then now we got into Brawl Ball, and it was just amazing. We had mechanics, we had communication, team synergy, a crazy draft too, and everyone did their part. I mean, that Prashant play towards the end was insane as well, getting like, I believe there was just a triple kill in a 1v3. So yes, he couldn't quite score in time, but regardless, they won that game, they won that match, and they are going to be seed 1.
I mean, I think deserved as well. Sergeant didn't get the most kills in that one, but did score some successful goals. Prashant in response showing the worth, 443 DPS. But on the other side as well, look at that. I mean, against 3 tanks, you need the damage, right? But 12, 7, 5, 460, 470, and 401 is some big numbers being put up by Datos and still losing.
Yeah, as you mentioned it yourself, you know, tanks, they have a lot of HP, which means you're going to need more damage. And at that point, more damage to not even be able to stop them. They were just running at such an incredible speed as well, just constantly like, you know, coming back to the action. And that's kind of the danger with tanks as well, is that with high mobility, it's just constant harassing. And with the amount of HP they have, like, it takes forever to create any space for your team.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, I believe we're going to go down and with Ark and talk to one of the players who just won.
Thank you very much, Trav. I am indeed backstage with Sergeant. First and foremost, I've got to say a huge congratulations. I'm your biggest fan. Going back to Snapdragon Masters, you know, you guys put up a very valiant battle against the likes of Tribe Gaming NA and Help Me back then. And in that respect, do you feel like some of the other regions looking in maybe underestimates your potential?
I think India is underestimated in general, but I think after today, we've been respected a lot. Our scrims have shown very good results. Like, if you pull up our stats, we've been doing good scrims against every single team we faced. So I think this was not unexpected. We knew this was a free win. Group C was the easiest.
Bold words. I'm going to ask then, why do you think that is?
Okay, basically, I'm joking by the way. Datos is an amazing team. I think LATAM has proven to be the best region, like, right now. We did not expect what happened in Group A. So, like, I really think that our group is underestimated. I feel like nobody knows who was going to win, and it could have been Humble or Datos. We just turned out to be better at the moment.
Great responses. And in regarding your matchup with Rising Sun, you know, you guys had a lot of banter across the stage, some great chemistry. Describe to us your relationship and kind of some of the words that were exchanged in those moments.
Rising Sun is one of our closest, has some of our closest friends. We've been friends with them, like, they're basically Sessa. So, like, last year we used to team with them. They were on our team, and, like, it's been a very long history with them. We've been playing with them for 3 to 4 years. So we're just having fun because we knew that whoever won, it was our region who's going to be represented. So, like, we had no differences. It was, like, the funnest game we've ever had.
Well, as the number 1 seed tomorrow, you will play against Reconic Esports. In one word, what are your thoughts on that particular matchup?
They're free.
Well, there you have it. Words from the man himself. We're going to head it on straight back to the casting desk.
I'll say I'm not sure how to feel about that interview, to be honest with you. He's gone from saying LATAM might be the best region to the team who qualified free. So I'm not sure how I feel about that, to be honest with you, Teddy. I'm not sure if you feel any different.
There's a little bit of inconsistency, but I can tell you one thing, is that Revenant came on a mission to just shut down LATAM. Because they just shut down Dados that looked like incredible today. And they just seem excited for their next match. It's free. That's their words.
Well, I mean, like, they've definitely contradicted themselves, but I'm liking the fighting talk anyway from Sergeant. Obviously, friends with quite a lot of the players, and I liked what he said about Rising Sun as well. But let's take a little bit of a look at the MVP, see who got it. I mean, who else? Who else, Teddy?
With a stash like that, like, you know, it's free. It's free. Just from the looks, I would give him. From the stats, you would also give him, because, I mean, he gets an absurd amount of kills every time he plays Piper.
Yeah, well, let's take a little bit of a look, update ourselves on what happened off stream. And this time, Humble were successful. So we have a rematch between Humble and Datos. Can they get the revenge from being 2-0 down against them in that first round? Now it's a game between those two teams to see who goes to tomorrow.
That is going to be huge because, I mean, it didn't really go so well so far for Team Humble, but maybe it was some surprising drafts or just something going unexpected. Best of 3s are brutal, they're quick. At the end of the day, it makes this match a best of 6, I guess, or best of 5. You got my point.
Yeah, I guess I got it, I guess. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. Like, they might have just drafted badly, they might have just played badly on that specific time. But at the same time, like, we're going to see this one, Datos going to be confident coming into it. And I think they've got to kind of tone that down a bit, because if you're overconfident and Humble know what they did wrong, know what they did right, then they're going to come back even stronger.
Yes, or alternative hypothesis, maybe they have a grudge against SK and they want to take them out because they're first seed and they want to get second seed, you know?
Yeah, let's go with that.
That is
I like that a bit more. I like that a bit more. They want to beat SK, so they lost against Datos and now are going to come back and beat Datos. I like that thought process.
I mean, is it really a grudge if you're not ready to throw away a year of your life and of work to you know, make it happen? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, well, I guess not. But that looked pretty convincing. The way of Humble, obviously being a 2-0, it kind of had to be right. But now they will be playing against Datos again, as you can see below us just now. I think these two teams, in my mind, from what I've seen from Humble all year long, obviously we haven't seen them here. We've just seen some highlights. From what we've seen from Datos, they seem to be pretty evenly matched, I'd say. So I feel like Humble needs to kind of reassert themselves. Don't dwell too much in that 2-0 loss. Don't come in scared. And I think that's the only way they can beat them.
Yeah, this is where, like, I kind of wish I had a little bit more information about what happened in the first place. I didn't get the chance to even see highlights or anything. So I don't know if Humble just, like, panicked or... Because they're not a very experienced team. Some of their players have barely even ever done any lands. And when they were, it was against teams they knew as well, right? Like against the MEA teams that they're familiar with, that they've been playing, I was going to say, their entire lives against. Maybe they're not, like, that young, you know, but the last couple of years against. And that is a massive difference, because even though the setting, like, is a bit unusual, you're not used to land, you're used to the teams you're facing. Right now, they did not have that, and maybe that was a bit too much to handle. Regardless, if you guys need a reminder on the scores, Datos FA swept Humble in their opening match that was off stream, whereas Revenant Esports won 2-0 as well against Rising Sun. The winner's match was Revenant Esports that took a quite amazing victory against Datos in that winner's match to lock in their spot further up. And then, unfortunately for Rising Sun, they were not able to make a comeback. They got swept by Humble in the lower bracket, or rather the elimination round. Same thing, really, different names. So right now, there is a bit of a second chance here, both for Humble that lost against Datos early and for Datos that just lost now against Revenant.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Humble are coming fresh off a win. That's the thing. And Datos coming fresh off a loss. So maybe there'll be a little bit of a mentality change in that one as well. Looking at the rosters, though, Cyclone, Luki, and Tomsy versus Doritos, Loco, and Alonso. Let's take a bit of a focus down onto Humble, who have been a real powerhouse in the EU region this year, Teddy.
Humble have had it a long time coming. They have been competing in the region for years at this point. Struggled to really get their breakthrough. They were just a lovable Dogster Lobster. Everyone liked them. Just, you know, the humor about it, as well as obviously their gameplay. They're just very likable guys. But success has really just started this year as a main team, having a shot during the year at making it all the way to Worlds. That wasn't quite gonna come through, so they had to settle with LCQ, but they happily took that. Their opening match, not the greatest in all fairness. Losing 2-0 against Dados whilst being the favorites. Not what you want, but they have a shot at revenge. Talking about Dados, they're going to be joining us up on the stage. They were the dominant team out in SA West. They were very strong throughout the year. Did have a couple of moments a little bit less convincing here and there, but nevertheless, their worst performance this year was top 4, which only happened twice. They went first 3 times and second once in the monthly finals. They have 3 players from Zest that did manage to qualify for the World Finals 22, but it was a first round exit as they faced Zeta. So not really the dream run last year, but they are doing everything they can to have a shot at another run at World this year for 2023.
Absolutely so. You know, and for me, Datos FA almost brought things back against Revenant. We cannot forget how close that was. It really came down to the wire. In terms of like an A and B comparison, I've got to say though, you know, Humble don't have the greatest statistics by comparison. You know, they are very much bottom of the pack in pretty much every sense of the word. By the percentage, by the lack of grand final appearances, they had 0, and every other team in the competition at least had 1. And you know, with that in mind, you know, they've got to be able to bring forward the same mentality, the same amount of energy and strength that we've seen already from VN Esporting, from SK Gaming, who equally had terrible stats compared to the rest of the competition, but were able to prevail when it mattered most. You know, for Humble, clearly off stream, we saw that they had that resolve that they needed to show to place Rising Sun out of the competition in a convincing scoreline. Was it a 2-0 sweep from, I think, what I saw on the screen? So, I mean, they are looking to bring forwards that now into this particular matchup, and I hope for their sake they do, because I'm sure there's a lot riding on it for them. This is their best performance to date. They don't want to go home empty-handed.
Yeah, definitely not. And I think you make a good point about the stats, but I also want to say that, like, you kind of want to take them with a grain of salt always. Pinch of salt, not entirely sure anymore.
Either.
Both work, I guess. But basically, like, when we are comparing regions that are so vastly different, it's just so hard to have, like, a fair comparison, right? Because when you look at it, both teams got 2 top 4s, right, this year, except for Humble. That was their best placement of the year. For us, that's their worst placement of the year, which is just such a ridiculous contrast that they are facing each other at the same, like, equally at this point, right? 1 win, 1 loss today, and really, it could be anyone's game. It was Dados that did win earlier, so you're absolutely right with the stats, but I just want to point out, you know, how different the journey is until that point, and yet, like, everything is on the line here.
Yeah, and I feel like I've already experienced the resolve of Datos FA so far. You know, it didn't quite go their way, but nonetheless, they showed some great perseverance. And I think the choices in regards to their drafting as well has been really, really nice to see, really on point in that regard. And again, you know, South America as a region today have really been impressing, and I think showing everyone a great deal of, you know, just promise in this competition. I think that, you know, for many, Humble coming from the EMEA region, to some might seem like just kind of like a no-brainer. Surely EMEA, you know, are going to do pretty well in last chance qualifying stages, but I don't think it's nearly as clear-cut as that. And being on the stage now for Humble is going to be a testament to how they handle the pressure. As we go into our first set, it's going to be Hard Rock Mine for Gem Grab. 69% on event.brawlstars.com, favoring the Humble squad to the 31% that is Datos FA.
I wanted there to say that half of those 69% probably didn't know or see that Dados won this matchup as their opening match 2-0, which is quite the statement in all fairness. So yeah, bear that in mind. They played each other earlier today. It was a 2-0 for Dados. But it's a fresh match, a fresh start, and a fresh opportunity here to just, yeah, start afresh.
Yeah, absolutely so. And Humble coming off the back of a victory, Datasofe coming off the back of a loss. I think this could be a bit more even than it was previously. The bans being Rosa, Buster, and 8-Bit for Humble, and the bans for Datasofe, Otis, Colette, and Squeak. I think the Colette's probably my least favorite of the bans on that front. A first draft of Ruffs, which I think is always a good first pick to have on a map like Hard Rock Mine. You've got the ability to break, you've got the ability to then buff up your own teammates, and providing you stay alive, that is going to go a long, long way as the map progresses on.
Yeah, the Colette ban is really odd to me. Like, I don't see why. Especially with like a Ruff's first pick. I just see like no relation between the ban and the pick. It might come later on if they want to go for tanks or something, but yeah, this is a very odd one. RT I like here, does fine, nothing super spicy. I feel like it is kind of like a cheaper 8-Bit, I guess, or like a replacement 8-Bit when 8-Bit is banned. 8-Bit clearly superior here as a gem carrier at the moment, but RT does the job absolutely fine. And Sandy, we saw some great Sandy plays already today. I think bringing brawlers that don't really require too much aim or too many mechanics can be a very smart move to do on LAN, especially when you just don't really want to take your chances. You want to play consistent, and this is one of the traps that some of the East Asian teams fell into today, where they were playing very mechanic diff brawlers that just, like, it wasn't their day mechanically, and then suddenly you don't stand much of a chance because your comp relies on you hitting pretty much every shot.
Well, no sign of any tankier options just yet, but the Bell can obviously play a fantastic mid-roll regardless. The Mark, though, would be nice to have on something of a tankier option from Humble if they do decide to go their Fang. Such an aggressive idea on Hard Rock Mine. It can provide a great deal of valuable results if you time your runs correctly, and the roundhouse kick with the stun as well, as it does tend to be the preferred gadget of choice. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to be the case here, but Kung Fu has received some valuable sort of buffs in the past, and it might be able to show up on a bushier map like Hard Rock Mine, some of where your enemy might be hiding around. Third and final pick now coming in then for Humble, and it's going to be Penny. And we've seen this again earlier today, and I wasn't too convinced by it. I feel like Penny has dropped off a little bit in terms of the meta, but you know, the Salty Barrel can get some great results, especially when you find yourself in those head-to-head moments on the side lanes where you kind of run into someone. It's a great deterrent of that and can provide some very good damage effect. But it's probably my least favorite of the draft on the side of Humble, I'd say.
Yeah, I don't like it. Like, I'm even less enthusiastic. Like, I like Penny in general. I just feel like right now in the meta, not really the most, like, threatening brawler across the board. I think that the Salty Barrel, as nice as it is, it's not really the most useful against a Fang either, because the super kind of just sweeps that, you know? There's not much, it's not much of a stopping force. But regardless, we'll see how it plays out. It's going to be played out on lane as well, which I feel like is even more awkward. It has the right matchup, at least, but it really only counters the gadget. And I mean, just don't use it against it, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't feel like it's going to find a crazy amount of value. But so far, it has been a struggle for the Bell to get any gems, and Cyclone has been able to get a good amount done in the mid. 2-gem lead early on, not too bad.
Yeah, air support by Doritos there is going to be the gadget of choice on the Ruffs. Just sandbags, like you say, not going to be great into that Penny matchup. And there's a swift takedown from Tomsy of him as well. And meanwhile, Datasofe have caught up in terms of the gems. Humble were starting to run away with things, and there's a lovely gadget pop there from Cyclone, and we'll see the demise of Alonso. The gems, though, out of reach, realistically can't push into that. So Humble gonna have to slow down the pace just a bit. Their nest egg popped there by Cyclone. A good time for it. He wasn't really susceptible to damage, he wasn't really exposed, so I don't mind that at all. And it's 8 gems to 3, and Humble looking good so far.
And nice bounce shot from Doritos, trying to regain some of that control. Cyclone forced to fall back, doesn't want to give too much away. Cyclone with a gadget able to take down Loco. Even though it's only a 3-gem difference. There's another gem there ready to be picked up, and actually they lose a gem carry dash in from Loco. This is where things can get messy, and Loco gets the kill. And again, like, I mean, I just don't feel like Penny had much to stop that from happening, you know? And indeed, it's just gonna be a runaway there for the Fang, and things are looking a-okay.
Stolen from the grasp of Humble like taking candy from a baby. Dallas FA bring things back. They get the first game on the board. And I'll be honest, for the majority of that game, Humble had control. They just dropped the ball for a split second too long, and Dallas FA rightly so capitalized.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused because the penny pick was against the Ruffs, which is what in theory you would want, but then Ruffs isn't playing sandbags because, like, I mean, he's facing a penny, so it was kind of awkward, and then the penny rotated into the Fang and wasn't really able to do any sort of map pressure and build up any sort of control, so I don't know what the move is. It seems like right now Luki is deciding to move back towards the left lane and try to hold on to that Ruffs. We'll see how that works out.
Well, so far 3 gems to the 2 of Dataset FA are in the hands of Humble. Esport comes down yet again, and Luki's struggling a little bit. Finds a connection though. Doritos now a bit lower than he was previously. There, Loco stunned out by Tomsy, and he's got to stay on that brawler and ensure that he does not work his way forwards. Meanwhile, Doritos is winning this left-hand side lane, and Cyclone's got to come in for support here. They've got to be able to clear things up. Luki's on 388 HP there, and 1 bell shot, and he will go down, and Cyclone is trying to help out his teammates on both sides. He can't really spend much time on the mid as a result.
Yeah, still the gem disadvantage isn't too bad. I must say, we haven't seen a ton of Sandy Super so far, so it is nice to see one here at last. He does need to be careful. If he runs into the nest egg, he'll be in trouble, but he seems to have remembered where they were. And he does get a nice kill down in the mid. That's going to be a countdown locked in for Humble. 12 seconds here for Dados to try to interrupt it.
Such an important time for Humble to keep up this gem count and not hand over. It looks Loco is lurking, he's going in, he gets instantly taken care of, and they should be safe and sound. They will take the game. The set still up for grabs now. We've got a battle on our hands, Teddy.
It's a tight one. I don't know how this original matchup went down about an hour ago. If it was close in the sets or if it was straight up just 4 games going the way of Dados, but they're definitely fighting for it here on both sides. And I see win conditions on both teams.
Cyclone is found. Loco now going to the left-hand side lane. There's been a lane swap then for Datos. And I like that. I think I prefer that massively so. They need to swap on the side of Humble now as there, the mid taken care of. Cyclone's got to respawn back in. It's a very, very good start. Doritos as well. So low there, 200 HP, but he comes out on top and it's giving a fantastic head start here for Datos.
Yeah, very well done. They have built so much control, and in the meantime, Alonso was able to get so many gems. It is only 3 gems lead, but the next one spawned on their side. But Cyclone is trying to overextend to get it. Not going to be an easy task, but yeah, that is going to be the risk. If you are a Fang facing an RT, you can't dash into his super.
Cyclone playing a risky game, and he will go down. The gems are dropped 4 there. Luca can only get 1. Alonso's aggressing it too hard, and I mean, I understand it. You're underneath the sandstorm, you're on your leg form, and you've got to be able to get back, but that's cost Humble valuable time, and most importantly, valuable gems. Now, Dazzle Survey with 6. A stun from Tomsy keeps Loco at bay, but Dazzles have just shifted up a serious gear now.
Yeah, there was a risk that Humble was willing to take, but I don't know if they were actually willing to pay the price. However, gems-wise, they're still actually in the lead after getting a little bit of mid control and picking up the gems that were just laying there, that were in that no man's land. Alonso takes a hit. Loco did manage to get a kill on the left-hand side, so he's going to be a pain in the back here for Humble. Trying to get him out of position, but not successfully so just yet. Loco does get marked, and that gadget is huge. That's going to be the takedown. Potentially here enough pressure as well to get that 9th gem onto Cyclone. And with Luki carrying 1, that's enough for a counter. Luki taking a little bit of a risk there again, but it is going to be fine for now. 8 seconds left. Dados not in range, not anywhere close to being able to interrupt that countdown. And that is going to be game and set. Locked in for Humble. A tough one that did not start great for them, but they were able to turn it around eventually.
I've got to hand it to the observation work there of Cyclone, because Loco was in a compromised spot. He was behind cover, but he had to move prior to that respawn coming in, and that one singular tap that Cyclone landed and then followed up then with the Hack's gadgets to inflict that immediate damage, that really helped that retreat back into the spawn with the gems. And considering just how well Datos absolutely stole those gems in the previous game. To many teams there, it was that moment with Loco. To many teams, that can be those moments which just make you crumble in the sets. And to Humble's credit, they did not do that. And now they've got the advantage in what was looking unlikely as a prospect at the beginning.
I think you can tell just from looking at the players, they're young, right? I mean, I don't know how young Luke is, but I think he may be like 16 or 17, but across the board, they are all young. They've been here for a little bit, some of them, definitely. They have some experience, but regardless, emotions are always going to be high. And I think that the intimidation factor as well, with everything that's at stake, may have been too much in their opening match. But they're warmed up now. They've, gotten used to things a little bit. They're starting to feel more comfortable on the stage. And we see it pay off. We see the results, at least so far. It's really looking good. And I think that they have every chance here to close this one out. Now, again, the prize here is facing SK.
Yeah.
So, take things step by step.
Yeah, one thing at a time for sure. But I think you raise a really valiant point, honestly, because for Humble, of course, this is like I said previously, I feel like this is their best performance to date, and they're looking pretty good. But it wasn't smooth sailings at the beginning. Now, Datos are the aggressors in every sense for me at the moment, and if they turn things up yet again and just get this draft for Split on point, it can turn around. It can go very much the distance here. And for Split, it brings out those tankier brawlers. It brings out the controlling brawlers. And that in itself can be very, very difficult, especially if you fall behind, to gain back the objective, to really kind of juggle your time between those left and right-hand side zones. It's a troublesome thing that not every team under the pressure of things can get right. And even if Humble move on to match point, they still got to break through those kinds of barriers, because, the South American drafts here for me, they're quite scary. Now, earlier today, we saw the Grey here not really chipping away at the tanks. I think that Datos are that kind of team that will kind of think that through. They might likely go for a Grey pick, but I think they're going to be having something of a contingency also. The bans being Edgar, that kind of screams to me a bit of Rico. I haven't looked on the left-hand side just yet for the bans, but Rosa and Grey, so they're actually banning Grey on both sides. Stu and Rosa being banned for Humble here. So the Edgar ban to me, yeah, might say that Datos are considering cooking up a Rico here.
Well, I think it's also directly beneficial for the Barley, right? Yeah. So that might be as far as the plan goes, but it could very much be a two birds, one stone scenario. Regardless, I think a very big sleeper pick here, and we saw it earlier, is Gale. Just a jump pad can be violent. It really is. Combined with a tank, not much you can do against it. Especially if you don't have enough tank awareness in the first place, and you didn't kind of tank-proof your comp. It's something scary to face, and I would love to see that potentially being brought in here by Datos, but we'll see the Credulous, we'll see the Squeak here for Humble. Both brawlers are absolutely fine here. Squeak always just going to be good at taking any sort of map control. Cordelius going to be a great way to shut down those tanks.
Well, Humble have a great position in the draft, because ultimately if Datos don't bring in those big tankier brawlers, then Sprout could be a very worthy pick. It may not be the best thing into a PAM, but certainly on that Barley matchup, having the ability to shut off the lanes can really buy your team so much time. But the PAM pick is very good here, and again, often normally combined with Grey, but again in this instance banned on both sides. It's still nonetheless a very good brawler to have hunkered down. The Mama Squeeze star power as well, if placed correctly, can kind of show people up in the bushy areas as well. Buster going to come in for Datos. I'm really liking their draft here. I think it's got everything that you really want on this kind of map. They're not going to go for Sprout, they're going to go for Dynamite. I mean, it's still a very good brawler. The stun, of course, can be devastating when combined with Super, but I mean, I just thought Sprout would potentially be a better option. But nonetheless, Insta-Pam, I think the Dynamite makes a lot of sense. It's going to have much more damage as far as that's concerned to be able to counteract that. So I don't mind it. I kind of like it in a way.
Yeah, I don't know. What worries me a little bit, and it may just have been like the draft UI on our end, but how quickly they went for Dynamite. Like you have some time, you know what I mean, to think things through and weigh all your options. It was like, sure, we'll just go Dynamite, you know, or like they planned it beforehand without necessarily caring what the draft was for Dados. But we'll see how it plays out. As so far, 2 players on the left side for both teams. Tomzy a little bit more hesitant on where he wants to go. Cyclone trying not to feed, but so far taking a little bit of damage still.
Well, Luki and Tomzy just trying to overtake this left side, but there's so much tankiness, so much HP to be able to whittle down here. And meanwhile, Cyclone doing his best, but low HP now might encourage a push here from Alonso in a last call over the top as well. So despite the residue there, which is going to have a good slowing effect and force Alonso into the zone, he's able to still capture it and needs to be contested here by Cyclone.
Yeah, I have never seen someone care this little about a residue. You are just happy to sit in it. And I think that's clever too, you know, because you need confidence to make that play and know that it is going to be in your favor. But Luki pops off on the left-hand side, gets a 2-piece, and suddenly that left lane is all theirs.
Gonna try and seek to find Doritos as well on the way in and try to whittle him down. There is the heals from Alonso, which will go such a long way. Tomzy, though, is just tearing into Loco on this right-hand side, really much so, and he'll be out of the realm in just a moment, but nonetheless is still able to clear house on the right-hand side. Last call coming yet again in for Alonso, and Tomzy finds the space. It doesn't even interrupt the healing for him, so he's going to be able to be so much more in a position to swap sides like he is and provide support over to Luki. The left side is where they're kind of starting to struggle a bit more here.
It's fairly close so far. The margin of error is not big, but they do need some kills on the side of Humble if they want to make something out of this game. Cyclone with a super, gets the connection onto Alonso. That's big. That's the first step. Doritos, though, is going to be able to get an easy peasy kill there. Over-aggression from Tomzy, and they will get punished for it. Right now, Humble in trouble as Dados are looking to lock in this game. About 10% left, and I don't know if Humble can turn this around.
Yeah, Dados just turned their attention to the right-hand side, now just 6% remaining here. I don't see any way that Humble will be able to bring this one back, and it's going to be back to the drawing board in that respect for Hot Zone. Not a strong round by any means at all there for Humble. Some moments of just keeping things kind of afloat, but more often than not, it looked like a bit of a sinking ship as Dados FA just really making use of those more aggressive ideas. And again, that tankiness. I feel like, you know, going into this next matchup, Humble might have to reconsider how much attention they give to both the Buster and the Pam and trying to mix something up, because, you know, Luki was kind of struggling in that regard, and it might be better to double down and then maybe just kind of take care of those 2 brawlers in particular.
Yeah, I think part of the problem also was that Dynamite was losing against the Barley, which, I mean, makes sense for the most part because Barley just has a little bit more control. But that meant that as soon as they ended up in a matchup against each other, it was consistently the Barley that was taking it home. And when you have one thrower on each side, that is not usually the greatest sign. Now, they're playing away from each other, Luki getting some good value. Doritos was trying to get boosted up by that Dyna Super to close the gap a little bit and be closer up to Luki. That's not quite going to work out. The Loco goes down. Nice super from Luki, and I mean, at last is really putting that Dynamite at play.
Luke is doing great work, honestly, because he's having to really land every single shot to get the advantage, and is getting some good takedowns of Loco. But now Alonso swaps over because Humble are starting to tear away, 70% now, and now double teaming against Luki will put them at a disadvantage. But in the meanwhile, Humble can just capture that zone and then place all their attention onto the left. It's really starting to look much more convincing. Dados FA trying what they can do to take care of House. Tomzy's still alive here, will go down finally, and this is the best shot that Dados have got to slow this one down.
Yeah, that is going to be a brutal slow onto Doritos. He goes down, 16% left here for Humble to get to match point. So much on the line for them. But they need to close out this game. They don't want to give away this set. They can't afford to do that. They know that Dados are perfectly capable of winning those matches against them. They literally did so today. With 12% left and only Loco really defending the left side. A slow plays down as well. I believe the last gadget there for Cyclone. this should be enough to close it out or get them so incredibly close. 4% right now, and that is FA. I mean, it's not unwinnable for them right now either, but they need to be incredibly careful. There's no margin for errors. A bit over aggressive from Cyclone, but Tomzy closes it out regardless. Humble get a match point, and now Dados, they can't afford a single mistake anymore.
Dallas are in the danger zone. As Humble really did learn from the mistakes of that first game going in. Cyclone as well, again, did make a great deal of space in those final moments just to secure things. But again, Luki's got his work cut out for him, especially in these opening statements. Alonso going to stay to the left-hand side here. Doritos going in overly aggressive. Tomzy survives here, and Cyclone pushes up. If he gets a sticky residue at just the right spot here, he can buy so much time for his team. And meanwhile, Luki doing great as well, keeping Loco low. Tomzy coming in for support. Humble are looking great.
Yeah, that is the start they were hoping for. Doritos will survive, but the problem is the slow is still there as well, and the super from Luki connects. Beautifully done. Tomzy was a nice jump. That might be enough to get the kill, actually. He will. He survives too, which means that the Buster, he's not going to be much of a threat, or at least, well, I could have supered him and let Cyclone just take care of the zone. Some more percentages. And we have a trade on the right-hand side, which is huge as well. Humble was a massive lead right now, but can they keep it?
Yeah, Luki there with the kill from beyond the grave, just buying again valuable time to keep Danos off the zone. Cyclone again with a sticky residue on the left-hand side, and look at the connection onto the Doritos. So low here. Herbal Tomlin coming in from Alonso at just the right time to keep them on the zone. But look at this, 80% and still climbing for Humble. Tomzy jumps over yet again. Alonso goes down. That's going to deflate so much here. Loco's got to come round. He knows that he's got to go the aggressive, but there is a huge super from Luki, and it connects. Humble have sent Datos FA home packing and will proceed to day 2.
What a performance from Humble here. They lost to Dados FA in their opening match of the day. And yet, they managed to take it home later on in the tiebreaker match, sending Dados straight back home. Heartbreaking, of course, for Dados that had an incredible year and really wish their journey did not end here. But they will still be represented by a team from their region, which is Reconic, which is going to be making it today. And this is kind of where I would argue that Humble might not even be the happiest with how today went, because now they're going to be facing SK tomorrow. I'm sure they would much rather have faced Reconic.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that for sure, and that is, of course, why obtaining that #1 seed is so ever important on day 1. And for Humble, certainly a very tough matchup ahead of them, no doubt about it. And it is that knockout phase. They can't skip a beat. Best of 5, best of 3, however, might give themselves a little bit of time to be able to bring things back if it starts to go south. But imagine if they come out on top. What a story that would be. Depriving SK Gaming of a World Finals appearance. That is all still to play for. It's a lot of prep tonight, no doubt about that. It won't be the easiest of sleeps. Certainly, they're going to be doing, I'm sure, a great ton of VOD reviewing and looking back through today to be as best prepared for that as possible. But a very good match for Tomzy and Luki there, both having 10 takedowns and a bunch of DPS to add to the equation. I really got to say, at the early outsets, I had my reservations on Humble. I think for good reason, but they did prove me wrong, and I'm glad they did, because they were able to look through the situation as to what Datos was bringing to the table, and they had an answer for things when it wasn't going their way. I like that result from them, and I'm looking forward to seeing more from that tomorrow.
Yeah, this is kind of ironic, I think, because it's always going to be really hard when you're playing your first BSC LAN, right? Or within the Brawl Stars Championship circuit. And this is their first. They've played, some Snapdragon Pro Series and all that, but it's their first within the BSC. And you kind of you should expect to not do the greatest, right? Because you don't have as much experience as others. You should always expect to lose, but no player is going to be expecting to lose, because that's a wrong mentality to get into those matches. So I think that's how you can very quickly just kind of lose faith early, you know, in your opening match, because like you're kind of expecting that dream of yours that everything goes well and you're gonna qualify for Worlds, and it's like everything you've been wishing for, and then immediately things don't go your way. But that is kind of what you should expect as well, you know, that the reality can often be very harsh. And right now, I think they did a terrific job at just recovering from what was like a little bit of a difficult start. But now, I mean, I think they can be even prouder from, you know, how they've evolved.
Yeah, and another big upset because, you know, Datos got the win previously to that, and a convincing one too. And you know, for South America again, you know, all now hopes lie on both Reconic Esports and how SK Calalas may fare later on in the competition. But it's been already a very, very back and forth affair. Let's check out now the MVP from event.brawlstars.com, and it is going to go the way of Luki. Like I said, you know, in Split, he had his work cut out for him on that Dynamite pick that, again, you mentioned going into the draft, seemed very, very quick when it came to the draft. They clearly wanted it for good reason, but I was still staying on the fence as to how it was going to fare. I think he did wondrously well in that set in particular, and certainly a very deserving MVP for me.
Yeah, I really love that he's MVP, and I think it's thoroughly deserved because he performed really well today, and he was one of the players that disappointed me a little bit this year, because I was told before this year's of the BSC that he was going to be like game changer for his team, and I didn't really see that, and sometimes he would like kind of take risks he shouldn't be taking and costing some games as well. He's performing exactly as we expect here, delivering for his team and showing that he is some of the hottest talent coming into the rest of the year and next year.
Yeah, and with that, we draw a close to the group, and we'll take a look back at the bracket now for anyone that is just joining us to see how everything went down today. It has been a very back and forth affair, like I say, and a lot of upsets. Again, that matchup in the first opening stages, Datos got the win with Humble with a 2-0 sweep, but then it was returned in kind as Humble were the team in that tiebreaker match to advance as the number 2 seed. But Revenant Esports, again, I've been banging on about them all day long, and I feel like they really had an amazing matchup in their winners match against Datos. They will lock in that all-important number 1 seed. Rising Sun, they went home today, sadly, so for them, they did not make it out of the losers matchup there, but nonetheless, it was great to have them. I loved their energy on the stage for sure. A great day nonetheless. Not the results they were hoping for, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So just as a reminder, Revenant Esports will be facing Reconic tomorrow. Humble going to be facing SK Gaming. So this is what it is looking like so far. We've gone through 3 groups already, Arc. There's 1 more to go, and then we will have our LCQ finals-ish. Our final matches tomorrow. 4 matches. You only need to win 1 to qualify. I mean, 1 match per team, right? But you only need to win 1 match. So the teams that make it past this point, 1 match is separating them from the World Finals. That is incredible. Many players, first-time World Finals. Some of them, they've been here many times before. I really can't wait. But we have a final group here, and it is one that has arguably the favorite out of all the teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very spicy one, isn't it? We're going to be following the Navi matchup, I believe, on stream first and Reject. And that's scary for me as a prospect, I'll be honest, because how many times today have we come off the back of a stream match and then looked at the scoreline and gone, oh, okay, that's the way that this is going to be playing out then. Okay, interesting. But certainly, nonetheless, I mean, this is, as far as I'm concerned, saving the best for last in some respects, because so many have been waiting to see how Reject will fare. Statistically, they have got the best stats of any team in this competition. And the question is now, in my mind, is will they live up to those stats, or will it go the way as some of the other teams have fared in their region and be a potential downfall? Let's take a look at our next matchup here. Navi versus SK Calalas. Of course, for Navi, Cube, Angel Boy, and MMA, they are household names at this point, no doubt. Navi Nation flooding the chat as we speak to provide their support, and boy oh boy do they come in their numbers. They are the number 7 seed in the EMEA region. They had 4 monthly final appearances. They didn't qualify for March, didn't qualify for August, but nonetheless, April was their best performance to date. They won the grand finals versus SK Gaming, but not only that, in very convincing fashion in the 3-0 sweep.
Nonetheless, they've got their faults, but I feel like on the stage they've got some experience though to back things up. Of course, making the grand finals of the World Finals back in 2020 where they just came shy to Zeta and their opposition, SK Calalas, the number 3 seed out of South America West, looking to do justice on their region here today and maybe have a bit of a revenge arc and give Datos FA something to be proud of looking from the sidelines. Definitely going to be coming in here as somewhat of an underdog, I think it's fair to say, but they had 6 monthly final appearances, and that is a very good statistic for them. The grand final win for them back in April against Matt FA in a 3-1 scoreline. So in that regard, similar to Navi in stats, Trav, that one grand finals win. But I think it's fair to say Navi, being at those world finals, have got that experience to match.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Navi are definitely the favourites going into this one. I think that's pretty much undoubtable. Coming from the EU region, which, for the most part is where most of, or a lot of the favourites in these matchups do come from. In comparison to the LATAM region, who have performed incredibly today, narrowly missing out on that last spot there as Humble beat Datos. But I do think they've got some oomph, they've got something about them that they can use on this stage, because they've had some very good performances throughout this year. I just hope they can perform today and kind of have a good game against Navi.
Yeah, and when you look back historically at Navi, last year in the World Finals, exiting in that first stage of the competition, the LAN environment hasn't necessarily been too kind to Navi. They were playing, obviously, remotely from home back in 2020 as well, or 2021 rather, so got to bear that one in mind somewhat. But I think ultimately their mechanics is where Navi really thrive, and of course, with those tankier matchups, which is where the meta is currently, this is where Navi can really turn some cogs. We've got our maps lined up here as well. Bounty Shooting Star for Hot Zone Dueling Beetles, double swoosh for Gem Grab if you go the full distance.
Yeah, Navi they're a dangerous team when it comes to these tank metas, and I think, to be honest, SK Calalas couldn't have really asked for better maps. Maybe a little bit different on Dueling Beetles or something like that for that second map, because Rosa can come in, Buster can come in, but in Shooting Star, I think that's a great way to start for them. Take Navi away from these tank brawlers, and don't get me wrong, Fang can still make an appearance, right? But you can deal with Fang on a map like that. You can account for it quite heavily. I think map-wise, SK Calalas have been given a bit of a lifeline here.
Yeah, no, I thoroughly agree. I think it's the best possible matchup. I was speaking to Angel Boy yesterday, and I said that I'd love to see him on the buzz, and he responded to me saying that, Fang. So, I mean,
exposed.
Let's hope that SK Calalas are on point when it comes to that draft and have foreseen that occurrence, because it's a dangerous brawler. We've seen it already today in Shooting
Keep
Star.
your voice down the road.
Yeah, that's why they're in full conversation. It's all good. But yeah, totally. I mean, it is definitely a threat. But Navi are that team which really like to get up in your face. And like you say, this could be a chance that SK Calalas, if they really capitalize on this draft, could seize that kind of longer ranged affair.
Yeah, I think, don't get me wrong, I still think Navi at sharpshooter range are a bit, well, I'm not going to say superior, but just that tier above SK Calalas regardless. But I think this is the best opportunity that they will get end of to be able to take this first set. And I think Shooting Star, they've got to start things off from sharpshooters, but they've got to account for those tanks as well. And just say, Fang, Buzz, whatever he brings in, he's going to be an absolute menace on it. But they have to back it up. We saw Fang coming in earlier from VN Esporting. Great pick, don't get me wrong, but there wasn't the support to go along with it. And yes, they even had Gus, yes, they even had that, but it still wasn't enough when they accounted for it.
Yeah, Chasmac were ready for those moments. With Fang, it's kind of easy to see when those moments will lie and when the timing is rife, and I think that has got to be a heavy consideration there for me as well. And I mean, I think, are we kind of on the same page here? I feel like Navi have got that edge. I think they'll probably take this as a win, but having seen some of the matchups today, maybe you might think that other teams, having had those upsets, may be one of those other instances where Navi could fall victim to it. Are you feeling that Navi's what it takes to take the win?
I'm feeling Navi. I am feeling Navi. But I think today, every team has been so evenly matched. I was just talking to some of the players behind, and we were just saying, everybody can have a chance of beating anybody. That's the thing. They're also evenly matched. And the same with World Finals as well. Everybody seems so close in terms of skill that genuinely an upset isn't really an upset anymore. It's just not understanding how good teams and regions are.
Yeah, exactly that. It's just a very interesting set of affairs, isn't it? Just to kind of see what people have been hiding in their back pocket, what they're bringing out of the woodworks and brushing off the cobwebs with. And, I think that makes it a really interesting prospect. And I wonder whether Navi may have been doing some of those same ideas in the background as we start to head in. And again, I did say that Navi Nation would come out, but I didn't quite expect that kind of poll. 90% on event.brawlstars.com siding with Navi Nation to the the 10% then of SK Calalas. I mean, I was expecting it to be pretty one-sided. I think that's not necessarily as fair as I was hoping it would be, but it does say a lot about the amount of support that Navi have behind them in their network.
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, that's a huge thing as well, because they're either going to make a lot of fans excited or they're going to disappoint a lot of people. So that's the pressure put on them as well. You know, like having all these fans, having this huge backing behind the organization and the team from their region, it's definitely more pressure to add on top of it. But I also think, as you said, past LAN events, they haven't really done that much. So I think they definitely need to make their breakthrough here and, you know, really push for Worlds.
Yeah, I do agree. Well, it's good to see that SK Calalas are in very good spirits. Some big smiles and some joking while on the other side of things. Navi, ever serious, you know, as we kind of expect them to be. Once they get warmed up and if things go their way, I'm sure they'll start to relax more into it. But the bans are in Sprout, Eve, and then I think I saw Mandy there as well for Navi. First draft of RT, the bans for SK Calalas, the Tick, the Piper, and the Nanny. I mean, going in a bit of a time warp there back to previous years, isn't it, really? That was the mirror matchups that we would see time and time again. Let's see, though, how SK Calalas are feeling this one through as they get their first pick underway. I do like a Brock here. I think it's a pretty safe one to have in his early stages, but ultimately, you know, I think that Navi are cooking up a bit more of a strategy. Banning this Sprout here, I think definitely a wise call. Bell going to come in for them, and again, this kind of needs to be a Fang, because I'm pretty sure Navi will take it, but we'll see. The Mark, surely with the Bell, will be a good counteraction to that kind of matchup if it shows its face nonetheless, and, you know, certainly the long-range sharpshooting affair is where you kind of have to prioritize your time.
And, you know, we saw 8-bit earlier as well, and it's obviously not banned out the way, so that's definitely a possibility, I feel, for both of these teams as well. We're going to see the Lola come in, bit of DPS along the way too, pair that with the Mark and, you know, drop the Ego, freeze frame, whatever. You can deal some good damage to a tank if it does come down. But now back over to Navi, and obviously SKC have that last pick, so it's still a bit worrying for them. For Navi, that is, in case they do take something along those lines, tank, something like that, it might sway them away from it, because SKC can make that last-second alteration to their composition. I think that's usually something that sways them away, but also at the same time, you know, it's Navi.
It is. You can't turn your back on them. You know, they will stay ever the aggressive. Gray going to come in for them. Certainly, for me, not a bad brawler, but, you know, would suffer in terms of range to a Brock, and that is a bit of a concern, but it can also really capitalize on those moments of weakness when your opposition is on the ropes, coming in and just clearing house when everyone is low. I'm still looking for it. I feel like it kind of has to be. It's such a great map for it, but will Navi go with that particular brawler? I do kind of wonder, or whether they want to keep this more of that kind of long-ranged approach. This brawler about to show its face. Will it be the Fang? As Angel Boy promised me, no. Gonna go with the Gene. I mean, it's a safer bet.
There's still time. There's still time, Ark.
Yeah, it's on the other side.
Yeah. But I mean, no, they've got another game at least after this anyway, right? So we might see some Fang a bit later on down the line from them, whether it could be on a different map in this series as well. SKC going to have this last pick, though. Let's see what they do choose to go for. Definitely, you know, a mid-long-ranged affair at the moment with, you know, Gray and Lola being a bit more of that mid-range where the rest of them are going to be peppering down at that long. But Mr. P, LATAM special, back again.
It really is a brawler which does give them some good results. You know, when you look through the course of today, more often than not, when Mr. P came out to play in Shooting Star, it did bring home the goods. Will it do so this time around? We're about to find out as we go into our first matchup of this series, and it's got to be a good start realistically here, but we have seen as well the passive play approach, which has, you know, in my opinion, not really prevailed as well as the more aggressive ones on stage. It's been great to hear the players, you know, making those live call outs and saying, go, go, go. And when I hear that and I see the results, it does tend to be a better one more often than not. Let's see, though, who gets that first blue star, and will we get any trays to start off this series?
Yeah, Mr. P coming in for that blue star now. Vengeful Spirit's going to warn him off it a little bit, and Angel Boy's just going to go and grab that. But Cube, heavy fire here. Good pinching from MMA as well, but we didn't actually find the shot for Angel Boy. Cube and Lucitus just trading some blows back and forward, and both of them were quite low, so taking a second at the moment.
Yeah, healing up now, accordingly, as MMA and Cube are very healthy indeed. And this push coming from SK Calalas as Navi are just feeling things out at the moment and just, you know, judging where the shots are going to land and trying to juke. Now, MMA has the magic hand, and Cube also has those legs. I suggest kind of really using them, you know, cautiously so on the defense, because it can be putting, you know, RT at a very precarious position if you don't time that correctly.
but just that one star so far as the ego pop there from Reconic, and now chipping away slowly but surely at Navi. Porter spawners are in, and this is looking good for SK Calalas in this position.
Oh, but there's the walking game, bringing them back. Beautiful from Angel Boy there as well. And Cube did have Prosy marked up a little bit, but not going to last very long. Angel Boy now trying to find the shots connecting to try bring him down and extend this lead a bit further. But Reconic is the one who warns him off, and pull here for MMA is going to be dangerous. There's nobody who can really tank it here, and without Porters, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, if Angel Boy was just able to land that shot a little bit closer, the Hacks gadget, which I'm sure Cube will be running, would have been enough to seal the deal and put Navi further in the lead. And now 30 seconds left on the clock. I think he used it there to keep Reconic low, but now healing up accordingly. It's got to be a push from SK Calalas and not much time to do it.
Yeah, Angel Boy found a shot there before the ego was popped as well, and the freeze frame, sorry, and now they're pushing forward. I believe we did just see a miss walking cane from Angel Boy as well, but the pull still there from MMA, needs to make use of it, and another one missed by Angel Boy as well. Heals coming through though, there's the pull, and Exit's going to go down. Cube sitting pretty healthily, he's going to even pop his legs down and try and go for it. TP out from Angel Boy, and Navi is successful in game one.
A nice escape strategy there from Navi. I was a bit concerned because that walking cane was going into the middle of nowhere. I mean, that wasn't even nearly on target, but those first matches are always that which has to warm up your thumbs, get your sort of head in the game, and certainly as well, as we were saying coming into this matchup, historically, lands have not been kind to Navi, but looking good so far. They were able to withstand the pressure because SK Calalas looked like they had a very, very good push inbound. Blue Star goes the way of SK Calalas now, and MMA so low on this right-hand side. Angel Boy's walking cane again missed there. Reconic continues the assault. Angel Boy returns in kind and gets a trade.
Yeah, it's not enough at the moment though, as it is 3-3 and Blue Star in the hands of SKC, but Navi definitely one of those teams who can aggress nicely, and controlled aggression is definitely one of their fortes, so I'm sure they'll be able to push up and get something back here. We see that ego being placed down. No freeze frame yet, does use it now, but I think that's going to be cleaned up pretty quickly, and it only takes one shot of Angel Boy.
Yeah, that will deplete that gadget. One down for Reconic, but it's a bit of a battle for the mid at the moment. Both sides trying to earn supers and that valuable utility. Some shots landing onto Cube as well, but the follow-ups aren't ready there at the moment. Both sides playing it very passive. MMA's got to connect this. Oh, no! I mean, it was a good result. Angel Boy gets the pickup, but that's a waste super there for MMA, and he'll have to earn that one back.
I mean, can't cry too much considering they got the kill, and the mark was missed by Exit there as well. TP from Angel Boy opens up SKC and makes them a bit vulnerable here, as the pinch around the side could mean a lot. Navi's gonna have to TP back. Now, beautiful stuff. Walking cane hits and the kill as well. Angel Boy with 6 and Navi on 11.
That's what I was saying. Navi are starting to warm up to this, but it does cause a bit of a concern if SK Calalas can get a really organized push. But MMA deflates it. He goes down. There's a trade. It's going to be 5 stars to 13. Blue is still with Navi, and Cube will take that shot. That ricochet will be safe and sound. It won't come back around. The walking cane, though, missed yet again, and these are potentially dangerous situations if SK Calalas get themselves together. But there, Exit falls, and that could be this one done and dusted, as all 3 members of Navi stay strong and should surely seal this game.
I mean, what a pull from MMA at the end there as well. Angel Boy with 7 and some on top of that as well. So it really is scary for SKC to face this team performing like that. And I mean, that was a really nice performance from Navi, specifically that second game.
And for the majority of today, we've seen those moments in the sets where it goes very back and forth. Navi maybe, get that first game, and the response from SK Calalas could then match it. And when it goes to the third and final, that was not the case there. In fact, Navi got stronger as time went on. And that's my takeaway from this, that they looked definitely, it's fair to say, a little bit shaky at the beginning. A lot of the gadgets were missing. They started to still miss, but not frequently as much as they were. But, this is the thing that I feel like Navi, once they get their momentum going, they get their energy up, and they get that all-important morale flowing, this could be over quite quickly if SK Calalas don't put on the brakes.
Yeah, really good SKC. They need to, I don't know, make something of it, because I feel at that point as well, that was the map we said they thought. Oh, that was the map we said. I can't think. I can't speak. 2-0 and 0.
It's the donuts that putting you off.
It was the map that we thought SKC had the best chance on. That's what I mean, at least. And 3-2 and 6. Angel Boy really delivering in that last game there. DPS-wise, though, MMA on Gene, providing a lot.
Yeah, it's unusual to see, isn't it, realistically, when you think about the brawler and its mechanics. But, again, I'm still waiting for that Navi magic to come through, those aggressive brawlers. But this is what I mean about why they are so dangerous as a squad, because, they are very much aware of kind of what the general consensus is around their play style, and they're playing around that and demonstrating their versatility and just keeping everyone guessing. This is the perfect time to do just that, you know, just show how diverse you can be and just make sure that, you know, you're not kind of giving away too much too soon. And that's kind of what I took away from that matchup. I think Angel Boy, especially in that second game, really did start to thrive on that Gray, and it was great to see the amount of stars that he was able to stack up.
I also want to say, is Angel Boy holding an iPad or a phone? Because that thing looks tiny in his hands. My hands, it looks massive. The absolute gentle giant over there, but like, it's crazy how small that looked.
I will say, you know, Navi are just some of the nicest guys, honestly. You know, I remember back in the World Finals of last year, you know, Angel Boy saying that the chairs weren't really great for him. And again, you know, he's a big guy, you know, like, and the stands. But he said to me yesterday just how much better everything is for him today. So clearly feeling more comfortable could very much be portrayed in the way that this one plays out. And, you know, that I think is a really valuable thing to consider here as we go into our next draft for our maps and modes. Turning up shortly again. Navi looking very, very good, taking things out of their comfort zone somewhat previously, but able to show that it has got legs regardless. And again, having that first set in the pocket, just done and dusted, secured, locked in, it is going to be somewhat of a cushioning for Navi despite this best of 3 format as we go into dueling beetles for Hot Zone. The bans being Crow, Lou, and Squeak for Navi. For the SK Calalas, the Lou, the Poco, and the Buster. Like seeing that Buster ban in particular.
Yeah, I do as well. Specifically against Navi, I feel as well.
Yeah.
Tank meta needs to be gone for them to be really even stand a chance. And even at that in the last one, they didn't really stand that much of a chance. So let's hope something changes for SKC here, or as it's going to be Navi's game and they're going to be moving on. They're going to take the Pam as the first pick, and I really do like the Pam. I've been watching it all day, and it's been played on this map so much, and it's a very solid pick.
It always was it, but it just kind of drifted away. But it's now back in full force, and I think for very good reason. The Poco ban especially as well is going to be a big deterrent of what kind of Navi like to have. And realistically here, with that ban and that Pam pick, it's a good starting hand here for SK Calalas as we go towards Navi to see what they might bring to the table. Buzz would be a good place for it, but I think you've got to wait until the later stages.
You just forcing Buzz at this point. You just want to see
it. I want to see it, but I think they've got
let's first pick Buzz, no worries. Let's just go for it.
They've got to wait for the lack of wall break on the other side of things, haven't they? Barley, I think, is a great starting hand, you know, for them. The herbal tonic for the heals, the early utility spray that they can just lay down, get that control, and obviously add things to the equation to maintain it. Cordelius, that very much the aggressing brawler we've seen as well, having some good appearances on Dueling Beetles today, and ultimately, you know, in the hands of Navi, that's always dangerous.
Yeah, and against that Pam as well, if you can bring her into the realm, it does take quite a lot of that effect off the map, because so controlling, you know, with how heavy the spray is, how much DPS she does up close. It's a good brawler to take off the map, and especially with the healing qualities as well. I like that pick from MMA quite a lot. SK Calalas, though, we're back over to them for the next 2 picks to see who they're going to add to Pam. It's going to be the Grey, and I like the Grey. We've just seen it played beautifully by Angel Boy, so I can't blame him for taking it out of his hands as well.
Yeah, very South American of the combination between the Pam and the Grey, and they know how to play it very, very well indeed. The heals off the back of the dimensional doors, for sure, is going to keep the team afloat. And the healing station from Pam as well. It's going to be hard for Navi to whittle this down. They really do need some very early takedowns and that control to be able to keep this comp at bay. It could spiral and escalate out of control. But Rose, I was going to say, Rose is still available here, coming in now for SK Calalas. And I mean, Navi have got to have a very serious response for this kind of comp. It's looking very, very scary for me on the side of SK Calalas.
Yeah, it's a dangerous comp, but also at the same time, he's still got a pick left from Navi. Tank counters can definitely still be there. And there isn't that many of them banned, right? We got the Lou banned, obviously, but that's, other than Crow, pretty much it. You know, at this point, Crow's going to slow, but what else on this map? Not enough DPS to get people off the zone. So I don't think there's that many counters really banned out, and they can pick some other good ones. You know, even M's or something like that. Yeah, there you go. And, like, I think it's a good pick into the Pam, good pick into the Rosa, and, you know, scouting out is going to be pretty good.
Probably the best brawler they could really hope for under the circumstances here, for sure. It just has given me a little bit more hope in the Navi comp now. But it's not going to be an easy one at all. I think SK Calalas have given themselves a very, very good shot at things, but they've got to play this correctly. They've got to ensure that they can isolate the members of Navi at their weakest moments and try to stagger those spawn cycles into their favor. But Navi are that squad that do come together, you know, in those trying times as a squad.
got to ensure to push together against this kind of might. You know, the Rose is going to be building bushes through the mid, and that then lies a lot of unpredictability. Let's see how we fare in the opening stages, whether it will be aggressive or whether it will be passive. Already, one bush has been built, but Navi on the zone. Walking Kane will open things up. Exig muted out. It's a 2 versus 2 now, but SK Calalas are the team on the zone.
Oh, Prosy just missed that Walking Cane directly onto MMA. A missed knockback from Cube there as well, but still surviving out. And another Walking Cane missed by Prosy. Wants to surely be using it to break up some of these wolves. At the same time, they have got the Rosa, so I can't blame them for it. Not that it was intentionally, but Cordelius with the super now as well. I think we just maybe, did we see a TP out there? I think he TP'd out, setting that up nicely from the spawn to there, and that's a really nice play. Angel Boy in the zone with Lakitas here as well. Might be able to get just before that turret comes in. He does. That's beautiful from Angel Boy. Absolutely gorgeous from him. But Exic's got this setup now, and it's going to be so difficult.
Yeah, well, Angel Boy's continuing to aggress, and almost comes out on top there as well. 270 HP, and now a pick up there from MMA, but it's still SK Calalas that are not shaken from this zone. Damage gear now in play for MMA, but again, with 3 members now back in play, Navi have got to start to control this. Angel Boy standing still in the spawn. We'll check into just that. The referee is moving over to the stage as we speak, but SK Calalas won't be backing down for now. They're going to see this match through, I imagine, and we'll get some word from the admin team in just a minute as we come back to the casting desk to discuss what we just witnessed.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be redone. Connection issue. I think we're going to be redoing that set there, or at least restarting it. Should be the same draft. Should be everything the same. We just reset, rehost it, and I think everything should be fine. Just a little bit of a connection issue there that should have been fixed as the referee starts to back off now as well. So I mean, it looked good for SKC though, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
towards the end there, and obviously Cube was stood in the spawn for a little bit of a while, so that might have been why. Can't really tell how long he was back there because he was off camera, but at the same time, they didn't look terrible.
Yeah, they didn't at all. And again, they're playing the comp exactly how you need to. Even with the M's, into that Rosa matchup, which more often than not was taken care of quickly, not quicker enough to be able to make much of a difference on the side of Navi. And it's going to come down to those early starting moments. I think I'm correct in saying that I think Prosy is running for like 4 Walking Canes as well. So having that additional utility for the Grey is going to open up things much more so. And more maneuverability, not always a bad thing. The Cordelius is working well for Navi. I think it's kind of a bit of a saving grace pick in that regard, but I think this could be a set that could escalate out of control, and if Navi don't get a handle on things.
Yeah, at the same time, though, you've got to be cautious with those Walking Canes, because if you're pulling straight through that Rosa grass, it's not going to be great. In my eyes, I think they've just got to try and prevent that Grey getting his super as fast, because they got it around 20%, right? And then the Rosa just cycling in, popping super, cycling in, popping super over and over and over again. And it's just not something that they're going to be able to deal with unless they kind of prevent giving supers and keep on cycling that Cordelius to take Rosa out of the mix every time TP's in.
And Navi want to get more of a controlling element over that starting moments, and for SK Calalas, they want to do the opposite. They want to just run things down and take that aggressive stance and just get those supers starting to flow as quickly as possible. It's a really tough one here for Navi, and it's going to be a testament to how they get out of this. And there's full credit to SK Calalas. They drafted it on point. It's kind of rare to see, in my opinion, Rosa left so late in the draft and still yet be available, considering just how much the meta has really taken to her specifically. It takes so much to take it down right now. We heard as well recently on the podcast for Time to Explain that Rosa's going to be getting a hypercharge next. I mean, that's a scary prospect for me, considering just how dominant she is in the current meta.
Yeah, we might need a bit of a nerf before that happens.
Hopefully.
Yeah, we might need a bit of a nerf before that happens. But honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to it. I think it's the slowing thing, right? I'm not sure. But I think it'll be very, very strong, regardless of that's hypercharge or not, because it's incredible at the moment now. So if it gets some extra speed, a bit of an extra ability, then it's going to be... I'm not going to say unbeatable, because I could obviously beat it.
But you don't lose, right?
Exactly.
Just win.
You know. You just know.
But again, with a bit of downtime here and there, I think that may help Navi a little bit to kind of discuss where things went wrong. We've seen it time and time again. When there's just a little bit of downtime, which can't be avoided sometimes. That's it enables teams to just kind of like wipe the slate clean somewhat and just kind of have a different approach, have a different kind of conversation regarding the matchups and where they can improve along the way. For Navi's sake, I hope they do, because again, I see this going to a third and final set. I think SK Calalas have nailed this draft.
Yeah, this is the thing though. As you say, it's going to benefit Navi having this reset, because obviously the start didn't go how they wanted the start to go. know.
True.
So they can just change this up. And I mean, obviously, you know, nothing was done on purpose, but it is still going to help them, right? Like, being in a position to just reevaluate what you did, it's like starting the second game, you know, but you haven't got the loss, and that's definitely going to be helpful towards them. So I'm sure Navi won't be too sad about it. They definitely need to approach things differently, swap lanes, do something different. Otherwise, I feel like, as you say, SKC might get the set.
Yeah, you just kind of need to just cycle through those barley gadgets as quickly as possible. Just ensure the healing is there in those early moments. But it's a very tough thing. You know, Pam, so tanky. Rosa, so tanky. I mean, you have to land everything absolutely on point if you're MMA to really be able to cycle in a last call, get some pushback potential along the way. And that Cordelis, you know, it's going to be kept at bay in those early moments quite easily. So the range is so short. You know, Angel Boy is that kind of player. He will pop off, and when he does, it's so enjoyable to watch. It's so exciting, isn't it? But again, keeping everyone at bay is how SK Calalas would like to play this one. And in we go. This set, obviously, again, reset as a result of the referees looking into things. SK Calalas, though, is deja vu all over.
Yeah, but look at his TP. That's not the TP he was looking for. Didn't even go behind the wall, so even if Rosa wants to use that TP, she's going to have to come this side of it now. Slow down from Cube, but a bit of a super there from Exik as well. MMA's going to use that last call. Prosy's surely going to be looking for some walking cane through the wall. Doesn't even do that. Lukita's not finding the connections that he wants to onto Angel Boy here in the realm, but now he's going to go forwards and try and get that kill. Oh, misplaced turret as well.
Yeah, not great, especially just considering how important that Pam healing station really is. It's so instrumental to this kind of comp, and now Navi are on the zone. The heals there as well. Angel Boy is in such an aggressive position here onto Exik from behind, and Cube though goes down. MMA is going to be in a terrible spot coming out of this round for Exik here, and SK Calalas might be able to come out on top. Yeah, they do.
I mean, just being span on as well, throws up the Navi pin on Navi. I mean, that's disrespect at its finest if you've ever seen it, to be honest. But Cube's got this super as well, now trying to find some shots, and Angel Boy just getting his super from sitting behind this wall. Exik's going to go down, and now they're moving forwards. Nice realm there from Angel Boy to bring Prosy out of the situation and allow Cube and MMA to 2v1 this Pam. It even has to TP back.
Oh, and he lands the mute just in the nick of time to survive just a little bit longer and just keep things flowing for his teammates. Cube there with a fantastic slow. MMA, though, is going to be under a lot of scrutiny, especially with the TP as well for Prosy if he chooses to go for it. But Navi somehow are still in this. 80% to 71. They are fighting back so hard here.
It's crazy, and now supers galore. Mute onto him again, and he can't even super. Beautiful from Angel Boy and Cube. They're just waiting for him to come out of that, and now they've gone from a terrible spot to a beautiful one. Match point.
What a turnaround. It's a very challenging draft as far as Navi are concerned, but that is how you play it. Absolutely perfect. But still, you can see just how well Navi played it, how close the scoreline still was regardless. So they've got to keep up this same mentality going forwards into the match. This, like I said, can be one of those things where SK Calalas can bring things back quite quickly. An early gadget pop there for Kitas with the Mummers, with the Scrapyard Sucker trying to just deplete some of these shots. He will come out on top on that top left-hand side then as well, as Cube and Angel Boy, Cube and MMA rather, taking the firming role in the mid.
Yeah, nice shots there by MMA, hitting the turret and Lukitas as well, and they've already got a great start here. They've got that realm available from Angel Boy as well, who's going to be able to get away, maybe even get some healing from some mushrooms, and they're just going to wait out and wait for Exik to come out of this realm. Oh, the wall pull through. Nice walking cane there from Prosy to start things off, but MMA survived a little bit longer, did manage to get a trade, but now SKC edging closer and closer to Navi's percentage.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit louder on the stage, and I think that is wise for them. They've got to be more communicative. They've got to make sure that the energy is there to be able to back up the plays. Exik, though, can't use his super yet. Now he pops it, and it will go down very, very quickly as a result. And here, Prosy's got a chance to make a championship play. He gets the walking cane off, but Cube, in the meanwhile, is healing up. He's doing a very good job regardless, but again, Navi in the lead with 65% and counting.
I mean, overusing the TP now. They know it's coming. They've got supers to deal with it. I feel like at that point you've just got to start walking up. Yet again, super from Cube gets the shot, gets the slowdown, and that should be a finish off from either him or MMA. Nice last call coming in, hits Prosy and finishes him as well. This is surely going to be a Navi game and a Navi win overall. MMA sitting behind the unbreakable wall. Scrapyard Sucker from the Ketas, but it's just not enough. Angel Boy on top of Exik, but another slow. It's endless supers for Navi, and they get the game and they get the win.
Angel with the last man standing. Navi will take the set, and they will proceed on in this group. For SK Calalas, they're not out yet. There'll be a second opportunity for them once we see the results of the match played off stream between Reject and Marcus Gaming.
But the perfect start then for Navi. Some celebrations, but still keeping themselves pretty calm and collected for the most part. Staying focused, I think, is wise. Again, we know how important that #1 seed is. And we'll find out very, very soon who will be playing up against them in that winners matchup.
Yeah, and that's another thing as well. You know, Navi, they're a really, really nice team, really nice guys. I mean, you can see that they celebrated to themselves, but then they're like, okay, well, we've just beaten a team, we've knocked them down to low bracket. We'll be a bit respectful, you know, calm it down when we go and shake their hands. And I think that's something that definitely a lot of teams do, and I think it's really great to see, but they just played it perfectly. And I think, as I said during the game, SKC were just overusing that teleport. Like, as soon as they've got, you know, an M super, as soon as they've got, you know, a Cordelius mute or a Cordelius super, you can't just carry on doing the same thing, or you're going to be punished for it.
Yeah, I do agree. It wasn't quite on point. It's definitely one of these brawlers that can be the difference maker as well. And with the Rosa, having that kind of escape mechanism can be that ability to take a second push onto the zone and recapture that objective. But I do agree, you know, Navi are just filled with some of the nicest guys in Brawl, and you can see Angel Boy there, and how much it really meant to him. And MMA, 13 takedowns. Look at the DPS of Cube and Angel Boy. So high, 459 for Angel Boy, 466 for Cube. Very much a team effort. You'd expect the high DPS considering the tankiness of the Rosa and the Pam combination, but nonetheless, landing their shots successfully, so consistently so. And that's a winning chemical reaction there for Navi.
Yeah, I mean, Navi played that really, really well, and I'm excited to see who won this lower bracket game. I'm just going to go out, I'm going to throw a prediction, I'm going to say Reject. Not for any specific reason, but they are just the favourites of this pretty much entire competition along with SK Gaming, so I think it's fair to say that they probably will have won. I'm not going to call myself a predictions master on that one, I'll let you off on that one, but it's going to be a very, very close game between these two teams.
I mean, you can't really vote against Reject considering statistically where they stand in the competition. You can't. I'm sorry. You absolutely can't. You can't. Reject for me are a team that, you know, when I was looking at actually Group B and working through my predictions as to what would happen, it kind of broke my heart a little bit, potentially, when I was looking through the fact that someone is going to have to face, in my opinion, Reject. I mean, we'll see how they fare, of course, in this next matchup, but some highlights here as to how things fared in their matchup with Marcus Gaming. And it looks like it was pretty convincing for the most part in Bounty. It was a 2-0, so we know that it was a very strong scoreline in Reject's favor here. But nonetheless, I mean, you know, I think that they are, in my opinion, very much up there in terms of favorite in Group D.
I think so too. I mean, I think they've kind of just edged in that favourite over Navi, but to be honest, after watching Navi play there, watching them draft, they got some good drafts, and even when they didn't really, in my opinion, have draft, you know, I really like that Rosa, they still made it work. And, you know, a little bit of an adaptation was made after the restart, but at the same time, the adaptation would have been made after the second game anyway, and they'd have won 2 in a row.
Yeah, no, I agree. I fully agree. I think that the outcome would have been pretty much the same. And, you know, for them, definitely looking ahead now and kind of discussing how they're going to approach this matchup. And we were discussing earlier, you know, the fact that we're not really seeing that kind of typical Navi approach at the moment. It's definitely more, you know, kind of branching out into other realms, which I really like for them, just keeping us guessing, keeping their oppositions guessing, most importantly then as well. As we'll take a look in just a minute at our next matchup as we line things up. But you know, for MVP, for me, I mean, it's hard to really kind of put down one player as that.
It's got to be Angel Boy for that Grey in Shooting Star, I think.
It did bring back the set very much in Navi's favor.
7 stars in hand. I mean, it's hard not to be honest. But MMA, I mean, he's got a loyal following, that lad. I'm going to put it down to that. I mean, they all played incredibly right, but he has a loyal following.
Yeah, I mean, rightly so. He's got such huge numbers on the content creation side. And again, for Navi, the perfect start for them. I kind of got to say, I tread cautiously around these EME teams just simply because, you know, when you compare some of the stats, they are at the bottom, but they are proving their worth. And so far, you know, Navi might be making it a clean sweep for EME teams through until day 2. A lot is riding on them in this next match.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Even if they don't win this one, are they not the massive favourites to win the bottom bracket anyway? So, I mean, it's looking like we're going to have an absolute EU bonanza tomorrow with all the EU teams just, you know, showing up and playing. Let's take a little bit of a look at this bracket then. Revise what we've seen so far, revise what we haven't seen as well off stream, and we'll see what the matches are going to be up next. Navi versus Rejects, as you had just seen at the bottom of the screen, will be the next matches. They both sweep their respective opening matches. Losers match will be SK Calalas, as we've just seen on stream, lose to Navi, against Marcos Gaming, who we saw in the highlights, lose to Reject.
And it's going to be hard to kind of like really see through which team in that losers match is going to come out on top, because both teams were swept and relatively similar, in my opinion, in terms of how they're going to fare in that instance there, and under the pressure as well, who's going to get that upper hand. But Navi for Reject, I mean, this is going to be such a match to enjoy, isn't it, really? Reject is so mechanically skilled, mechanically gifted. Navi can brute force a situation when they need to, and again, showing us already today that they can also take it into a different place. It's going to be a tough one in terms of predictions, so I'm going to put it back to you. I think Reject take this.
You're making me want to go Navi. You're making me want to go Navi. It's a real tough one. It really is. Like, genuinely, this might be the best match of the day in terms of like how closely matched the teams are, because Navi are really good at the moment. They've just showed to us as well how good they are. I think if they get the drafts right, Navi will win it. But if Reject get the drafts similar to Navi or better than Navi, then I think they'll take it. It's very dependent on if Navi can grab some tanks, I feel.
Yeah, I do agree. I want to see some of that come to fruition there. And again, the winner of this match will face up against STMN Esports, which is going to be, oh my goodness me, what a match that will be. Let's start with Navi. We've just seen them on stage bring the fire against SK Calalas, and it's looking good. It really is. They made some adaptations along the way, which seemed to work out for them in the most part. And, again, a team which have got a very, very good positive mentality coming in to the BSC, and it wasn't, though, in all honesty, the smoothest of runs for them in the monthly finals. They didn't qualify for February, didn't qualify as well for March, a grand finals win in April, but I mean, for me, I think they got a good chance.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that Navi are not the favourites coming in, but I also think that they have got a chance of winning it. They're really, really strong at the moment. But let's take a little bit of a look at Reject as well on the other side of things. A team that we haven't seen on stream so far, absolutely mechanically gifted, as Ark said. They are incredible players. And I mean, they're only here because they've been put on in a region with world champion teams. And I mean, not saying these aren't world champions, because, there is a world champion here, and he's an extremely capable player at that as well. But the only reason they're here, these are a world finals class team. They're a top 4 team in the world, but they've been put in a region against Crazy Raccoon, who have been dominant for the past 3 years in Brawl Stars, and even before that as well. Some of the East Asian teams have been absolutely phenomenal to see. It is really, really exciting to see these two teams match up, Teddy.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic matchup. Not one we have really seen all that much in the past either. So this is going to be, obviously, with Reject as favorites. I think that, you explained that well enough already. I think most people at home will know that. Maybe some Navi fans might think differently.
I've got a feeling the prediction might go to Navi just because of the Navi fans.
I'm thinking that too, especially people that have mostly only watch Worlds and those sort of events. They'll see Navi. It's going to be more familiar than that Reject logo. But I can't stress this enough. Reject coming in as fairly heavy favorites. But we've seen what's been happening to East Asia so far, or Japanese teams more specifically, because there's a little, Team Flash, Japanese team as well. It's not been going too well. It's been a lot of disappointments for the Japanese fans today. And I don't want to jinx it for Reject, because they are kind of a different breed,
a different breed of East Asia.
Yeah, they are,
They're a tier above.
Yeah, they are a tier above. But everyone else has gone home.
Yeah.
And that is the tough reality of things. I don't know if that extra pressure is, potentially going to be weighing on their shoulders a little bit more, because they're carrying the region at LCQ. Now, of course, Crazy Raccoon is waiting, patiently at Worlds, so they don't have to stress nearly as much. There will be East Asian and specifically Japanese representation. But still, you say goodbye to 2 of the teams you've been competing with all year long, and people as well from Team Flash. All those guys are close. Some of them were on the same team together. So it's definitely a bit of a weird feeling seeing all of this happen. Questions a little bit where East Asia as a region might be at in general, with the performance we've seen so far today. But I feel like Reject, their quest here is going to be to show us the right path, show us what East Asia got, and they're the right team to do that.
got a point to prove for the whole of the East Asia region, let's be real. Otherwise, teams are going to stop fearing Crazy Raccoon as well. You know, these guys have won 2 of the monthly finals in comparison to Crazy Raccoon's 4, so 1 more, and then have been on, you know, equal pegging with them. So it's definitely... They need to show something. They need to show East Asia's worth once again, because for the past 3 years, East Asia have been the region that everyone's scared of, that win absolutely everything. And recently this year, SPS Masters included, it doesn't seem like it's going that way.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And funnily enough, I feel like every year we still underestimate East Asia at Worlds. Maybe this is the whole plan, you know? Like, at LCQ, East Asia looking a little bit shaky, and then suddenly at Worlds, Crazy Raccoon, like, not losing
Reject to take him on for the team. They're taking him on for the team. They're going to lose just so Crazy Raccoon can win, because people will be underestimating them.
That could be the case. That could be the case. Very unlikely, though. I think that, you know, prize pool-wise, they want their fair share. We have some world champions here. We have some people that got top 2 placements. They know the taste of money, and they definitely want to taste it again, as Navi is going to be standing in their way here for that #1 seed. That would, of course, be a very valuable. Group B was a very tough group. I think that VN would be their favorite to face. So for both teams, really, rather than Stamina. So getting that #1 seed would be massive.
Yeah, winning is absolutely paramount for both of these teams. And I mean, both of them definitely can win this matchup. As you say, Reject, favorites coming into it. Navi, they have some legs in this matchup, because I think if they can get the tanks, if they can get on those kind of brawlers, then I think they're going to be perfectly fine. I believe we were heading on to Safe Zone first. I think, I can't particularly remember, but I believe it's Safe Zone that we're heading on to. And I think that's a map that gives Navi a bit of a chance. You know, if they play that aggressive game, then I think they'll be able to take this first set.
Oh, it is one heck of a Navi map. Bring in a Buzz, bring in a Daryl, all those sort of brawlers can really just flip the script here. But it's not gonna be easy no matter what, because Reject, they do their prep, they know what to expect, and catching them off guard in this draft is not gonna be easy, because Navi, they can be a little bit predictable sometimes in their draft, and usually when they're not predictable, it's a bad draft. That's kind of my read in general. So there are a team that struggled quite a bit with how to draft in general. We'll see what the adjustments are going to be here and how fresh their drafts are going to be. But we see the 8-bit first pick for Reject, like it. I mean, especially in East Asia, they are so fond of 8-bit. It's meta everywhere, but in East Asia particularly, it's just really, really popular. Brock I like as well, good damage on save, wall break. I mean, just a very good kit overall. And looking at the bans real quick as well, we got Fang, Piper, and Nani banned out by Navi. They were going to go for the Ruffs pick now to follow up, which I don't really like. We saw it played earlier. Since the unbreakable walls, I think you raised that point earlier, it just doesn't provide as much value anymore. Don't like it very much right now. And Ruffs is my favorite brawler. You want to know a fun fact?
I do.
Navi asked me for my favorite brawler. I said Ruffs and said we'll make a Ruffs comp. I might be regretting that I should have said like Sam or Daryl or Buzz, because I'm not the most confident right now, because we have a Daryl and a Cordelius coming up for a Reject.
Yeah, I mean, that looks more like a Navi comp to me than a Reject comp. I'm not 100% familiar with the kind of brawlers that they do go with, but that definitely looks like something Navi might have wanted to go towards, and especially with Colette banned out the way, I was going to say it's quite hard to counter it, but Otis coming in, not the most common brawler on this map. When it came out, it definitely was on this map a lot more than he is nowadays, but I think with Colette out the way, it's the only right option.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to work with at that point, and honestly, this draft, not my utmost favorite for Navi. I appreciate the Ruffs, I really, really do. I was not necessarily, like when I mentioned Ruffs, you know, I was excited to see if they would actually play it. I did not expect it to be on this map. I think there are some maps where it's much more playable than this. We've seen Ruffs on this map before, but as you rightly mentioned, it was before Unbreakable Walls, because now is super. I mean, it can still open up some walls, but the walls on the left, you kind of want to keep them closed because the bounce is nice for you and gives you the advantage in many matchups. And the mid walls, I mean, you'll break them eventually. And with a Brock in your team, you don't really need the extra wall break.
Yeah, well, great start for Navi, then a few shots on safe. Now comes the jump through from Memmi, nice stuff from him, but Achapi moving forwards, has this roll, might want to choose to roll over onto Angel Boy and Cube there, and May was low as well, but if he got his mute along the way, then it would have been quite difficult to get the kill. Cube now with damage gear activated, gets just what he wanted, that kill. And they do have a 20% lead as well. Memmi moving forward, he is obviously in that run, but a great tap by Angel Boy.
Yeah, that's the Ruffs. Definitely was confident about that one here. Looking good so far for Navi. Good control, but it can go quickly. That's the problem with this confirm reject. You have a Daryl wall onto your save, those 20%. That's pipsqueaks. That's gonna go down so quickly. A roll onto Angel Boy should not be too much of a problem for a Chappy, but never mind. That supply drop is gonna be lethal. Cube also gonna be falling there, a 1-for-1 trade, but with such a massive lead in favor of Navi, they're more than happy to take trades at this point.
Yeah, power up there for MMA as well. Obviously claim that from that bottom left-hand side where Angel Boy took down the Daryl, but now the roll comes forward. Damage should start coming through as well, but a good takedown. He's going to bring him into the realm there to free up this safe. MMA needs to get one of them down, and it's Levy who is looking the lowest at the moment, but Memmi adding some damage to the safe is still not comparable to what Navi have got whatsoever, but a little bit more of a wall breaking. Cube's being dragged into the realm, keeps that shot away from Levy there as well. There's some good shots coming through now from MMA. Should be able to mute the Daryl if he comes towards him.
Chappy goes down. Supply drop to buff up Cube, and he's going to be a good brawler to have that buff on. We'll have to stay safe at a distance to really maximize his chances to use that effectively. Memmi going to get muted, and the tap from Angel Boy to close out that kill. So far, still about twice the HP remaining on Navi's safe, and they have more mid control too. Shadow Realm is going to be bringing Cube in as Memmi is trying to make a run for the save, but with good communication, MMA is going to be waiting there. He's ready. Cube and Angel Boy dispatched off the rest of Reject, and that is going to be a walk in the park, really, for Navi. A very comfortable game.
Navi. I mean, you can't underestimate these guys at all. I mean, as good as this Reject team are, that was, you know, it was all Navi. The only damage they got was really when Navi just went for damage themselves there, to be fair. And I mean, obviously they did set up that 8-bit turret once, got the Daryl roll on, but the Daryl roll didn't do too much. And, you know, Levy was left on about 140 HP, so definitely got a little bit, not lucky, but he positioned himself well to stay alive to get that little bit, well, not a little bit, 50% damage that they did get. But I think that's something that could have quite easily been defended by Navi on a different day.
Yeah, when you say all Navi, I would like to disagree and say it's a little bit Teddy too, because like the rough pick, you know, I'm proud. I mean, I love this so far. The wall break on the right-hand side, opening up the mid, and that's where you want it first. Remove those walls to have a little bit more space, easier to get those wiggles and those dodges from afar, but also removing a vantage point. That is really dangerous near safe, especially against an 8-bit. Man, Milo, HP, nice tags there. MMA able to take him down. A Chappy gets melted as well. Levy will fall too. And with a minute and a half left on the clock, roughly, it is going to be Navi that takes quite a decent early lead. Almost 30% down on that save.
Fast spot to keep Memmi a bit low then, and now pushing through. Some couple more shots towards safe. Gets it down to around 64. Levy's trying to push down this right-hand side, but Cube got the jump away, and Chappy's going to go in, but Sandbag's placed directly in the face and taken down now. But Levy's on the safe now. Extra credits gets a lot more damage, but now MMA comes out of that Shadow Realm into a great position to get some brilliant damage, and Cube's going to join him around that side as well to hopefully stay alive for his sake a little bit longer. 8% left now, and MMA has a mute as well, might be able to go one of the directions, surely gets the kill, but the mute's missed, brought into the Shadow Realm. A Cube now looking for the kill, the shots, but it doesn't happen. A bit of damage came down, but this is all Navi here, and MMA Angel Boy up on the safe. They get it done and take set number 1.
Incredibly convincing set here from Navi. Like, it's not hundreds to 0, but it is comfortable. There's no danger in this set. Not at a single point was there worry on their side. This is an incredible performance from them so far. That number 1 seed is one step closer, and that step is literally just a single set. That's all it takes now. I would never count Reject out, no matter their opponent, no matter their situation. If they have pulled off reverse sweeps against Crazy Raccoon, surely they can reverse sweep Navi. But regardless, it's not going to be an easy feat. And right now, Navi, they are full of momentum. quite hyped as well. Not necessarily a team that is the loudest usually on stage, not that they have been on stage like a billion times either, but usually a little bit shy, a little bit, you know, uncomfortable, just not used to the setting. They're embracing it now and making sure that they let their opponents know as well how confident they are.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, you can never count Reject out, but at a certain point, you've got to be worried for them. And I am worried for them now after that display from Navi. That was really beautiful. And, you know, you see them getting a bit hyped on stage as well. Injure Boy shouting, getting his teammates going, starting to play with him. And it's beautiful to see Navi showing their worth on stage at the moment, because coming in at pretty much the bottom seed in Europe is definitely not something we expected from Navi going into this year. And both of them have a point to prove at this point, you know? Reject need to show that East Asia are still the region they used to be, and Navi have got to prove that they deserve to be here in that 7th spot.
Yeah, it is absolutely crazy when you think about it, because Navi, as you mentioned, they are the final spot that makes it into LCQ for EMEA. Reject, they're second in East Asia, which like is considered as the best region in the world. Not necessarily the most competitive, because the top teams are like, you know, quite a bit ahead of the rest of the pack, but the strongest when it comes to achievements, when it comes to performance in LAN. They're #1 by a lot. I mean, last year it was an East Asia versus East Asia Grand Final for the World Finals. It doesn't really get better than that for a region, especially a smaller region when you look at the player pool. What I think is crazy here as well is, like, I know that if you ask Navi before this match if they're confident, they would say yes, which, you know...
You have to be, you have to be.
Yeah, no, of course, but they would be, like, super confident, right? They'd be there like, oh, yeah, we're gonna win. And, I mean, as a sensible human being, you would probably think, like...
You're not.
No, probably not. But right now, they are winning.
And they've got Nani.
And they do have Nani. Nani is an absolute threat at the moment. Just ridiculous damage. Is pretty bulky as well for a longer range brawler. Has just ridiculous range too. Like the shotgun effect towards the end of the shot too. So hitting someone from far away is definitely doable too. And up close, I mean, it's not like Piper where it deals like, you know, it tickles you up close. The Nani will blow you up, quite literally. Whether it's with a peep or it's regular shots, a very, very strong brawler right now. Max is the kind of answer that I do like, because they went for some fancy stuff in our first set here. This feels more like the East Asian roots.
Yeah, but that's bold, though. Like, this is a sharpshooter map, and I understand Max can be played. We saw it played earlier, but it was played with Gene, who it pairs with so well. Gene being banned out literally by themselves. They're going to go in with the PAM afterwards, though, and I think that's all right. I don't think there's many spots to really place a successful turret, to be honest with you, so I don't know how much value that will get, and even getting a turret's going to be hard, because, you know, Navi aren't going to be wanting a close-range affair.
No, definitely not. This is an interesting comp, no matter what. We might be seeing some more comfort picks or something along those lines, and best of 3, things go fast, and, I mean, usually the comfort picks, you'll see them more like in a best of 5 because you have a lot of time and you just want to have a game where you're feeling your gameplay. Even if you were to lose it, like, you know, you warm yourself back up and gain some confidence again. You can't have that effect as much because there's not a lot of room for mistakes here. But the squeak is going to be brought in by Navi. Strong pick here, strong pick kind of everywhere in every mode at this point. I'd say that's fallen off just a little bit since Hypercharge has released, but it's still very high up there, very polyvalent, very versatile. We'll see MMA locking in the bell here for his team. I like the bell, all right. I feel like it's not like the most exciting pick per se, but honestly, I've been shocked by how many bells we've seen today and how successful it's been too.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's going to be bouncing off that Panther, isn't it, really? And Brock going to come in as the last pick from Reject. I really like both of these comps, but if anything, I'm kind of going towards Navi's comp again. I feel like it's just a bit more versatile. They've got Nani. Obviously, if they can get a max speed, it's going to be solid. But it's not like a Pam and a Brock want to be running into someone's face, you know?
Yeah, this is it's an interesting comp on their end. I feel as well like they must have been okay with giving them Nani, right? Since like they have first pick, if you don't ban Nani in like knockout or bounty, like you're gonna be facing a first pick Nani. So surely they were prepared for that, but I feel like their answer wasn't necessarily like, as much as I feel like Max could be a good answer, I feel like what it's combined with like lacks some sort of synergy. But let's find out in game what the plan was and if it will pay off, because we are jumping into set number 2.
Great rocket fuel there from Achapi, though. Gets some serious damage down on both MMA and Q, pushing them all over to this right-hand side. And obviously the early wall break from Brock is going to be so strong at a point like this. And it's something that, you know, Peep, you're going to have to work towards with your Peep. And at that, it feels like a bit of a waste if you Peep that wall. Just get it open, but Cube now very, very low. And MMA having to slot all the way around the backside, not able to move forwards. And now Reject in a wonderful spot.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay there from Levy. That's going to cost him a lot of HP, and with that, they lose all control. Levy low HP, the tap from Cube, the follow-up from Cube. Cube gets a 2-piece, Angel Boy gets the 3rd, and Navi, they pick up the round.
I mean, that's crazy, and now Angel Boy's even got the break as well. Brock super available, but they're not all going to be coming around this side. Even breaking the right side of his rocket fuel there, because obviously he has quite a few. Little gadget being placed down, and that's Levy going to be slowed now. The bounce comes through, beautiful stuff, but he's right in the middle of that residue, and that's a difficult spot to be in. Now this Panther is going to be placed down, but some bounces back and forth. Pam should bring it down, but it is actually MMA who goes down first. Angel Boy trying to fight out against Brock, return to sender used as well, but can't find the killing blow.
Yeah, low HP players on the top of the map here for Reject, but not able to find that closure. They're still playing it, and I kind of respect that. I mean, it's not going to work out here, evidently, but still, I like that they're showing that, like, we're not just going to, like, run away to the bottom of the map and go for the gas ASAP. They actually did still try to play a little bit. Now, they would have had to wait for the gas anyways, but I like the spirit. I like the fighting spirit here. No supers carried over, though, for Navi. Reject carried 2 over. That was the max speed. That was just pumped now, as well as the Rocket Rain. Rocket Rain gets some good damage. MMA falls, and that's a bit of a disaster here for Navi. Levy is low. If he can fall, that would be huge, but he's surviving off really nicely so far, and the crossfire is too much to handle for Q. But Chappie takes him down. Angel Boy is next in line, and Reject finally strike back by taking their first game here.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a good one as well from them. It really was. And after that first round, which I thought they should have won anyway, you know, they were in a much better position, just overstayed the welcome, overextended a bit. I feel like they definitely should have taken that one a bit more convincingly. Navi definitely played it all right at the moment. And I think at the moment, they just need to kind of play it a bit slower on the side of Navi and kind of not rush to get these shots through early on.
So far, heavy mid presence here for Reject. Makes sense with the high mobility they have, and it's that lack of range as well. Looking particularly at the Pam, of course, and the Max. But range-wise is going to be more than all right, sitting a little bit more in the back. And it's more passive here from Navi, not willing to give much away. Don't know who would win an endgame here if everyone is still alive and supers are somewhat even. Angel Boy does have a super of his own, but finding a target is going to be really hard against the Max because there's just so much mobility that if the Max pushes up, it's going to be dangerous. Angel Boy going to be right next to the gas, though. Needs to hurry up with that connection. Will find a decent bit of damage, but there is the first kill. It's a trade, actually, 1-for-1. Angel Boy in a 1v2 gets one, gets the second beautiful shot, and carries over the super as well. Angel Boy was a phenomenal performance.
I mean, that's beautiful from Angel Boy there, really. Needs to bring that same energy again to this next round, preferably without losing his teammates first, I imagine. But now just trying to play out against this Brock. Obviously has a little bit of a range advantage, so just playing that out. MA versus Meme on this left-hand side. Someone needs to deal with this Max, as that seems to be the big pressure. When the Max speed comes through, Reject do as well.
Again, it's going to be both teams chasing down some chip damage, trying to get those supers for the later stages of that game. We saw how ridiculously good Angel Boy was on that Nani, and also we mentioned how that Nani should have been banned most likely. But it's slow and steady so far on both sides. Cube will get tagged up quite a bit. Went for a bit of a crazy trick shot, not gonna find the connection, however. MMA gonna be overwhelmed, MMA goes down. It's a 2 versus 3 Angel Boy. He needs to clutch up again, but that's going to be too much to ask for. And Reject, they pick up the round. 1 round away now from taking the set.
I mean, Angel Boy almost had a couple of them, but I don't think all three was realistic. Mark available now as well, and they just need to get it on someone, and preferably the Pam, who's really putting a lot of pressure on this left-hand side, and they can't deal with him that well. And Angel Boy being pinned back doesn't have the angle to really get the whole value out of his shots, with 3 split shots reuniting at the end. Now, MMA really, really low, but shots coming through from Angel Boy, wanting to push forward, gets the kill, beautiful. MMA needs to survive this one now, but the turret's down. Squeak should be able to clean that up, but also look at Levy. He's putting so much pressure on the left that it's going to be difficult. Oh, they get him! Beautiful from Navi, but even Super was used there by Angel Boy. I don't think it matters, though, as it's a 3v1, and this is surely match point.
Yeah, Bam is going to be massively overwhelmed here in that situation. Menmi can dream all he wants. There's nothing he can do. And Reject, they can't close this one out. Navi, take that game, and Trav, that means match point.
I mean, this is dangerous for Reject now. You know, they might have won their game before, and so might Navi, but they're not in a good spot here. Obviously, if Navi win, they're going to be seed 1 in Group D, but if Reject lose, they've got to go and play out against Marcos or SK Calalas in that lower bracket to see if they will make it.
Bobby might be biting his nails right now, not hoping to face Reject tomorrow. But for that first, Navi need to close this one out and steal away that #1 seed in Group D early on. Pretty much the same as we've seen all set long so far. Very safe approach, playing range, respecting their opponents on both sides. Maybe a little bit too much sometimes. Overall, tags have been fairly even. Supers are going to be starting to come in soon enough, but we're not at that stage just yet.
Yeah, Memi's going to get hit there, or get hit, I should say. And Angel Boy playing against, he gets his peep now as well, but pressure coming in from Levy there, and he's not going to be able to use his return center on a max shot because it's not going to do a lot whatsoever. Few thrown up a pin now, not in the best position, surely going to get taken down, and this is looking like a Reject game mode, sorry. Angel Boy does go down. Slight signs of life there from Navi, but now 1 round between Reject and getting this set.
Let's see if Reject can take this series all the way to a 3rd and final set, or if Navi can reverse sweep this game to close out the match in 2. It's a slow approach, as usual, and that is going to be the name of the game most of the time when it comes to knockout at a pro level. You want to poke, get supers, get the upper hand, a slight upper hand, so you manage to snowball the end game. But right now, Navi, they'll have to take anything they can get.
Yeah, Mark desperately needed from Cube now, but the pressure forwards. MMA gets caught in a wall. That's disappointing for him. Angel Boy returns steady, gets the kill. 2v2, bounces as well, but he surely can't escape that. Actually gets it, gets the kill out of nowhere. Navi clutching up 2v1, and the bounces continue.
Angel Boy is blowing my mind with those Nani plays, and that is gonna be the round. A round away from taking down Reject. And no matter the map, no matter the mode, you gotta ban that Nani. You gotta keep it away from him.
Ooh. That peep almost connecting with the Brock there. I believe that would have been the end of him if it did. But Angel Boy now coming up after wasted that, not getting any charge back. It now becomes the stereotypical 3v3 knockout. Play it slow, hope that something happens, or hope your opponent makes a mistake, because it's Navi who want this round just as much as Reject do. They want to close it here. Reject want this set #3.
It's been disappointing so far today for East Asia. Can they turn this around? It is going to be tough. Control-wise, it's looking a little bit better for Navi, as Levy is low HP on the left. He's not had the easiest game on the max, despite having some good matchups here and there. Levy with Super trying to relieve some pressure. Big tag from Angel Boy. Angel Boy finds a Chappie, but there is a trade as well as Cube goes down for Navi. A 2 versus 2, but Angel Boy has been so consistent at closing them down. Can he close out another one? He gets a tag. Is that gonna be enough? Menmi is right there, and it's gonna be the 1 shot from Angel Boy.
Nobody can deal with this man. Absolutely incredible from Angel Boy. I don't think I've seen knockout plays like it. You've got to ban the Nani. You've got to get these brawlers away from him, but he makes anything work.
Angel Boy has got to be the best player we have seen today, just off that Nani set. that was phenomenal. They had the drafts, for the most part, figured out, and Reject made mistakes that we're not used to seeing from them. But they will have a second chance, because they are not out just yet. They will have a tiebreaker match to figure out whether they will take the second seed or go home. In the meantime, though, first seed locked in by Navi, and dare I say, yet another upset today.
I mean, that is absolutely huge coming in from Navi there. Beautiful plays all around, but Angel Boy, the main man, really showing us how it's done in both sets as well. Played absolutely incredibly, but specifically that knockout. His nanny plays were gorgeous, clutched up so many rounds when he had to. And I mean, it shouldn't have been a situation where he had to do it, but he just did it time and time again. And look at this, the perfect shot gets like 5k damage onto his opponent. And I mean, look how much it means to them coming in that first seed. That is the emotion that goes through these guys. It just means so much to win this group and get a step closer to Worlds.
That's gonna be a meme. I'm telling you already. That is confirmed a meme. But you see the passion, as you said. You see the passion, you see the love there is. And that is one of the most beautiful things with Brawl Stars. You know, that there is this amount of passion behind the teams. And just, that's what drives them, right? To keep grinding, try to consistently improve at the game, be the best version of themselves. And right now, I mean, I'm on top of the moon for Navi, because that was probably the best performance I have ever seen on their end.
Yeah, well, we are going to have a little bit of an interview with Angel Boy himself, and boy, oh boy, do I want to hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Trav. Yes, I am backstage with the man himself. What a phenomenal performance that was from Navi. Angel Boy, I mean, you absolutely killed it on that stage.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, still a lot of improvement to do. I played not that good in some moments, but yeah, finally we played a very strong knockout, very tough game. GG's to both teams, SK Calalas and Reject.
Yeah, and speaking of Reject in particular, they were a massive favorite in this competition. You know, Chappie's a two-time world champion, and Navi faced them, you know, that very player back in 2021. So in that respect, did you guys feel any additional pressure going into that matchup?
Actually, we were very pressured and very nervous. I'm talking about myself. My arm were cold when I was playing against SK Calalas, but against Reject we were like warm up already. My arms weren't cold. I was more focused and stuff. So yeah, no pressure, I think. But in knockout, some moments, yeah.
You were an absolute demon on the nanny pick, which brings me around to ask the question regarding kind of like what you guys tend to often play, which is those big tanky comps, big healing ideas. Was that strategic to step outside of your comfort zone here today? Are you holding something back, or are you keeping people guessing? Because either way, it's working phenomenally well.
I want to shout out my coach, Sylvie. He's doing an amazing work. He has a lot of ideas in his mind that maybe sometimes doesn't work, but in general, I think he's the smartest coach in the world of Brawl Stars. And yeah, today I think all combos were better, and I hopefully tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I wish you the best of luck. Before we sign off, any shout-outs that you want to give to your crew, your team, the Navi Nation?
Actually, there are a lot of people who I wanted to mention, but if I mention someone, the other one will be said, so I will not.
A shout out to everyone then in that regard. Congratulations once again, Angel Boy, and go and celebrate with your teammates and get focused up for tomorrow. We cannot wait to see you back once more. We're going to head it over to the casting desk to finalize things off.
I mean, what a nice guy, honestly. You genuinely might be the nicest guy in Brawl Stars Esports, because genuinely how much it meant to him, and, you know, only speaking for himself, how much pressure he was feeling, and still overcoming that and playing as well as he did. If that's pressured Angel Boy, what does non-pressured Angel Boy look like?
I love as well how it may have just been lost in translation in all fairness, but I love how the first thing he said is like he apologized for his performance. And this was like some of the best Nani gameplay I have seen in my life. dare I say, that was the best Nani gameplay I've ever seen in my life. And I think it maybe lost in translation, may have meant like throughout the year or something like that. And I love how humble he is as well. I mean, MVP, like...
obviously.
No hesitation here whatsoever, just off that performance. Absolutely deserved. But I love how humble he was as well, you know, like mentioning the coach and how important he was with his comms and how much respect there is in the relationship as well. And I think those are all like very important things in a team. Like, how many teams have like complained that like they disagreed with the coach picks and all that? Like, he was defending the bad picks as well. And like, God, have we seen bad picks from Navi in the past? I just love to see their personality together and how much love and passion there is in that team.
Yeah, it really is incredible to see. Let's take a little bit of a look at what happened off stream in that game. 2-0 to SK Calalas, which I can't say I didn't expect, but it's sad to see Marcos Gaming go out. At least they've still got that representation through Revenant Esports though, because they played some great Brawl Stars today.
Oh yeah, Revenant was one of my top performance today, really, or like biggest underdog stories for sure. In a group where honestly it wasn't even guaranteed they would make it out, at least not on paper, probably not according to most people at home, but they did, and valiantly as well. Really strong performance from them. But looking here at SKC and Marcos Gaming, in all honesty here, like if I had to make like a team tier list, I'm not gonna go too much in detail because players will probably murder me, but Marcos Gaming was probably the lowest team in my books and SKC maybe just above, but I already felt like there was a decent bit of a gap between those teams as well, where SKC, I've seen some good things from them in SA West, and it wasn't consistently good, really not, but I've seen some really good signs of promise. They are very serious as well, which I can really appreciate. I mean, as much as they do like to, you know, mess around a little bit at times, they are very passionate and serious about competing, even though like it was very likely they would not even qualify here in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, look at this next game as well. SK Calalas versus Reject. It's Reject-sided, but the last one was as well. So let's not rule SKC out. I mean, yes, Navi and SKC are different teams. Navi, you know, destroyed SKC. I fully expect Reject to be able to dismantle SKC, but I really want a good game. I want another region to prove that East Asia might be knocked down a peg this year.
I think that realistically, at least to my eyes, and I really like where you're going as well, because I don't think SKC can win. Like, in all honesty, I don't think that they can, but I want them to come up with their best performance because they have not had a single chance in the past to face a team of the caliber of Reject, and this is huge for them experience-wise. SK Calalas, that's Exic, Lukitas, and Prozi. They are a roster that has shown some great signs of promise during the regular season. They didn't quite make it, but got a little bit fortunate that they were still able to snatch a spot. They are a team that I think can do some damage here and there. What I am really hoping from them is just to show their best gameplay. I don't really expect them to win. It's never going to be impossible, but I just want them to show us what they got, and if anything, I want them to leave here as proud as they can be. They still managed to make it to this point. Regardless, they were not one of the favorites to be here. On the other hand, Reject, they did come here as favorites. A very strong Japanese roster. Lots of fun, as well as you can see. Not gonna be the happiest after that previous match, but they are a team that definitely has good mental as well, and that should be able to recover from that. The skill difference here between both teams is gonna be a big factor in how they can just, you know, rebuild some confidence quickly, Art.
Absolutely so. Definitely going to be a tough one here for SK Calalas, as it would be for any team, let's be honest. I did say that I felt that Reject were going to get the win over Navi. How wrong was I? And how exciting was it to see just those pop-off moments? But again, this second seed, so important to get a handle on. And for SKC, they're going to have to really step outside of their comfort zone in a way which we haven't really seen from them yet before. Is it possible? Absolutely so, if they get this right when it comes to these drafts. Hard Rock Mine will be our first map for Gem Grab and then split for Hot Zone. If we get to the third and final set, dry season for Bounty.
Yeah, this is no matter what, like, because I was quite negative towards SKC whilst you were coming up to the stage. Like, I think this is one of the more one-sided matches of the day, in theory. But, I mean, we've seen upsets already today. We saw that Reject did not perform their best against Navi earlier. That might be enough to, like, close the gap a little bit and bring from what regularly you'd expect to be like a 90-10. In all honesty, a bit closer to like a 70-30, you know, and that's already like doable. I mean, I would say that Navi were quite big underdogs. Again, on paper, in practice, they were able to make it work. And SKC, they're a team that definitely works hard, that takes this very seriously, even when it was very unlikely that they would qualify here in the first place. They were still trying their absolute best in the monthly finals, showing up every time, qualifying every time, and just giving us their best performance. And that's what I'm expecting from them here, to just give it their best. And if it were to not work out, it's still like a really big experience for them. I mean, they made it further than like, you know, half the teams here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Honestly, it's valuable learnings along the way, isn't it? And you know, coming off the back of that win, and with Reject's loss, I suggest that SK Calalas really try to hit the ground running quickly and spend some time on this draft, because you know, if they're able to get this first set, that might help them considerably just whittle down Reject. You know, they're such a tough team to break, as we know. It's such a competitive region. East Asia, it has been, you know, just one of those obscure regions in the sense that their player pool is very small when you compare it to the overall big picture, but their skill set, their mechanics, it is unmatched, or at least certainly was coming in to today and over the course of the years. It really has been what everyone has been saying is the region to beat. Obviously, of course, you know, for Reject, I'm sure they're not letting that kind of reputation worry them too much. They're just keeping their eyes on the prize. Certainly for SK Calalas, it's fair to call them the underdogs in this scenario. But again, like you rightly said, we've seen many upsets happening today. We've seen things that have gone outside the realms of what we've come to expect from Brawl Esports. So, you know, part of me wants to really root for them, but it is going to be a tough one. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be somewhat of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, no, that's really my point. Like, it's the same thing. Like, I think that, like, if I was like rooting for a victory from SKC, I think that would be very bold and optimistic. I'm just rooting to see like a phenomenal match on their end. I want them to play the best Brawl Stars they have ever played, and I'm happy with that. As much as I would love an underdog story here, that would be absolutely crazy. But in all fairness, I think that if they take enough risks, try to set up some traps here and there in the draft, who knows? Maybe Reject might underestimate them, fall into some of those draft traps, and maybe make some mistakes here and there. And it can go quicker than you realize in a best of 3. Still, the odds are going to be in favor of Reject here quite massively.
I mean, they kind of have to be. They've got the best set percentage of any team in the last chance qualifiers, and that is really quite phenomenal for me. 89% of a win rate is nothing to be trifled at, really. 48 sets won out of 54. I mean, that is just absolutely insane when you look at the fact that they are in the LCQ and just came short to Crazy Raccoon time and time again. That was really the team which they just were not able to topple very often in their run-ins. They did so. No, they actually did not at all in any of their instances. So, you know, it is certainly something to consider here. The bans are in. It's going to be Buster, 8-Bit, and Max for SK Calalas. Buster, 8-Bit, and Crow for Reject. The first pick coming in shortly will be an SK Calalas one. And let's see, it's probably going to be like a lane safe idea for me, or they might just go for a mid position. But normally, I wouldn't mind necessarily something along the lines of a Ruffs or a Bell if they want to choose that kind of mid approach. But the 8-Bit ban certainly does minimize things somewhat, or not, or not. Just,
you know what? I like it. I like it. I think they can try to set up some traps here as well, try to force in some heavy tank counters and maybe find ways to deal with that. I think they have to be bold. I think they have to take big risks, because if they play it fair and square, like if they're playing a mirror matchup, you know, they're not going to win that. Like, I don't see a world where that goes well for SKC. where they can make a big difference is with that draft, and they're gonna need it. Otis gonna be picked up by a Reject. A very good tank counter, but obviously if the Rosa does get in range to hit you, you will be taking a decent bit of damage, but the mute does really help, just slow things down, give you some time to get that kill. The Gene, not a bad shout, will be, you know, a little bit careful with what you're gonna be pulling. But honestly, I'm not even sure if the Gene here is the best play with the Rosa as a first pick, because right now SKC could literally just like pick up another tank or an RT or things that you can't pull, and then suddenly the Gene, like, it's gonna struggle. It's gonna be a PAM that they go for. Very traditional mid here on Hard Rock Mine, not necessarily a go-to at the moment per se. I would have preferred the RT because it's harder to pull, but you can still do stuff against Gene for sure. It's a tanky brawler. You have some healing capabilities. You get pulled. You can place a healing station. You can play around a healing station that's already there. So there is some play, but I don't know. I don't feel like it's as flashy as I would kind of have hoped.
Very old school, you know, very old school, I would say. Pam and Gene certainly going to get a lot of value from the Vision gear. Sandy, though, coming in is a very underrated one that we're seeing a bit of a rise up in play rates for, one that I really, really do like. It can just deflate so much pressure, but obtaining those sandstorms, that is really the key, with the Sandy pushing forwards and just kind of getting those shots to land as quickly as you can for your team. If they are able to do that on the side of SK Calalas, bring that Pam forwards, bring forwards the Rosa as well, who can probably do so a little bit easier in that regard. But, you know, it is going to get in the faces very much so of Reject. Rico going to come in. You know, I was saying backstage to Adrian from the Supercell team, we haven't really seen much Rico, and we're kind of surprised. It's a bit more of a niche idea, but this is a map where Rico can absolutely thrive in the right hands, and that really is the key, and I feel like it is in the right hands here. I never need an excuse to see a Rico. I absolutely love it, and this is a great map for it.
Definitely so. I think it's a really good option, and I think as well that it can be one that catches you off guard. You have a deceptive amount of range at times. You can really reach the mid as well with your super and just get some cheeky kills. So I do like that option quite a bit. Draft-wise, I'm gonna have to admit I do prefer what Reject brought into the mix, but a good stack into the mid will help them get a kill, and SKC getting away with a couple gems, although not for long. They are gonna be dropped down, and Levy is gonna be the one to pick them up, which is a bit of a curious one.
Yeah, it wasn't a terrible start for SKC until that moment in time. They might get the gems back actually there, but Prosy has pulled the gems though, safe in the hands of Lukitas, and I think that is a good person to have them with. But certainly Reject at the moment being the more successful in these takedowns, and as time goes on, that is going to be proving quite key. On the right-hand side there is Levo, who comes out on top here, able to heal now accordingly so, and will shortly be putting pressure. Yeah, getting that healing station taken care of, and now asserting his authority on this lane side.
Yeah, Exit gonna struggle to push up there against Levy. Let's see if he can create the space he needs. A super from Levy is quite terrible in all fairness, and it's gonna be fully missed, but they do manage to make up for that, and Reject not in trouble anytime soon here. 2 more gems picked up, and Reject extending their lead. A gene pool available as well. Prosy is low HP, didn't quite have time to place his super down, but at that point, they will need to use it for the retake. Let's see if they can find some good value from it. The Rosa could definitely try to sneak up and get into some good position, and that might be exactly what they need.
Yeah, I felt X maybe got stuck on the wall there. Maybe could have aggressed a little bit more. Obviously, it's a bit of a tough matchup when you're against the Rico with such close proximity, but gems in the spawn side. Memi can't really make a play for them just yet, and would prefer them to be with Chappie regardless. It's going to be somewhat of a reset for SKC really to get themselves stuck into this mid. 9 gems in their pocket now, and the aggression is starting to pay off. They're 1 away from countdown. It's going to be in an unfavorable spawn, so they can't really contest it, and Chappie has got the magic hand, and they've got to evade that.
Levy does have super now, goes for it, but no connection onto Lukitas. He's gonna have to fall back, and I don't really know how he ended up getting those gems. I mean, I saw where he got them, but I don't know how Reject let that happen. Bit of a disaster on there, and that's gonna be a countdown. Starting off, they have some gems to pick up. Is it enough? Yes, it is 10, so they're all right. They'll be able to equalize, but control-wise, it is SKC in the lead. Prosy is gonna get pulled and taken out. Exic also in a tough position here. Countdown started again, but they need another gem here if they want to hold that countdown. Which side does it spawn on? It spawns on the side of Reject. We might very much here go all the way to 29 gems arc.
Possibly so. Countdown now for SKC, and Prosy trying to go on the aggressive. Lukidas as well seeking out these shots. It's connecting them nicely, but the healing puffs will be providing a lot of value as that pull does connect. Prosy goes down. They're retreating now, and they might be in a terrible spot here, but I think RC are not going to be able to get this reset in time. It's not going to happen. SKC take the first game.
So I was saying 90-10. I might revise to 85-15 for now. My words. I mean, I don't know if you guys heard it at home, but SKC are loud as well, and they absolutely are right to be, because it's a huge W here already. And Reject, they are going to need to adapt a bit, because that was loads of mistakes. And we know they know better. They have world champions on that team.
It does feel like Reject are a bit stirred and shaken, and it's unusual to see them like this. Unfriendly pushes there, won't really connect with anything at all, but Chappie going down is terrible there for Reject. Prosy there on the top of the map, really giving Levi a hard time there and gaining towards his Sandstorm, which we know how much it can really do for his squad to get that in early. But no gems on the side of SK Calalas now, as Reject are starting to pick up the pace, and they do need to do that to even out this set.
Lukidas placing down a healing station, very aggressive one as well, is able to clear up the bottom left corner, bottom right rather. Gene has pull, he is patient for it. At least for now, a double slow connects there from Exit, he gets pulled, and beautiful combo there from Reject to take care of their pesky Rosa that sneaked up onto the left-hand side. And right now, even though it's a very small gem lead, Reject are in quite a bit of a better position when the gem lead keeps extending, as they have that center control. Levi with a super, not going to find the most value off it, but eventually that healing station should go down. That will help keep SKC at bay.
Countdown for Reject, and one that they cannot afford to slip on, and that's a good way to start it. Levi takes the takedown of Exit, and now Lukidas is very low on the left-hand side, keeping the pressure on. Prosy just being chipped away slowly but surely, and there's places to run here for Reject, and they are able to do so. This set now all tied up.
Well done by Reject, calm and composed. And I think you can see the underdog story, you can hear it from the difference in volume between SKC winning and Reject winning here, where SKC, it was just, you know, immense joy. Reject, just feeling like they're doing their job.
Surviving. Yeah. Prosy on the left-hand side, definitely caught between a rock and a hard place. Levi just trying to find the connections. Be pinched out of position now. Chappie there with a nice lamp blowout to keep himself in the mix. Still going the aggressive, however, and does go down as a result of the Mama Squeeze star power. Those gems, though, picked up by Menmi will be definitely something of a saving grace. And he has got the mutes in the case of finding Exit on the back lines. In the meanwhile, there is a takedown on the left-hand side, but SKC back in the mid.
Let's see if they can build up some more control here on the side of Reject, because SKC, they're in a good position. But Chappie, they're going to be taking a lot of damage. The Sandstorm actually going to be taking him down. Exik almost picking up the kill onto the Rico, but will end up going down, leaving him on 80 HP. And right now, it's all SKC in the mid. What is happening, Reject? What is happening?
A nice Sweet Dream stun from Prosy as well, buys some time. Levi as well continues the assault onto Lukidas, and his teammates are very high up the map, so I hope for his sake that he's able to come out on top. Healing up now. Emi going into the mid. He's got to get some gems in. Reject are behind on that front, on the objective side. Prosy just, I love this aggressiveness from SKC. We need this from them against a team like Reject, and it is working now. 9, one more away from a potential countdown, but again, the magic hand is with a Chappie.
Yeah, that is going to be so dangerous. And since he didn't really have any support, he could not have contested any gems there. Exik did manage to win that fight on the right-hand side. The gem is there. It's going to be picked up, and there's no more pull either, but he goes down to the... Oh my goodness, he does end up going down to Chappie. Gets the gems, and now suddenly is rejecting more than a comfortable countdown.
That is some Mama Squeeze star power value right there, and Reject have just stolen this away. SKC going to try to make one last-ditched attempt. It's not going to be enough. What an absolute steal, a set steal for Reject.
A disaster for SKC because this was their shot at taking a set of Reject. I don't know how many chances you get at doing just that. They had a good draft, absolutely playable draft, caught them by surprise, some really good plays as well. Reject making mistakes, being intimidated. You don't see that all the time, especially not against a team that, like, in theory would be rated quite massively lower than them, but yet a really, really nice comeback there from Reject. But just seeing that happen there for SKC, I mean, just that makes me happy already for them, you know? It was a big game to pick up.
It's just a very tight shot there from Memi that sealed it, and just a bit of an overextension that proved incredibly costly there for SKC, who were lower in the stats, but the objective was where it was all played on their side, and that should have been their set, let's be honest. That should not realistically have gone the way of Reject, but it did, whose stats are incredible by comparison. I mean, almost 500 DPS for Levi there, unbelievable scenes. But SKC, they've got to be kicking themselves off the back of that. I mean, that was a mistake which could be, you know, what could lead to them leaving the tournament.
Yeah, this was their shot at taking the set. In all fairness, I do think that, like, overall, there was quite a bit of an element of Reject just making a lot of mistakes and giving away gems and control and being very scared. I think in general, the Gene pick was, like, not really the smartest one in my books. I don't know, there might be something I'm not understanding there, but it just didn't really sit right by me as soon as I saw it in, and I felt like overall it was just not the best approach. But regardless, they do manage to close it out, and maybe now with a little bit more confidence we can see the Reject we expect, because right now if Reject plays like this, they're not winning tomorrow. Even if they win this match, they're not winning tomorrow.
I fully agree. You know, it does feel like that is potentially the case. They're going to have to, you know, obviously get through this first stage, you know, and see from there. But split then for Hot Zone. And for SKC, it's going to be tough to reset after that defeat. You know, that steal that really was there for Reject. That should have been an SKC set. And, you know, they can still rekindle this. For me, at the moment, they are playing mechanically better, you know, and going on the aggressive. And we can see that Reject is struggling to match that same level of aggression. But it is still putting them at a big disadvantage going in. I mean, their tournament lives hang in the balance potentially in this set. Bans are in. Cordelius, Buster, and Willow for SKC. Willow, I mean, not too against the idea of it, but I like to see some others. For Reject, for Sprout, Nita and Grey are their bans as well. That makes a lot of sense to me. Buster and Cordelius, definitely my favorite bans on the side of SKC.
Yeah, still again, I love Gil plus tank here still very much, especially with Rosa. You know, it's something that you might want to set up a little bit later in the draft, like potentially for the next 2 picks for SKC. That could be an opportunity. We'll have to see how Reject prepare and what the decision making is, but I feel like those could be the sort of like win conditions that SKC need to just overwhelm them and end up with like a checkmate from the draft already, where they don't have to like make up for like the experience and mechanics difference. But in all fairness, so far in that first set, I wouldn't have said that there was that crazy of a mechanical difference. Like it was a rusty Reject, and yeah, they should know better.
Well, the M's, a very early M's draft, and I don't blame them for it, because that Pam combined with the potential Rosa would be such a difficult thing to shake. But to get the M's value, to get that space that you really need, definitely going to be much more of a right lane, in my opinion. And we'll see what they want to combine with it. No sign of any wall breaking just yet, but there's one brawler which can do just that. And El Primo is going to be the tank of choice for Reject. I kind of feel like Rosa is better for all intents and purposes, but the wall break can make a huge difference here. And you know, if Reject do pop off with that Primo, that could very well then lead to a lot of objective time on the zone over to Reject. SK Calalas have got now 2 brawlers to respond.
Yeah, the thing with the Primo is it kind of like locks away the Rosa for your opponents because the 1v1 matchup does tend to go in direction of the Primo. Yeah, I don't know about that one, honestly. Like, I think Lou, his best game mode is going to be Hot Zone. Don't think it's going to be split, though. It's more a one-zone sort of map, right? Because his super covers that zone. Now, you can still do the same thing here, but only on half of the zone, technically, right? Since there's two. Not really what I would have considered here, but I mean, I'm more than happy to be proven wrong. And as I mentioned earlier, I want to see them take risks in the draft. I want to see them go crazy. And those are some ideas.
Stu is definitely a very high-picked brawler in South America, but we have seen time and time again against the tankier brawlers that it just tends to tickle them. You know, it doesn't tend to really provide too much. The speed zone, which I'm assuming would be ran, maybe not though, because ultimately Split with the ability to break does open up some possibilities. But that's why I'm not really a big fan of the Lu. Certainly is going to do some works, providing the shots are connecting, but you know, the Primo can open up space. It will take away its own cover in the process, so there is a bit of a give and take there to consider. Tara is a brawler which I'm much happier seeing. I'm favoring the reject draft here, but you know, we cannot underestimate the power of a Pam. But I think that there are other tools on the side of reject to make this work in their favor here. And again, SKC coming off the back of that last set, you know, they've got to have a strategy, a plan up their sleeves with this comp. And I'm hoping that it is a bit of method as opposed to a bit of madness. There are some ideas here which I wasn't expecting to see on their side of the coin.
Yeah, I'm going with madness for the time being, but I'm more than happy to be proven wrong. I mean, I've been proven wrong countless times today. I feel like everyone has been. A lot of things that we thought we knew were just proven wrong by some of the teams that were just able to perform formidably today. Levy will go down early. Exit going to be opening up the wall, and that's going to be the name of the game for him. Open up as much as he can. But so far, it is going to be a little bit of an advantage for Reject. Just earlier on that left zone and the right zone, they were able to contest it a bit early on into that game.
Exit's playing really well on this Stu pick at the moment. On the right-hand side now, Chappie with the support from Beyond. Should get the takedown here, but Chappie should probably get frozen out here. Exit comes out on top regardless. Meanwhile, Lukitas on the left-hand side does win the trade and will stay on that zone. Levi stunned out now. Lovely stuff from Prosy. The jump is forced out here, and that, with the help of his teammates, should see the demise, yeah, of Levy there. It's very close, so look at the scoreline. 70% now for Reject. They have got a lead, but it could dwindle if they don't keep and maintain it.
Right now, a Chappie has pull, gonna connect it on to Prosy. That's gonna be a kill, but quickly traded out. Levy just dancing around the ice. Not much he can do to that point, but right now they are catching up, and they will get close. But the tower is still contesting that zone. The gadgets on that tower are just ridiculously good against that team. A nightmare to deal with. But as long as enemy defense are left, it is gonna be Reject in the lead. So Reject don't really need to initiate anything, but eventually they do. Levy jumps in, and I mean, surely that is gonna be enough to close it out for Reject. Match point, Reject coming up.
You see, that's the explosivity that I've been expecting to see from Rejects, you know, where they just kind of look like they're hunting their prey and they just kind of time it perfectly and then just explode and just wipe the other side out. They should be able to finalize things, I feel here. I think the draft here with the Lu, I get it. I'm just not sure whether I'm convinced at all. The Stu is doing some work, but it's not availing to takedowns, and that's where realistically you get your opposition off of the objective here. Very difficult position for SK Calalas to find themselves in. Reject have a good start and already capping the zone up to 20% already. SKC, nowhere to be seen really.
Yeah, it's a tough start so far for SKC. They do manage to get some presence onto the right lane, but Levy is just so aggressive, and by the time they will kill him, it's hard to really capitalize and gain control from there. Let's see though what happens on the right lane as well. That healing station is going to be very annoying because the only way to peek really for the tower is going to be wide and straight into Lukitas' shots. However, Chappie does manage to get away with quite a bit there, and the kill as well. Prosy trying his best to take down a Chappie, but it's not going to happen. And the healing from the Tara Shade is going to be really nice to help a Chappie just reset
Yeah, Chappie did fantastically on that right-hand side. Now with the scrap sucker from Rikitas trying to make something of it, but it's a 2v1, and so far, Chappie has been proving to be coming out on top. Now Levy comes in for support, and that right-hand side is all with Rejects skimming on the ice, but nonetheless, still capping the objective. 90% and climbing. SKC have got to make a move. They've got to make one now.
Yeah, they are gonna have to fully commit. It's gonna be a 2v2. Manmi does go down, but Levy is still healthy and he's jumping into the zone, getting the final percentages. 2 left. The Chappie pushing up. He's not able to close it, but Manmi will. And Reject are gonna be your number 2 seed in Group D. They'll be moving forward to day 2 of the LCQ.
Great stuff from Reject. It wasn't necessarily the performance that we were expecting coming into today. Some learnings to take into tomorrow for sure, but nonetheless, they have survived. And we can't say that for some of the other teams here today. Some big upsets. It wouldn't necessarily be a day 2 without Reject, in my opinion, so they've been able to keep themselves alive in this one. And they will face STMN tomorrow from the number 1 seed of Group B. So, as we know, STMN are looking very, very scary at the moment. You know, I've got to say. But what a matchup that is going to be to look forwards to as we go back over some of the highlights here. For me, the Tara pick was a great way to round off this comp on the side of Reject. And the tanky primo plays from Levy really did cycle themselves into great effect. But, you know, a Chappie, time and time again, just really coming out on top and, you know, utilizing his great mechanics around the situation. SKC just looked a little bit unsure of themselves and not really kind of playing as a unit. If they'd got that first set, as they probably should have done in Gem Grab, maybe we would have seen a different approach going in. But Reject were able to keep that momentum high into Hot Zone and finished it there.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd performance on the side of Reject, and I expect more from them, in all honesty. We know what they're capable of. I mean, the Chappie is a 2-time world champion. Like, I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. And the rest of the team still has a lot of experience as well. Just, I think they can do better still. By quite a long mile, in all honesty. It's a little bit harsh because they just win the match, right? But I think they are capable of doing better. And I think it's a positive thing, right? That, like, this is not the level that, like, I see them at. I think they can be quite a bit better than that. And I'm really wishing for them that they bring that level tomorrow. Now, I think STMN are wishing a very different story. They're hoping that it's more of the same tomorrow because that's definitely very beatable for them. But nevertheless, I think that there is a lot of room for improvement. And I think that potentially it's just a bad day, and tomorrow they come back stronger. But the MVP for this match is gonna be coming up, voted by you guys at home on event.brawlstars.com. It is a Chappie. Mentioned it earlier, 2 times world champion as well. But after this match, I want to give a particular shout out to SKC because I think they had the right approach, took some risks with the draft, went in some very unexpected direction, and it didn't work out. They took the first game, and they challenged them in some other games too. Like, there was definitely a world where they took a set here. And I think that's already a big achievement because we're talking about the 3rd seed in SA West, which is like not necessarily a region that has had the same opportunities competitively than others. So I think they can be really proud with that achievement. They are, of course, going to be disappointed, but regardless, like, I think that, you know, in a couple weeks perhaps, like, they will look back and be there like, we did well.
Yeah. Absolutely so. You know, I think that they've got some learnings to take away, but these are stepping stones, aren't they? Yep. In their process, this is a long-term game plan. As we take a look back at the bracket for today to kind of see how things have fared. And, you know, I do feel like you say, what you say holds a lot of merit in that regard. Of course, Navi were, for me, the highlights of Group D. I mean, how could you not just marvel at their approach with their 2-0 sweeps to SK Calalas to Reject? And, I mean, it wasn't their typical playstyle, and it still worked. That is a scary prospect looking forward to tomorrow. We waved, unfortunately, goodbye to Marcos Gaming, and then just on the stage now, SK Calalas did exit also. But again, you know, these are the times that they can reflect upon and still be incredibly proud to have made it this far and to have stood the heat time and time again in this tournament. It's not an easy prospect, not with the best of 3.
No, absolutely so. I mean, they face some of the best teams in the world, right? They have Navi in their group as well as Reject. Like, that already is really scary. When you have only 2 spots to get through, having those two teams in, like, your chances, no matter who you are not going to be great. But they won against Marcus Gaming, and I think there was probably a little bit of a skill diff there. But SKC, like, they show that they can win on the stage. They show that they are capable of taking games and threatening sets against some of the best teams in the world. And I think that very few people would have expected that from SKC coming into LCQ.
Yeah, they showed a lot of resilience in that regard. Let's take a look at the bracket for tomorrow, because this one is going to be absolutely spicy. SK Gaming take on Humble. Both EMEA teams there, STMN versus Reject. That is going to be fantastic. Also, Revenant Esports and Reconic Esports, two of the big underdog squads from today, go head to head. And Navi versus VN Esporting. I mean, that's a scary prospect, isn't it? We've got 4 EMEA teams making it through day one, and then we're going to whittle it down even more so from there. But it is going to guarantee that EMEA is going to have 2 slots at the World Finals.
Yeah, this is crazy that this is
absolutely
going
nuts.
Down. But yeah, it's what I was telling VN earlier in their player room. I was telling them, well, at least, you know, we'll have for sure, you know, 2 European teams making it through, no matter what happens. Even though, you know, obviously, like, you want to be your own team that makes it through it. I don't think that's that good of a consolation prize for them, but it is for us.
I mean, I've got to say, the EMEA region surprised me a lot today. It was a question mark I had coming in. You know, has their season of statistics that have been going against them a great deal, is it going to come back around to haunt them? Are they going to be able to defy those statistics? And they did do just that. And just not only that, in spectacular fashion along the way. I think the drafts from their side have been absolutely on point. And, you know, so many teams that, despite maybe exiting at this stage, they have done themselves justice regardless. I cannot wait to go back through the VOD and see some of these moments, because today, it's been a long one. Let's not beat around the bush. It has been a grueling one. And many of the matches going all the way to the third and final set.
Yeah, I mean, I think we went through 12 matches on stream, right? Plus 8 matches off stream. Does that math add up?
It's the math.
I don't know if the math, but regardless, overall, a crazy day. I don't think we've ever had this many matches in one day in a competition in LAN, especially for Brawl Stars. So it's just a great opportunity. And honestly, like, as much as I loved MSI last year, I feel like LCQ is the way to go. Just because it's like extra chances. And it's not the same teams as well from, you know, I mean, that are going to Worlds anyways. I think this is just such a brilliant opportunity to see some of the talent and build up the scene.
Yeah, I mentioned the same thing earlier. I think this is one of the best format decisions that we've ever seen in the BSC. And, you know, bringing some of these regions up and giving them that LAN experience and a chance to go on beyond that. And, you know, just those 4 golden tickets remain on the stage, and we'll see tomorrow who is going to be picking them up. But regardless, those teams that didn't make it to day 2 can still leave with that experience and something to take away as a learning process coming in to next year's season. You know, it's a fantastic opportunity. I'm just so grateful that we're able to provide it to the community.
Yeah, absolutely so. Same for me. I think that this is the way to go. Maybe next year we do MSI plus LCQ. I'm kidding. I mean, I'm down. But yeah, this first day was truly incredible. We've had upset in what, in theory, could have been like some fairly predictable matches. None of that today. It was chaotic. We've had upsets. We've had crazy stories. We've had some disappointments, some heartbreaks. We've had some amazing stories as well. And I think that tomorrow is going to be just as crazy, because we saw the matches just earlier. There's going to be 2 EMEA teams going home, first of all. There's going to be 2 EMEA teams qualifying. There's an Indian team that is potentially making it. They have a decent chance there. There's a LATAM team as well that can make it through. So I think there's a lot of different possibilities, and of course also Reject, you know, in the mix. I think this is going to be one of the better days in competitive Brawl Stars.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think that tomorrow, you know, if there's anything you've got to do, tune in tomorrow. You know, today is just a taste of what's to come as well. I think tomorrow is going to have some serious fireworks. Again, that same stream start time will be 10 a.m. CEST. Make sure you set yourself a reminder, and if you're on the other side of the globe and there's a challenging time zone, then even more reason to do just that. Those 4 golden tickets on the stage will be claimed tomorrow by 4 lucky teams and very accomplished and skillful teams. teams at that. Got to say a couple of thank yous as well before we close the day. First and foremost to ESL as well for all the production value which they provide, and it's been such an enjoyable experience. The rehearsals were so smooth yesterday. Everything has been absolutely on point, and again to all the referees and all the admin teams as well on that front. Got to give a big thanks to you and Trav as well for being by my side. Tony, got to say that first and foremost. To the viewers at home, of course, and all the teams and their analysts and their coaching staff, and to Supercell, of course, because that's the reason why we're all here.
Yeah, I think you absolutely nailed it. I mean, obviously those shows are massive. So many people working on it behind the scenes, besides obviously like the teams that are playing, the coaches, their own staff, which is already like a lot of people usually. There's 16 teams that showed up here for LCQ. But yeah, as you said, so many people behind the scenes that do so much work in making those shows possible, and not just possible, like raising the bar as well, making sure that it is not just like, it doesn't just exist, it is setting up a standard here in the BSC. And honestly, like so far, I think the first day has been super smooth, high quality matches, just amazing format overall, and I just can't wait to see who qualifies for Worlds tomorrow.
Exactly, and with that will bring a close to day one again. Make sure that you tune in for day 2 tomorrow from 10 AM CEST, and we're going to decide and find out who is going to be going to the Brawl Stars World Finals. Until then, it's goodbye from myself, goodbye from Teddy, and goodbye from Trav in the wings. See you tomorrow. Take care.